Chapter 161. Wait, boss, the one next to you is... When Ji Qingchen was carried out of the zombie pile by the Qingxuang, the three of them saw Ji Yang, who looked about the same as her. Nana? No way, this is my sister's child? She looks about 15 years old. How long ago did it happen? Michelle, oh my god, that guy is so charming. The idiots in the alliance rated him as one of the top 10 most difficult people to pursue. Yuan Fuyun. This person knows the inside story, but he still gets stunned every time he sees him. What are you thinking about? Have you degenerated to the point where you can't even recognize your species after not seeing you for 3 months? Hee hee, how can that be? Isn't it just a mistake? But boss, why are you here? What about the things outside? Someone outside will take care of it. Clean up here first. Ji Qingchen said and looked at Ji Yang. Now that there is a person, you come by yourself? Report you for exploiting child labor. Ji Yang's eyes were dead. The zombies here are all energy bodies. Anyone can kill them. I will only play a role of drainage. It will be easier for you to do it yourself. That makes sense, but Ji Yang always feels that something is wrong. But based on his understanding of Ji Qingchen, Ji Yang feels that this is definitely not her illusion, so he refused to obey and shouted that Miss Ji must help. Ji Qingchen, oh, I wanted to hide quietly. When did this little guy become so smart? But as she said, for the current battlefield, she plays a role of drainage. Yuan Fuyun, Michelle, or other survivors, after they kill the zombies, the energy of the dead zombies will be recycled, and what Ji Qingchen has to do is to gather this energy to Sunflower to restore the remaining cards. The efficiency of so many people working together is much higher, especially Yuan Fuyun and Michelle, who both have large-scale attack skills. The gray-black airflow flows into Ji Yang's body like a stream. The halo flowing on the little sunflower is getting stronger, and the stack of cards in her hand is also bursting with various colors. What's going on? In the control room, Arifin looked at the rapidly decreasing energy value in the zombie sea and was so angry that his voice trembled. He used all the means to arrange Ji Qingchen in that place, and he couldn't even continue to interfere with the operation of the world. He could only rely on the established procedures at the beginning. I thought it was foolproof. At least I would use the zombie sea to assimilate others first, but now the energy in the zombie sea is sucked away by the other party. Damn it, who is the one who did it? Obviously, the circulating energy in the sea of zombies cannot be absorbed by humans. Even if Ji Qingchen has a way to disrupt the circulation mechanism and stop the zombies from being produced, this energy that cannot be absorbed by humans should not be reduced, and it is reduced so quickly. Moreover, how can Ji Qingchen come here? He saw with his own eyes that man was shrouded in nightmare. However, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Before Arifin figured out the reason for the disappearance of energy, Tixching came to see him with a solemn expression. Sir, a nightmare has been solved by itself. Solved by itself. The muscles on Arifin's face almost twitched. He thought that Ji Qingchen might help people break the situation. After all, those people's nightmares could not stop her. But the reason why Arifin wanted to throw people in at all costs was because he had planted a fatal killing move against Ji Qingchen in that train. As long as she went in, it would be impossible to break the magic barrier. So what if she was proud for a while in the early stage? It was just a dying struggle. But how could someone else break his own nightmare with his own ability? He really did it by himself, and that woman didn't help. The nightmare collapsed from the inside. One sentence is enough to explain the result. And all other nightmares have not leaked out so far. No leak? Not one. No. Arifin's face became darker. The leak of nightmares is that the soul of the dreamer is completely eroded, and the self-consciousness is lost. The door that imprisons the nightmare is broken, causing the nightmare created, and the large amount of negative emotions contained in it to indiscriminately break into the consciousness of other people. In itself, people trapped in their own fears are almost tortured crazy, and it is difficult not to collapse when other people's emotions break in. And once the emotions collapse, his nightmare will leak out again, and so on. In an endless cycle. So the occurrence of the first nightmare leak is often the beginning of the group's destruction. Even Ji Qingchen would be very worried about this, and he would be seriously injured if he rescued them. But now, the scene that Arifin hoped to see did not happen, and they ran in the opposite direction. However, he had no choice but to worry. The anchor points he buried had been used up, and even the pollution penetration of the energy core in those trapped in the train was very light. All his cheating methods were blocked. Unless he let Vashik modify the program of the world, he could only watch Ji Qingchen easily take away the people. No, the idea was quickly rejected by Arifin. Maybe this was Ji Qingshan's purpose. That woman killed a large number of people before the train arrived, probably to eliminate hidden dangers and prevent the nightmare from leaking out. She just wanted to provoke himself to make an irrational decision. Arifin reviewed his plan again in his mind. There was no problem. This plan was perfect. It was easy to cause bugs if the established program was changed at random. Presumably, the woman was also worried about this, so she deliberately made trouble, hoping to shake him and take advantage of the opportunity, and the previous efforts would be completely in vain. How could he be fooled? At least now, he can let Ji Qingshan follow the steps to the killer he prepared for her. As long as he controls the woman, all other mistakes can be corrected. It just takes a little patience, he can wait. It doesn't matter, just keep watching. Thinking of this, Arifin suppressed his thoughts and said to Tixcheng, "Hell train." Lan Meng acted so quickly that Mouyue didn't react. The two were thrown aside and fainted. Sister Ji. After a few seconds, Mouyue's tense body slowly relaxed. However, there was a slight distance in her eyes when she looked at Ji Qingshan, and she asked softly, "Can I ask a question?" Nightmare is something like that. Even if you know it is fake, and it deliberately shows you what you fear the most, it is only a matter of time before people's psychology is distorted after experiencing it again, and witnessing what they fear the most. With the broken door of Mouyue, her heart was already very shaken. Mouyue's nightmare must have been related to the betrayal of the people around her at the beginning. Ji Qingshan thought that she was not very honest with this world and these people, and the ambiguity she showed was enough for Arifin to make a lot of articles. Now, Mouyue was hanging on the last string in her heart. She kept telling herself that everything she saw in the nightmare was fake, and reality would not be like that. As long as she saw the real person, these lies would fall apart. But Ji Qingshan knew very well that Arifin would not leave too much room between the truth and the falsehood, and she might break the string if she said something wrong. You asked? What kind of person is he? Who do you mean? Arifin? Yeah. Mouyue nodded slightly. A person who puts interests first, thinks he is the master of everything, and thinks that everything except himself should be used by himself until it has no value, and is wiped out. He is an arrogant person, who is stupid to the extreme. Ji Qingshan's tone was nothing but contempt. Mouyue's expression flickered subtly, and then asked, "What about you?" This is the real highlight. Miss Ji showed a sly smile. A bad person who puts profit above all else, and uses everything to kill Arifin. He has no feelings. This evaluation. Lan Meng and Mouyue looked at Miss Ji at the same time. The former was shocked, and the latter was stunned. Who has never said anything good about herself? Even Mouyue, who had seen some not-so-good things in nightmares, did not expect that the person in front of her would say something worse about herself than she thought. Ji Qingshan looked at the shock too with a funny look. "I don't think I've ever said that I'm a good person." Sister Xuanxuan. Lan Meng called softly, her eyes drifting towards Mouyue. She could see Mouyue's hesitation. Wouldn't Ji Qingshan's words increase her suspicion? But Ji Qingshan seemed to be full of confidence. "Anything else you want to ask? If not, I will reciprocate." Reciprocate, this means that she asked Ji Qingshan 2 questions, and Ji Qingshan also asked her 2. Mouyue thought about it, and nodded in agreement. "Do you think you will betray yourself? You dare not have hope in the people around you anymore, and choose to hand yourself over to others, and become a tool for him to flatter you. You can only live with lies for the rest of your life." The second half of the sentence is impossible, even if you die, but the scene she saw in the nightmare made it difficult for her to answer the first half of the sentence. If you are not sure, does it mean that you have abandoned yourself? Then why do you ask others, and why do you embarrass yourself because of other people's behavior? You can choose your companions carefully, and stop the loss in time when something goes wrong, but you must first agree with yourself and kill the person who tries to make you betray yourself. It makes sense, although it is a little strange, but there is nothing wrong with it. Then the second question is, do you agree with what I just said? Mouyue stayed where she was, neither answering nor objecting. And for Miss Ji, not objecting means tacit consent. Then let's get rid of this nightmare. She continued. Okay. This time the other party gave a clear answer, only adding one more sentence at the end. I heard the system say that those who didn't get on the train will go to the sea of zombies. Did Mumu go there too? Sister Ji, do you know what will happen to her there? Don't worry, she will come back alive. Ji Qingshan said with great certainty. To be honest, after throwing away the fear, the events presented by the nightmare are not difficult to solve, and Mouyue can handle it alone. Why? While waiting, Lan Meng slowly asked this question in her heart. In fact, the words that followed were not the point. When Ji Qingshan made that evaluation of herself, she felt that Mouyue no longer rejected Ji Qingshan. The things that followed were just icing on the cake. Because she was worried about her friend's betrayal, and Mouyue would find out that I never intended to be friends with her from the beginning as long as she reviewed everything before. Ji Qingshan said in an extremely calm tone. Because she concealed it from beginning to end. She told them the secrets that should not be revealed, and used her own abilities to help them survive. She just didn't want them to die at the hands of Arifin, and cracking the copy was to make things difficult for Arifin. From the beginning, this was the game between her and Arifin. They were just because they happened to be involved in it, and Miss G was afraid that her plan would be ruined and rescued them casually. She never said she would take everyone alive. Betrayal is based on equal cooperation. But Ji Qingshan is not. The inner demon of Mouyue that Arifin magnified based on this instantly became nonsense. If she wanted to survive, she should rely on herself, and Mouyue knew this clearly. Ji Qingshan wanted to deal with Arifin, the culprit, who caused them to survive so hard, and Mouyue had no reason to refuse. And I have told her my true nature. If she still wants to be friends with me, it's her own problem. Now I am the enemy of her enemy, and the rest will be dealt with after Arifin is killed. As for her friends, she also has a lot of time to reconfirm their sincerity. Ji Qingshan said, and suddenly changed the subject. What about you? Lan Meng, now you know what kind of person I am. What are you going to choose? Lan Meng's heart trembled, and she couldn't figure out why. She just felt that the man's words were very unpleasant, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. It seemed that the person in front of her was slightly, but essentially different from the Ji Qingshan she knew before. But she didn't have time to think about it. As Mouyue hit the end of the world, the nightmare was broken, and the world around her turned black again. Ji Qingshan seemed to deliberately want to stop Lan Meng from thinking about it, and quickly took the two to the next door. Chapter 162. In the black space, the number of broken doors has been reduced by nearly half, and the team behind Ji Qingshan has grown to 15 people. Huh? Putting Wang Qiuqiu, who was cursing loudly, into the crowd, Ji Qingshan let out a long sigh of relief and released a cotton ball to catch herself. Since she pulled out Mouyue, she let the two girls stay where they are. Bringing too many people to someone else's nightmare will inevitably make the dreamer nervous, more likely to collapse, and it will be difficult to run after a collapse. She simply used plants to circle a piece of land in this darkness. Although the consumption is a bit large, it is convenient. It also prevents those who have just escaped from great emotional fluctuations from being hit again immediately, and the situation that has just stabilized will be confused again. But even if it is one person, it is already very tired after working so hard until now. Ji Qingshan leaned on the cotton ball, and didn't want to move for the time being. With her mental power empty, she listened to the people who relaxed behind her gradually discussing themselves, or the terrible nightmare they saw. The door can see the general situation inside from the outside. It's good, I can speak out the fear that I have suppressed in the deepest part of my heart, proving that Arifin's plan has completely failed. Miss G, who has nothing to do, began to recall the world she had seen, and the nightmares of the people in front of her are quite rich. Wang Qiuqiu's nightmare is the past of being framed. When she was a child, her parents favored her younger sister, and the teachers in school protected the students who studied well, so that in the end of the world, some people kept imposing their own deeds on her. You are a child and have superpowers. Even if you do these, you will not be expelled. These experiences were constantly magnified, so that when her teammates unanimously condemned her, the little girl gritted her teeth and almost pulled out a bomb to die with others. Ji Qingshan came in under such circumstances. He understood the situation in 2 seconds, held down Wang Qiuqiu's hand that was about to throw the bomb, and said only one sentence. Do you think it's worth exchanging your life for the lives of a bunch of fools? Of course not. She said so, but then hesitated. The countless times of framing really made her wonder if there was something wrong with her. Otherwise, why would she be accused by so many people? But Ji Qingshan began to speak. People only want to see the truth they want, but facts related to their fundamental interests cannot be ignored even if they don't want to admit it. You say, in this end of the world full of zombies, a parent with little intelligence, a school in urgent need of glory, what is the fact they don't want to see the most? The end of the world full of zombies, a few superpowers. These ordinary people are the most vulnerable in the end of the world, and they need to rely on the protection of superpowers. Just like every time before, her parents need her grades, the school needs her ability. It's them who need her, not her who needs them. Cracks appeared in the chaotic thinking at this time. Yes, she obviously has the power to choose not to help them, and find other more reliable friends, who are willing to believe in her. Why should she feel sad for these people who rely on her ability? She is just trading with them. If the bargaining chips are not good, she can just change one. This is obviously a decision she made before. Why did she regress after doing it again? Wang Qiuqiu smiled and left decisively. Underground, the crowd looked at the approaching zombies and felt something was wrong. They watched Wang Qiuqiu no longer pay attention to them, and finally cried loudly in the approaching zombies. The accuser cried and admitted that he did everything, and the follower apologized again and again. So, have you decided to help them now? In the distance, Ji Qingchen, who followed, asked with a smile. Help. The little girl said with certainty, it's just a matter of convenience. But they dared to treat me like this before, so I make them bleed. If they don't perform well, The mind was completely clear, the problems of this world were quickly solved, and Wang Qiuqiu's nightmare began to disintegrate. In the quiet night, a bullet pierced a person's head. Fu Ying put away the gun and took the envelope handed by the person behind him. This is the next target. He is innocent, and he had no knowledge of the murder. But he was part of the murderer's plan, and the employer gave him a high amount of money. I don't kill innocent people. Fu Ying left with the gun bag on his back without looking back. However, 2 days later, his cousin died tragically in the rental house. He frantically pursued the truth, but in the end, he found out that the culprit was a person who had no idea and locked the rental house. 5 days later, his sister died in the same way, and the culprit was also an innocent person. Then, there were friends, father, wife, and both mothers, who accompanied her shopping. Planner, how do you want to kill them? When Fu Ying was on the verge of losing his mind, Ji Qingchen brought 3 people to him and handed him a file bag containing all the charges of the 3 people. Revenge is to find the mastermind, right? Ordinary people would hand over the evidence to the procuratorate. Like a basin of cold water poured over his head, Fu Ying's tense nerves relaxed. But suddenly he said this to Ji Qingchen. It's fine for evil to be punished, but it's a real problem if these people get away with killing innocent people. The gunshot rang out, and the nightmare was shattered. You? Fu Ying returned to her silent state, but Ji Qingchen's response was very accurate. My sense of morality has never been high. I don't want to be like everyone else. Killing the villains is not a good reputation, and villains who leave their names are usually dead. I don't want to die. If you don't get out, I kill you now. Why do I have to live a life that is arranged for me? Can't I pursue my own hobbies? You have to live first to pursue your hobbies. I just want a companion, even if it's a machine. You don't want your companion to do bad things and be captured. Since you are a companion, you have to protect it too. I want to become a man. Forget about changing, boys will grow hair and are prone to baldness. You might as well beat them up and make them recognize you as the boss. So, what kind of weird nightmares are these? Miss G, who has cleaned up 15 worlds, complained crazily. Although she is quite accurate in judging people, and no one has gone to destroy other people's worlds until now, the nightmares of these guys are really tiring to watch. But work still needs to be done. After a good rest, Miss G set out again, heading towards a nightmare. Why can't I save him this time? In the ruins, Luo Yu cried desperately. There are so many people, so many accidents, you have so many people to protect, is it only? He comes back, then what? One more person who is sad about this. Do you think he can't guess that these people died for him, or can't see that you made this decision for him? And if he is indifferent to this, do you think that is still him? I just want him to live, even if it's just once, even in this fictional world. In that case, then continue. There is a way to pass the game, right? The dilemma Luo you encountered is very similar to Lan Meng's, but she is for one person. But as mentioned before, there must be a way to pass the game without Araphant's interference. So in the 65th time, Luo Yu saved Lin Zi and prevented the explosion from happening. Then, Luo Yu, stay here, okay? You know what will happen in the future. Staying here can save more people, and we can create a better future together. Ji Qingchen. No, buddy, it's not very moral to poach you just after saving you. But in this situation, it's really hard for her to intervene. Luo Yu was very excited after losing and getting back what he had lost. Her rebuttal would only arouse his rebellious psychology. Brother Lin. Damn Araphant, he's waiting for you. If you can't get it, you trap me forever, right? Seeing that Luo Yu's heart was already wavering, and he was walking towards Lin Zi, Ji Qingchen gritted her teeth and said, if it really doesn't work, then let's expose it. As she thought about it, she suddenly felt that the energy field of this nightmare had changed a little, as if someone had broken in with their family. Aw, Lao Lin, you're still alive. Then run for your life. Greyas, what's wrong with this guy? I've never heard of a nightmare leaking out, and the dreamer being aware of it. Ji Qingshan, Luo Yu, and the Lin Zi on the opposite side were all stunned. In the control room, Arifin looked at the screen that he accidentally touched. He must have been pissed off by Ji Qingshan. However, it stands to reason that the quality of the barrier between nightmares shouldn't be so bad that it would break if touched by mistake. What are you doing here? On this side, Ms. G's mental power swept around and saw another world that was damaged from another direction. The door to that world was still there. It wasn't that the nightmare leaked out, but that there was a bug on Arifin's side. Perhaps the nightmares on both sides had something in common, and a mistaken operation caused them to be combined. That's good, it saved her from making an extra trip. Those that Gray has brought, are they a bunch of zombies? This kid's nightmare is zombies? No, those things are much cleaner than zombies, more like people. Gray's is afraid of people. This Ji Qingshan and Gray's nightmare stared at each other, and the real owner had already quickly jumped in front of Luo Yu, grabbed her hand and ran away. What are you hesitating about? If Lin Zi survived and saw you, the first thing he would say would be, Luo Yu, thank you for saving me and everyone else. I'm so sorry I couldn't help. That guy used the emotional card to deceive people before he died. He would drag his feet for a long time when he asked you to do something, and he would not let you down until you were willing to do it. How could he ask you so directly if you want to stay? This defective product is nothing like it. Luo Yu's sad expression twitched. Gray's words were undoubtedly a bummer, but after hearing him talk, her originally confused mind calmed down. She had been regaining her sanity by reviewing the situation with Ji Qingshan over and over again, and now she had seen clearly that this Lin Zi. The problem? The tangle in her heart gradually dissipated. Sorry, I promised you a long time ago, I won't accompany you now. So now we are in my nightmare together. Luo Yu's nightmare dissipated, but she was not sent back to reality. Instead, she was chased by a group of people who looked like humans and not humans, together with Gray's and Ji Qingshan, just like before. Explain? Ji Qingshan looked at Gray's with a bad face. Nightmares belong to the spiritual category of people. Except for the dreamer, the abilities of others will be greatly limited. Those who are weaker than the dreamer cannot be used, and those who are stronger can easily hurt people. So Miss G has been in and out of more than a dozen nightmares, and she has never used her abilities once. But now looking at the dense things behind Gray's, she can't suppress her eager heart. It must be said that these people are capable. Before, there was someone like Lan Ming who could get out of the nightmare by himself, and now Gray has slipped into someone else's dream without breaking his own nightmare. Although there was a component of Arifin's mistaken touch due to his anger, if it weren't for the instability of Gray's nightmare itself, it would be useless for that guy to be so confused. But because of this, Ji Qingshan didn't have time to understand what Gray's was afraid of, so he had to explain his current situation to Gray's, hoping that this friend who was running around with his nightmare could give a reasonable explanation. I'm afraid of people. After listening to Ji Qingshan's introduction to the rules, Gray's hesitated for 2 seconds and said resignedly, this answer, although it has been guessed, it still seems a bit absurd. Why? Luo Yu was also curious. There is no need to check the household registration when forming a team. Everyone adheres to the principle of not asking and only listening to each other's affairs. Looking back, they really have never heard Gray's mention the past. Because people are so annoying. Hypocritical, cunning, fighting for a little resource. They are sacrificing others for their own benefit, but they still pretend to be innocent for your own good. They have obtained so much, and they have no worries about food and clothing, but they still plunder other people and the living space of creatures. Ji Qingshan, She finally understood why Gray's nightmare world was so easy to break. Isn't this person denying Arifin? If he can't even stand the core that tempted Gray's to fall, how can there be a good result? People say, if Arifin doesn't break the defense, who will? But since the dreamer has a clear understanding of the dream, and the foundation is not stable, do you mind if I use some radical means? Although Ji Qingshan asked, in fact, the energy in his hand was already running again, so this sentence only served as a notification. The sharp thorns of Chu Ji pierced through the crowd rushing over. The world quickly dissipated. However, Gray's, you are not dead. It was Sung Ya's voice. Ji Qingshan's expression became more and more subtle. They are 1399, and they really have a family. In the control room, Arifin looked at another nightmare running around, and was so angry that he almost fell over. Chapter 163. Nonsense, I'm your brother. After saying that, Gray's turned around and asked Ji Qingshan, is this also a bug? Did I do it or did she do it? She did it because of you. Ji Qingshan had no expression on his face, but he was about to laugh. Arifin brought these people in just to cause trouble for himself. A total of 51 people came in, 1 came out by himself, and 2 ran into other people's dreams. The rest either had strange nightmares or strange ideas for solving problems. People say they can all survive. At present, none of the dozen people have completely collapsed because of nightmares. Those with brains rely on their brains, and those without brains rely on simplicity. None of them confused nightmares with reality and made themselves hopeless. Except that they can't get out for a while without external forces. This is not a big problem. Nightmare is what people don't want to face the most in their hearts. It's awesome enough to keep their original intention. It is normal that one does not dare to explore deeply, so that he cannot find the key to break the world. It is an understatement for Lan Meng to say that he can only find one in a million. As it is now, Ji Qingchen only needs to go in and make a hole for the person, and the nightmare world will collapse. She has already been very happy with her work. The nightmare outflow does not exist, and as for Arifin, he should be angry to death as soon as possible. Let's get back to the present. Sangaya's nightmare is very specific, Greyas. She wants Greyas to be alive. So in the past, the little girl has repeatedly watched various ways of Greyas' death. Sangaya tried various ways to keep her brother alive. Yes, to keep him alive. Sangaya's request to Greyas is that he just stays alive. But none of them succeeded after more than a dozen attempts. He was stabbed in the right shoulder to protect her, and died of excessive bleeding. He died under the gun during the coup. These were still good. But because of the cut on his hand, it became infected. He fell from the upstairs, and died of serious injuries. He accidentally tripped, and hit his head when escaping. What the hell is this? At first, Sangaya was worried, but after seeing her brother die in so many stupid ways, she turned from helplessness to anger. Sangaya, this is not my brother. He is not so easy to kill. She wanted to find her Xiaoqiang brother. Coincidentally, the little girl's ability is space. The strong impulse, and the attention of Arifin, and the control personnel were all on the nightmare of repairing Greyas. No one was taken care of here, and the situation became more chaotic. Sister Luoyu, Sister Ji, are you here too? Come to rescue Greyas? After confirming that Greyas in front of her was her shameless Xiaoqiang brother, Sangaya relaxed and looked around. After seeing the group of people behind Greyas, who had been killed by Ji Qingchen's ability, the little girl smiled mockingly at her brother. So you are still afraid of those people? Sun Yao was very clear about what she was afraid of, so as soon as Greyas' death appeared, she determined the routine of this place. After figuring out that the system put the two together, the other creatures that shouldn't exist in this world were naturally created by Greyas' nightmare. Please use the right words. It's hate, not fear. They are all chasing you, aren't you afraid? If a group of men chased you, how would you feel? Greyas asked back with dead eyes. Get lost? Don't get close to me. Look, can you say this is fear? Greyas. Sangaya was about to beat someone up again after hearing this. In the end, Luo Yu stopped the violence in time. Okay, you two can fight after you go out, and solve the problem first. The outflow of nightmares will make the world more complicated, but now Greyas and Sangaya are the dreamer's own business, which has never happened before. Ji Qingchen was not sure for a while. After all, she knew very little about Greyas and Sangaya's past. But in the end, nightmares will not be separated from people's feelings and experiences. Maybe you can think about what you two have experienced together, but now you don't want to see it again. It seems that you have the answer. Looking at the rapidly changing expressions of the two people in front of him, anyone who is not blind can see it. Sangaya's face was full of unwillingness to recall that terrible thing, and he didn't say a word several times when he opened his mouth. It can be seen that he is extremely disgusted. It was Greyas who spoke after showing a few mocking smiles. Yeah, if there is a place I hate in this life, it's only there. Greyas spread his hands and sighed helplessly. I haven't told you Mai and Xiuya's full names before. Greyas Wells, Sangya Wells. Wells? The man who owned half of the wealth on this planet before the end of the world. Even his name is full of the taste of money. Luo Yu's calmness is gone. She could never have imagined that Greyas and Sangya were the children of this man, who once controlled the economic lifeline of a planet. Greyas' personality, are you serious? Old Luo, don't look at me like that. He and I have no other relationship except blood. He is just a stallion, responsible for finding women everywhere to give birth to offspring. As far as I can remember, there are at least dozens of older brothers and sisters. The offspring are just like raising a goo. After the age of 14, the nameless children will be wiped out along with their mothers. The rest will continue to be raised, but a certain amount of resources will be given until they reach the age of 18 and become adults. Those who meet his standards will continue to live, and the rest will be dealt with in the same way as above. In addition, most of the women who sleep with him hope that their children can get a share of his industry, and they are all like crazy. Sun Ya finished this long list like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Luo Yu was so surprised that he couldn't speak. After a while, he hesitated to confirm. You are all over 14 now, right? I just had my birthday a few months ago. The apocalypse will come out in 5 days. If it is based on this prototype, the way to pass the level should be to kill this rotten cucumber and squeeze out his value. It just happened to fulfill my dream. Greyes, what do you say? Review? Why do you want to review when I ask you for your opinion? Okay, let's hurry up and follow the plot anyway. By the way, Ji Qingshan, what should we do? Luo Yu once again stopped the two people who were about to quarrel again. Greyes is also a man in his 20s, quarreling with his sister all day long like a primary school student. Follow them and follow the plot. Since the world is reorganized, and we are not excluded during the reorganization, it means that we are tacitly involved. The world has begun to change. Is this your home? When the world was transformed, Ji Qingshan found himself standing in an extremely luxurious castle, where all kinds of precious metals and rare gems were everywhere, as if they were free of charge. Golden walls, golden stairs, and a pile of jewels that should have been placed in the display cabinet were placed on the handrails of the stairs. Your family's taste. Ji Qingshan had never seen a place more nouveau riche than this. They think that wealth is meaningless if it is not displayed. Greyes was very familiar with this place, and took a look at the gem-studded clock on the wall. Miss, young master, lunch has been prepared according to the lady's instructions. The maid bowed her head, and walked over in a way that Ji Qingshan could only see her hair. Greyes' expression froze for a moment, then he looked at Ji Qingshan with a strange look and opened his mouth. What kind of person is your sister? Ji Qingshan seemed unaware, and the voice sounded in Greyes' consciousness space and only asked such a question. After all, it's role-playing, too much OC is always bad. She and you are actually similar. She just inherited all the advantages of those two people. Greyes' words were mixed with disgust and regret. In the chaos, he had to change the subject. Let's go to the restaurant first. It will be troublesome if we are late. The castle is very big. According to Greyes, it will take them at least 10 minutes to walk to the restaurant. So these 10 minutes are the time for them to exchange information. Sun Ya said that Holland Wells is a stud who likes to give birth everywhere. But you should not be his lost pearl. Political marriage? I guess so. They each get what they want. I didn't mention his name just now. Now, any smart person can see that Ji Qingshan doesn't belong to this world. The end of the world has come, so it's normal to guess that he traveled through time. If she has a little more brains, she can beat up zombies and overturn tables without any scruples from the beginning based on her understanding of the logic of the world. She is familiar with the person behind this world, and they are trying to kill each other. This world is their game field. Such a person, who doesn't belong to this world, actually knows Wells' name. So, are their worlds actually connected? It seems that he is very famous in the outside world. It's okay, not many people know about it, but it's easy to investigate sudden disappearances. Sudden disappearance? Well, people can't just appear out of thin air. The baby must have a place to be born. Even in a laboratory, there is always a mother. You mean here? Ahem. Ji Qingshan interrupted Greyes' guess. What else? We all have 2 eyes, 1 mouth, 2 arms, and 2 legs. Do I look different from you? I'm just born a little earlier. I practiced for 100 years more, so there's no need to exclude me from the human race. 100 years. Humans can live for more than 100 years. Greyes' brain was a little dizzy, as if there was a layer of fog covering some memories. But reason told him that Ji Qingshan's words should mean that she and they are the same kind of creatures, a kind of creatures that can live for more than 100 years. But in his memory, it is difficult for humans to live more than 100 years, and it is impossible for them to have a girlish appearance after more than 100 years. Ji Qingshan didn't need to lie. That was because their memories were tampered with. Greyes' back was covered in cold sweat. All of this must be related to Arifin. What memories we lost. Why did he do this? Okay, it's meaningless to think about these things now. Focus on the things in front of you first. Ji Qingshan dragged Greyes' thoughts that were about to get out of control back. After all, I'm also quite curious. Obviously a person who stood at the finish line of others since birth, with top wealth and power, a good brain, and because of his mother's identity, he didn't trigger the ending of being defeated by his peers. What on earth did he go through to become this person, who is completely contrary to the class, and is not even willing to manage a shelter? I am indeed very lucky. But for me, these benefits are still a little worse than the troubles it brings. Let's not talk about these. The restaurant is here. Chapter 164. The restaurant looks very much like the restaurant of the Libyan Kingdom in Melting Ruins, called the Golden Brilliance. After the door opened, a huge dining table came into view. At this moment, a blonde woman was already sitting there. She was extremely beautiful, with deep facial features and fair skin, long wavy golden hair tied behind her head, and adorned with jewelry inlaid with huge gemstones. Her clothes were also very exquisite. Seeing the movement at the door, the woman looked over with sharp eyes, with obvious displeasure. Greya seemed not to notice, and walked straight to the table and sat down, and immediately a servant brought breakfast. Greyas, is this your rule? The woman's aura became even gloomier. Good morning. Are you okay today? If you have nothing to do, I won't bother you. The 3 sentences were quite perfunctory, and the lady was very angry at the sight. Miss Ina, why are you fooling around with Greyas? I remember, I asked you to teach him the rules. I'm sorry, Mrs. Ross, but I don't think there's anything wrong between me and my brother. Ross Wells, She was so angry that she almost spat out blood, and even suspected that she had eaten something bad. Greyas was rebellious, but how could she, the virtuous and dignified daughter in the past, become so disgusting today? Excuse me, Miss Ina, you are a full minute late from the scheduled start time of the meal. 1 minute. If I'm not mistaken, this is just a table of breakfast in front of her, not some urgent document waiting for her to sign, right? The restaurant has a time period for opening. So what? This table of food will automatically go bad after 1 minute, but looking at Greya's estate, we can see that Mrs. Ross is indeed such a strict person. That is really embarrassing for this lady. It is not enough to have such an unpleasant person like Greya's, but she, the eldest lady who used to be very perfect, has a heart attack. Ji Qingchen's life has never been fixed. What time to do what depends on her mood. As long as it can be completed before the deadline, it's fine. For example, now that Mrs. Ross has moved out, they will go to a cocktail party in 2 hours, and the time they waste will disrupt all their plans after that. Madam, if your eyesight is good, you can see that Greyas and I have finished breakfast. Aina, have you forgotten what I taught you? How can a lady choose so awkwardly? Ross probably used up all her life's cultivation to restrain the urge to slam the tableware on the table. But this can save your favorite time. Since the cocktail party starts in 2 hours, Greyas and I will go back to the room to prepare. Ji Qingchen gave the other party an impeccable smile and motioned Greyas to take him to her room. TSK, Sister Ji, you are really my sister. She is almost mad to death. But although the personalities are similar, the OOC is still quite serious. Will there be any problem? Aina's room and Greya's room are on the east and west sides of the 3rd floor, quite far away. Fortunately, there is daughter, so there is no obstacle to communication between them. Several servants came in to dress up for the 2 of them, and the 2 chatted in this situation. This is not the real world. You can think of it as a simulated holographic image. The world will end if you don't want to live anymore, and you can do whatever you want with the rest, even if you want to blow this place up, as long as you think it's the choice that suits your inner trajectory. Okay, tell me, you should know which day it is. Well, this is the day when Sungya and I first met, and also the day when I saw him experimenting with the energy core. Experimenting with the energy core. Sorry, it was only after I came here that I remembered that Wells had obtained that thing. Greya's tone was full of self-blame. If he had discovered something wrong earlier, it would have been better. If he had not avoided entering the family business because of the disgusting behavior of those people, and refused to see all the behavior of his parents, this end of the world might not have happened. When Sungya saw him, she mocked him for being a coward several times. Now it seems that what she said was not wrong at all. He had clearly seen the thing that caused the end of the world, but his subconscious said that if he told this, he would be responsible for killing everyone in this world. The fact is that he will not let you realize the harm of that thing. Even if your 6th sense is so strong that you subconsciously think it is a disaster and throw it away, he will always find another way to infiltrate it. The gap between you is too big, so since he arranged this world, it is destined to have this disaster. Wouldn't it be better if we can stop it now? This is the clearance plan. Greyas reacted quickly, with a slight toothache, stop the end of the world. For someone who has lived for several more years, and still knows how things are going, this is not difficult, right? But the problem is that we don't have any superpowers now. Not only do we have to deal with Wells's group of toothbrushes, but we also have to deal with the people who set up the trap behind the scenes, right? There is no doubt that this world is also before everything happens, so naturally no one has awakened superpowers. Although Ji Qingchen's superpowers will not be sealed, she is now occupying the body of Aina, a rich lady who is packaged as an exquisite vase. Although she looks smart, her combat power should not be high. It's okay to simply fight against the family, but if it involves Arifin, it may be difficult to deal with without superpowers. Don't worry about this. The world cannot interfere beyond the level. It will only run along the established trajectory. Even if Arifin wants to change it, there is no way. Handle the existing relationship well, and control the butterfly effect caused by the change, so as not to cause new troubles. I think you should have a solution now. Greyaz's breath of relief just now got stuck in his throat. Want to ask why? Greyaz, how could he forget that silence is useless in this way of communication? But Ji Qingshan just continued to explain to himself. Because you acquiesced, this is the earliest time point in your memory that could change the ending of this world. I believe in your plan. Go find Senya and Luo Yu first. The cocktail party was held in one of the most upscale hotels on the planet, which was also one of the places invested by Greyaz's father. Greyaz never liked such occasions. Anyway, according to the original plan, he would find a corner to hide as soon as he arrived. But Ji Qingshan still had to stay, holding champagne and wandering among the celebrities. Seeing people who wanted to establish a relationship or try to get Wells's development territory come up to her eagerly to talk. After all, everyone in this circle has heard of Greyaz's glorious deeds to some extent. A little fool who refused power and thought about pastoral life was born in a cold-blooded family like Wells, which puts profit first. In addition, Ina's business methods are deeply inherited from her parents. They don't talk about feelings, but only about profit, which suppresses the other illegitimate children. So she is a girl, and in the eyes of these people, Ina Wells will also be the next Wells ruler. Naturally, they have to flatter her. Ms. Wells, long time no see. I heard that you have just achieved the most cutting-edge results in the field of artificial intelligence, which greatly reduced energy loss, and the cost is far lower than that of manual labor. Congratulations, Miss Wells. I heard that the new drug you developed is just waiting for clinical trials. I wonder if I am lucky enough to be favored by you and make a contribution to you. Ms. Wells, you are preparing a charity fundraiser for welfare homes around the world recently. I think I can do my best. Ms. Wells, I heard that your father was reported for illegal trading of banned drugs a month ago. It seems that a group of legendary victims are uniting to collect evidence and want to seek justice. Hearing this, Ji Qingshan hadn't spoken yet, and the lackey who wanted to curry favor with her had already spoken. Illegal drugs? And seek justice? Such a clumsy lie is also shameless to be brought to the table. Not to mention that those worthless lies are not worth it. I am afraid that I have done something to frame them. Those ignorant guys just think whoever speaks louder is right. Maybe they can't afford the genuine product, so they find a folk remedy and finally blame us. They have always been conservative and unwilling to keep up with the times. Now they are doing such a despicable thing just to get money. That's right. Everyone knows that the plague 6 months ago was overcome by Wells' new medicine. It's because Wells was kind. He only charged the research cost for the medicine. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how those people died. Now they are trying to turn the tables. If you ask me, I shouldn't have been kind to them in the first place. Not only did it not create value, but it only made things worse. Ji Qingshan didn't show it on his face, but he sneered in his heart. Is it the turn of people here to talk about kindness? Any capital turnover may leave an unfinished building, speculate on housing prices and stock prices, drag the assets of ordinary people into the harvest and retreat, leaving a huge hole, and if they fail to acquire a new technology, they will cut off the raw materials, or use technology to steal private information and engage in some gray industry. They are just a group of wolves and tigers in human skin, and they have the nerve to mock others. But she came here to cause trouble, so she was not in a hurry to speak out. And this matter about illegal drugs was what Greyaz wanted, and it might be a plan to overthrow Wells. This plan is actually very simple. I just need to replace Holland. As you said, the energy core cannot be completely eliminated. If Wells doesn't become the disseminator, someone else will. And the Wells family's industry supports half of the planet. If it falls, everything will only become more chaotic. So the best way is to control it like you did with the shelter before, and then use this medium to let everyone know the harm of this thing. Then eliminate the hidden dangers in the group. Oh, but don't you always hate to be hypocritical with these people? Yes, it's annoying, but if a temporary dislike can clear away some of the things that make me hate, it's not a bad idea. At least I think I have a conscience than those people. Chapter 165. Okay, Mr. Greyaz, you have a conscience. Have you found your sister? Ji Qingshan had just finished speaking when he heard a noise from Greyaz's side. Go to hell. It was Sangya. Hey, have you lost your memory? Do you have to follow the script like this? Where's Sister Lil Yu? Who has she become? Greyes blocked his sister's knife with a grin. This was also their first meeting. It was also at this cocktail party that Greyes ran to a remote corner to hide in peace. While rubbing the little hamster that he had brought over in his suit pocket, he was thinking about going back to make something delicious for his little animals. He has liked all animals except humans since he was a child. Even Greyes himself couldn't explain why. Perhaps his natural sensitivity made him see the conflict of interests between his parents early on, or perhaps they taught him how to become a person who cleverly uses others and squeezes out all the value of the other party since he was a child. He didn't like it at all. Especially when he saw Aina, his nominal sister, talking about money and power all the time, how to make her parents treat her as the legitimate heir, and trample all those illegitimate children under their feet, and use them as useful tools. Yes, Greyes knew from a very young age that he had many half-brothers. The most common thing he heard was his cold sister saying to him in a mocking tone, "If you are outdone by those people, there is no need to live." When he was a child, he couldn't understand the reason. His parents' wealth was obviously enough to feed the people of an entire country. So what did it matter if he had a few more brothers and sisters? So he tried to make friends with every child who came to his house. The first time, the boy looked at him with cold eyes, and said he wanted to play cards with him. In the eyes of little Greyes, this was a game between friends. He played very relaxed, so he lost a month's pocket money in the first game, and his father's face turned ugly instantly. Perhaps he noticed his father's low pressure and really didn't want to lose a month's pocket money, so he won a small victory in the second game and got his pocket money back. In the third game, in the increasingly nervous look of the boy on the other side, he spread out the cards and said, "If you don't want to play, we can find something else to play." But his father's face became more and more gloomy. He never saw the boy again. Ina scolded him for being stupid and wasting a great opportunity. If she won the third game, she would definitely take back all the resources that Holland invested in him. She said that the fact that the man could be brought to this castle meant that her father had recognized the other party and began to tilt resources. In Aina's sarcasm, he first learned about this grazing education method. Aina said that they had good resources from the beginning, so there was no reason to lose to those defective products. But why? Why did they have to fight to the death? Greyes wanted an answer, but no one could give him this answer. He asked Aina tentatively, and got a look from her that looked at him like a fool. "Greyes, there are fools like you in the world. You are like a sheep that has entered a wolf's den." After that, Greyes never revealed any thoughts to his family. But his father still brought the children home every now and then. The people they bring are different every time, but they all like to cause trouble for him. Ordinary competitions are easy to deal with, anyway. No matter whether you win or lose, you will be looked down upon by your parents and Aina. You treat these as games. Do you really think they are friends your father found for you? Aina questioned him. "It doesn't matter, as long as I treat this as a game between ordinary friends," he replied. "Yes, as long as he feels it is fine." Greyes has grown up and is clear about his environment. He hates such endless calculations, but he deeply realizes that he can't change others. He can only take care of himself. But it's not good if you meet the kind of drama queen who loves to act. Put drugs in your drink to make a shameful thing, and then say that he is the one who put the drugs, damage the documents, and put the blame on him. Try to please Aina to change her brother, and even design her / him to be pushed down the stairs by herself. Why use your own life to frame him? How stupid. Hollander wanted the most powerful Goo King, not the kind of White Lotus who only pretended to be weak to gain sympathy, and even did bad things because of it. Compared with the first type, this type had no chance of survival. The end was often extremely miserable. Every time this happened, Greyes would feel a dull pain in his heart, but he couldn't stop it, and he had no position to stop it. He couldn't ask his father loudly why he didn't have any attachment to the lives of these children, couldn't stop all this from happening, and couldn't do it himself. This child is very smart, but he is too soft and casual. If he had half of Aina, he wouldn't be like this. He had heard his father's evaluation of him more than once, and he became more soft-hearted, because he thought it was a way of resistance. After knowing this, Aina ridiculed him to pieces. Resistance? Sorry, I have to correct my previous judgment. You are not a sheep. More like an ostrich or a turtle. A self-deceiving fool who can only shrink inward. Do you think this will hurt Hollander at all? If he cares about his children, he won't play like this. Let me tell you, Greyes, you are not qualified to make trouble for him now. The only thing you can do is to make yourself happier. An ostrich is an ostrich, and a turtle is a turtle. What can I do if I am just like this? If I say that I do something to make myself happy for myself, but the people around me are the source of my unhappiness? Isn't it just one day at a time? And all the changes probably started when he saw the injured puppy. Greyes hates people, but he has a different kind of affection for animals. Maybe they would sincerely rub against him, cling to him, and wag their tails, instead of calculating all day long when to kill their rivals. As his hobby gradually developed, Greyes used his own ability to start a sideline business, set up a home for the increasing number of animals he collected, and moved out. This strange hobby, and the behavior of running away from home soon caused an uproar in the circle. Wells always maintained an attitude of not stopping, but not supporting. It's just that Ina is getting more and more powerful, and he, the legitimate second son of Wells, has become the default negative example in the circle. It also attracted the jealousy of a group of illegitimate children. Why can you live so happily, while I have to face the possibility of death at any time? More and more things happened against Greyes. Fortunately, Greyes was very smart, otherwise Wells would not tolerate him. The people who came did not pose much threat to him. However, he was still soft-hearted, and did not take any measures against these uninvited people. He just threw them away. But some people still thought of assassination. Sungyeol was one of them. But her reason for killing Greyes was different from that of others, who wanted to prove their strength and get Wells' favor. When Greyes grabbed Sungyeol's knife-holding hand, he asked the 11-year-old girl why she wanted to kill him, because only by killing him could she and her mother live. The little girl answered like this. Looking at the little girl's eyes, perhaps it was an impulse born in no one, Greyes wanted to prove his wish for the first time. He wanted to save this person. So he took Sungyeol and her mother back to his farm. If you let my mother live, I will let you live too. Sungyeol promised so, tying Greyes' life to himself as his bodyguard. After spending a long time together, Sungyeol gradually discovered that her brother was a very contradictory person. He was unwilling to kill, but also unwilling to save people. He couldn't stand Wells' behavior, but didn't dare to make any changes. He hid in this manner to escape everything. Although he saved her and her mother, she would always protect him, but she really couldn't stand this kind of behavior. So, when Greyes gave up contacting Wells' power again, Sungyeol roared at Greyes, who was petting the small animal with some regret. You are a coward who deceives yourself. You are an ostrich with its head buried in the sand. Cover your eyes, plug your ears, and tell yourself that this is all you can do. But the truth is, you have resources and brains, and what you can do is not to watch them die in Hollander's hands. I can't do it, Greyes whispered. This is the second person who scolded him like this in those years. The first one was Aina. Their scoldings were surprisingly consistent. But he really couldn't do it. He used to just want to keep himself alive, and not get involved in the intrigues of the world of fame and fortune. Now he just wants to take Sungyeol to hide away. Forget about ambitions and aspirations. The two negotiating parties bargained for vested interests, which were what he hated the most, and he had no reason to help either party. You didn't do anything. Can you solve the things you hate by staying here? Raising those animals is really an idol? You have so many conditions to experiment and achieve your goals, but in the end, you still choose to deceive yourself. Greyes, you are as disgusting as those cannibals. You will pay the price for your inaction sooner or later. Yes, the price came really quickly. That day, Aina sent him an email. She discovered her father's secret. He used the energy core to conduct zombie experiments again. A day later, the zombies broke out, and all the lives were destroyed. There were obviously signs before, and if he had the power, he could have stopped it. Yes, if he had the power. This time, Greyes used the illegal potion to stir up the internal discord in Wells, coerced and bribed Holland's old subordinates, and then quickly wove a lie to send Wells and the old subordinates, who were unwilling to follow him to hell. The whole process took only 7 days. Then, just like Ji Qingshan did at the beginning the world broadcast the energy nuclear hazard live, attributed Wells' death to this thing, and said that it had developed an identification machine. If anyone's immediate family member showed signs of infection, the person could not make any purchases under Wells. For a time, everyone in the world was in danger, and spontaneously cleared the energy core. After Greyes eliminated Wells' internal hidden dangers, and formulated more relaxed and humane regulations, Wells' operation once again stabilized. The whole world also dissipated at this time. How does it feel to have power? Ji Qingshan asked him when the picture dissipated. I still don't like it, but if no one can define him correctly, I can still change it temporarily. Just like I don't like people, just like I like you. Chapter 166. Greyes, you don't consider us friends. It took me so long to find out that you and Xiaoya are direct relatives of the Wells family. As the last person to be pulled out of the nightmare by Ji Qingchen before Luo Yu, after watching the nightmare of his companion, who had been with him for several months, he immediately came up to tease him with a joke. Although it was a joke, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Mu Song wanted to help Greyes divert his attention. In that nightmare, he and Sangya teamed up to use the intelligence they had to undermine Hollander and Ross, letting them fight against their competitors. In the end, when both sides were hurt, they ended their lives at a very small cost. Old Mu, please don't give me a cold shoulder. It's been a long time since then. Besides, in this situation, does background matter? No matter how much capital you have, it's useless if you're killed by zombies. Greyes suddenly seemed to have thought of something and moved closer to Mu Song. Besides, you haven't told me why you're afraid of death. Mu Song was stunned. It seemed to be the same. Now, whether Greyes was willing or forced, they knew about his previous experience. It would be a bit unkind if he didn't tell them. Mu Song, don't listen to his nonsense. Luo Yu glared at someone. Greyes' little thoughts were nothing more than that his awkward side was suddenly exposed in front of his old friends, which made him a little upset. And Mu Song's words just now happened to give him a foothold, and he wanted to use this to ease his embarrassment. Although in fact, she was also very curious. Mu Song was so afraid of death, there must be a reason, but that was his not after all, and he didn't tell them the reason. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Although it was a nightmare, I finally got out of it. It's a bit exaggerated to say that I don't want to face it. Mu Song began his story. Long before the end of the world, Mu Song was not afraid of death. His emotions seemed to be naturally dull, and he rarely empathized with what happened around him. As long as he was happy, that was enough. Such a person is probably a good candidate to be an investigator. He will not be disturbed by external emotions, and will only focus on everything in front of him. Everyone commented like this, and Mu Song naturally took this path. He passed the entrance exam to a higher education institution, graduated, and was assigned a job. Just as the people around him commented, Mu Song did feel that this job was very suitable for him. After being exposed to many vicious incidents, he could always see people of all kinds passing away around him. At this time, the faces of the seniors around Mu Song or the relatives of the victims would always show sadness, regret, or collapse. But Mu Song would not. He always maintains his enthusiasm and actively devotes himself to his work. Even when he saw himself and his teacher fail to save the little girl who fell from the building, and the teacher had PTSD from then on, he did not show any negative emotions. You are a natural investigator, Mu Song. Keep going like this forever. You are indeed the most suitable for this job. That day, the senior said this to him in an emotional breakdown. Everyone thought that Mu Song would go on like this. An investigator was a profession that belonged to him naturally, and he himself thought so. Until that day, the wanted criminal that the Investigation Bureau had been tracking for many years accidentally exposed his whereabouts. All the members of the Investigation Bureau were dispatched to arrest this man. At that time, Mu Song had been working for 5 years, and was valued by the leaders because of his unique advantages. He played a significant role in this operation. Mu Song lived up to expectations, and completed it very well, or too well. The wanted criminal cunningly took advantage of the mentality of others that the weak were innocent, borrowed a little girl to make trouble, attracted the attention of the investigators, and escaped the search circle. He succeeded, successfully hiding it from everyone present, except Mu Song, a guy who was completely unaffected by emotions. Mu Song saw through his tricks, and located the direction of his escape. However, he clearly realized that he was the only witness of this incident just now. If he reported it, the procedure would inevitably delay the best time for pursuit. After weighing the pros and cons, this man decided to kill and report at the same time. While reporting, he took his partner at the time and drove to the other party's hiding place. But he never expected that the other party wanted to take advantage of this point of him. In the old residential building, Mu Song woke up groggily. The ropes tied around his body hurt his skin. Next to him was his partner, who was also tied up. Gongfen stood in front of the two and laughed wildly. He said that his brothers were caught because of Mu Song, and he came here to kill Mu Song today. He wanted to make Mu Song learn the most painful lesson in the world. Oh, really? Even Mu Song's companions didn't believe this. There was no room for sadness and fear in Mu Song's brain. You can ask him to kill himself right now. As his companion said this, Mu Song's face was indeed calm. If you want me to die? That's what he said. But the other person showed a sinister smile on his face. No, why should I let you die? As he said this, He suddenly pulled open the rectangular block covered with white cloth behind him. There were 3 transparent glass tanks more than 2 meters high side by side, and inside them were 3 people who were also tied up tightly, Musong's parents and only sister. A water pipe began to pour water into the tank on the far right. You? The companion was satisfied and shocked, and just as he was about to curse, the other person had quickly stuffed rags into his and Musong's mouths. My friend, please be patient, I just want to invite you to watch a show, the man said with a smile, turning to the 3 people in the glass tank. 2 uncles and aunts, and this lovely little sister, let's play a game now. Each of you has 1 chance to stop the water in this tank before it floods your heads. But please note that once you use this chance, the only bullet in this gun will hit the heart of Mr. Musong opposite. Bang, and then you are all free. The water pipe released water very quickly. In just a moment, the water in the girl's tank had flooded her chest. Are you still not making a decision? If you continue like this, you will die, little girl. The man's cold voice was like the whisper of a devil. The little girl in the water tank cried and shook her head, but she didn't say a word. She just waited for the water to flood her mouth and nose, struggling uncontrollably, and finally her face turned pale and lost all reaction. Okay, then please welcome the next guest. The second water tank was still filled up quickly, but the people inside also didn't say a word until they died. Then the third one. Musong's face turned pale little by little. Why? The other party didn't give them a way out. It was obvious that if they killed him, they would survive. 1 for 3 was a good deal. He had completely forgotten that the other party was a demon who killed without blinking an eye. Whether he would release people was always unknown. Bang. When the last water tank was filled, the door of the old and broken house was kicked open, and the investigator rushed in from outside. The wanted criminal was restrained in an instant, but the gun in his hand still went off at the critical moment. The bullet flew towards Musong, but was blocked by a figure just before it arrived. Musong, you need to live for them. The partner coughed up blood and said to Musong with the last bit of strength. In the distance, the wanted criminal who was finally caught laughed crazily. Musong, investigator Mu, did you see it? You saw it. None of them had to die. It was all because of you. It was all because of you. The blood on Musong's face faded completely. From this moment on, everyone found that Musong had changed. When there was an investigation or arrest mission, the man who used to be calm and lightly armed wanted to arm himself to the hair. The man who used to be fearless of death now liked to say to everyone that he should protect himself and never get into trouble. His nerves were tense every day, fearing that a little omission would cost someone else's life. He began to become restrained and unable to let go of the investigation. A year later, he resigned because of too much pressure. Sorry, I don't want my life to be threatened again. This is what Musong said when he resigned, and it was also what he said when he saw Ji Qingshan entering a nightmare. You said they died because of you, so if you die, will they definitely be able to live? Ji Qingshan asked her. Of course not, Musong knew it very well. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will know that the conditions offered by a desperado are probably false. If it weren't for the delay, I'm afraid that none of the 5 people in the room would survive. However, people always have a fluke mentality, and there is always a moment when they will think, what if? What if? So, you are going to bet on the possibility that a desperado will find his conscience? This sounds a bit funny. Even if Musong had it at that time, now there is nothing left. In that case, isn't it the desperado who took the lives of others? You can value life and protect yourself, but it is unnecessary to use the lives of others to trap your past. Isn't it? No, it's not because of this. Musong closed his eyes, and finally decided to speak out. Even if they died because of me, obviously it has come to this point, but I still can't figure out the meaning of life. Now I am just living for them. Before he finished speaking, Ji Qingshan smiled and interrupted Musong's struggle. I have always believed that life itself has no meaning. The so-called meaning is what you have given it along the way. You have walked through the world, and the world has sculpted you. For now, letting them continue to live in your memory, isn't that the meaning of life you find for yourself? So no matter what, living is the most important thing. Only by living can all meanings continue. In the last arrest operation, Musong completely recovered his indifference. You killed him, it's you. The criminal was still shouting hysterically, but Musong looked at him with his calm eyes, and stated the evidence of the wanted criminal very calmly. Shou Jinhui killed 11 girls, who just turned 18 in 15 days. During the arrest operation, he blew up an investigator to escape. We found. The evidence was very complete, and almost impossible for the other party to deny. The man did not say anything, but just kept shouting, "It's you, it's you. It's you who killed them." He became more and more crazy. "No, it was you who killed them. It was because of your evil thoughts that innocent people died. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't kill them. As long as you die, they won't die. Do you believe this yourself? The first person you killed was because you were attracted by her beauty, but she refused to obey, and you killed her by mistake. Then you felt the joy of killing and started to do evil. So far, all the people who died in your hands were caused by your despicable genes. Dear social parasite, I am honored to eliminate you with my own hands." At the end, Mu Song had a faint smile on his face. This faint smile was so dazzling in Zhou Jingguo's eyes. He could no longer say a word, but laughed in collapse. And the world was broken in his collapse. Chapter 167. It's a pity. If he had come to this place, he wouldn't have died so easily. Greyes commented after listening to the whole process. Have you ever thought about how tragic Holland would be in the end times? Mu Song asked back. In the nightmare before, he saw Greyes and Sundya abusing Holland without any mercy. He doesn't need to wait until now. The power and money that Guy loved the most were shattered at the beginning of the end times. But he died too quickly at that time, and he didn't have time to experience it properly. So this time, I was kind and decided to help him feel it. Is this the reason why you almost got yourself involved? Sundya stepped on Greyes' foot. He screamed in pain. When Holland was trying to find the person who leaked the secret, Greyes went there alone with a gun. If Ji Qingchen hadn't notified Sundya to bring people to help, this person would have been thrown off the cliff by Holland. That was only half a minute away, which scared Sangya into a cold sweat. Oh, didn't you save me? This man smiled and was about to brush it off. Speaking of this, I never asked why you were so persistent in saving my life. Even your obsession is this. Is it my fault to save you? You deserve to die, right? This time it was Sangya's turn to brush it off. I didn't say that. Greyes quickly took back the words, and occasionally stole a glance at Sangya's face. Seeing that his sister was fine, he smiled and talked about other topics. On the side, Sangya looked at this brother, who had been out of tune for many years, and fell into deep thought. Yes, thinking about it carefully, she and Greyes had only known each other for a short 3 years. Why is she so persistent in keeping this man alive? He is obviously an unreliable and unreasonable guy who has brains, but doesn't need to be lazy all day long. She was going to kill him at the beginning. She knew very early that she was the illegitimate child of the Wells family. But unlike most women of Holland, Sundya was forced to be with her mother. Sundya's mother was originally a drug researcher. Because of her outstanding appearance, she was favored by Holland at an academic conference, and thus began to pursue her madly. But Sundya's mother was not greedy for the Wells family's property. She just wanted to do research and fulfill her dreams. She also knew the character of the Wells family, and she rejected Holland's pursuit again and again. As the saying goes, what you can't get is always the best. For Holland, it was so novel that a woman could reject his conditions again and again so straightforwardly. So soft tactics didn't work, so they tried to use the funding chain of the Institute as a threat to force Lu Anjin to surrender. The research of the Institute was at a critical stage, and if the funding chain was broken, everything would probably have to start all over again. And the new drug they were researching was too important for human genetic diseases. Lu Anjin had no choice but to grit her teeth and accept this relationship, hoping that Hollander would get tired of it sooner. This was indeed the case. People never cherish what they get, especially people like Hollander. After a month, this fleeting relationship gradually faded. But a month is enough to change a lot of things. Lu Anjin originally thought that after the days of being entangled by Hollander ended, she could continue to devote herself to research. But during the 1-month window period, her work was quickly taken over by someone else, and the progress of the research also moved forward a lot. And she was still known as Holland's former mistress. The people in the Institute were indeed grateful to her, but they were not sure how to treat her when they met. After trying for 2 days, Lu Anjin knew that she could no longer fit into the current research group. What was even more terrible was that 2 weeks later, when she went to the hospital for a physical examination, she found out that she was pregnant. And it had been a month. Holland always liked to leave seeds everywhere, so he would not take any measures. But Lu Anjin knew what kind of fate a child born in this family would face, so she would take medicine every time afterwards. But even with all the precautions now, this accident still happened. It was impossible to hide it. Holland would send people to keep an eye on every woman who had a relationship with him. Once pregnant, the child would definitely be born. Lu Anjin made those useless struggles and gave birth to Sangya quietly. But after that, he quickly took his daughter away from home. She didn't want her child to bear the predetermined fate, whether it was death or becoming another Wells. But protection was protection, and Lu Anjin knew Wells's power, so she was naturally prepared if her daughter was found one day. So the first thing Sun Ya knew since she could remember was her life experience. "Xia Ya, I'm sorry that you have to face such a fate since you were born." The ignorant little girl looked at her mother with sadness in her eyes, and asked about her mother's past countless times. After learning everything, Sun Ya hated the shameless man she had never met. She also hated Wells as a whole. It was not just because of the helpless love that Sun Ya had never experienced personally. Moreover, she had witnessed her mother's suffering since she could remember. It was undoubtedly very difficult for a woman, a pretty good-looking woman, to settle down in a city where she was unfamiliar with a little girl. In order to avoid being noticed by Hollander, Lu Anjin could not do any work related to her original job. Before Sun Ya was 5 years old, she almost slept on the street with her mother several times. But even so, Lu Anjin was still full of enthusiasm for life, pouring all her love on her daughter, never wronging Sun Ya in anything, and raising her well. But I don't know if it was Hollander's bad genes that caused the trouble. In Sun Ya's eyes, it didn't matter whether she lived or died, but she must protect her mother, who was 1,000 times better to her, and this guy who made her unable to continue her dream, forced her mother, and made her homeless must not be let go. Coincidentally, the standard for the Wells family's illegitimate children to survive was to have outstanding achievements in a certain field. Sun Ya's specialty happened to be fighting. Lu Anjin found someone to teach his daughter these things after realizing that Sangya was not good at studying. The little girl had been aiming to kill Hollander since she was young, so this wave of professional matches. That day, after receiving the news, Sangya sneaked to the cocktail party and actually wanted to kill a few people from the Wells family or their lackeys. In the investigation over the years, Sangya's hatred for Hollander has been equally transferred to every member of the Wells family, including his partners. When he met Greyes, Sangya was so excited. "I thought it was enough to have an illegitimate child, but now I can see the legitimate heir who is alone. Besides, this guy usually neglects to exercise, so it won't take long to kill him. The head is worth it." Things really went as she thought. For some reason, this young master who strolled to the outside of the cocktail party was not vigilant at all, and he didn't bring any bodyguards with him. He just tried to hide in places where there were no peepers. Sun Ya didn't resist the dagger against his neck. It wasn't until the cold blade was about to touch his skin that Greyes realized that he was holding Sun Ya and trying to resist. But the blade was moving towards Greyes' neck inch by inch. It was only a matter of time before he killed the other party. But Sun Ya's luck seemed to be a little worse. Just before he succeeded, 2 bodyguards, who were patrolling in the remote corridor, came over. Hearing the slight movement here, he thought something was wrong and immediately quickened his pace to rush over. "Damn!" Sun Ya cursed inwardly. The place chosen by Greyes was surrounded by walls on 3 sides, and there was only one road leading to the front, which was exactly the direction the bodyguards came from. Sun Ya sneaked into the cocktail party by other means, and she didn't have an invitation letter on her. If she was checked, she would definitely be exposed. The distance was very close, and she couldn't leave now. Sun Ya looked at the dagger still against Grey's throat. Or take this young master as a hostage? Hey, don't mess around. Greyes seemed to see through her thoughts and hurriedly stopped her. "I have a way to make them not care about what's going on here." Sun Ya saw the young master walk up and scolded the 2 bodyguards, who disturbed his rest at the corner. Although Greyes was not taken seriously in the Wells family, the 2 men in front of him were not to be trifled with. After being scolded by Greyes, he hurried away. "Why did you help me?" When the surroundings were quiet again, Sun Ya looked at the person she had never met, and who was almost killed by her just now, and asked this question. "Are you Hollander's illegitimate daughter?" The 2 said in unison. "Yes." Sun Ya answered first. After all, there was no need to hide such a thing. "You don't look like you were trying to get close to him just to survive." Hearing this, Greyes muttered softly. "You don't look like the son of a profit-seeking guy like him." "That's right." "You haven't answered me why yet?" "Because we are the same kind, and we all hate these guys." "What do you think of this reason?" Sun Ya's mouth twitched. Why did it feel so perfunctory? But it was indeed the truth. Greyes was still talking to himself. "Since we are of the same kind, I will invite you to my secret base." Looking back, the 2 children at that time were like finding the only one of their kind among a group of monsters. But this one looked too fragile, so fragile that he didn't look like a member of the Wells family. Sun Ya thought that the idea of keeping Greyes alive probably came from here. Looking at Greyes' appearance, you can see how unorthodox he is in the Wells family. It seems good if such a person can always disgust Holland. Sun Gye thought viciously at that time. I heard that Holland had high hopes for his son, who was smart, but this person was not interested in the things in the circle at all. Holland tried every means to deal with it, but he was still helpless. And after Sun Gye saw Graya's secret base, this idea became more and more certain. Sun Gye was even curious. What on earth did Holland let his son see that made a young master of the Wells family only want to raise animals and farm? Chapter 168. The farm was built in a village. To be precise, it was originally a village. Grayas just used his brain to make it better, and turned it into a paradise. So much so that when Sun Gye saw it, he couldn't believe that there was such a piece of pure land in this high-rise building full of luxury. If you want, you can also bring your mother here. Whales won't find out. He said so and did so. Sun Gye stayed in this village for half a month. It was completely confirmed that Grayas and the Wells family were two different things. He didn't see the desire for money and power in his eyes. It was obvious that the rapid development here was mostly due to this guy, but the villagers had no sense of distance when talking about Grayas. This guy just mixed in the crowd and did the most troublesome things. What are you talking about? If it weren't for them, how could I do this? By the way, how have you considered it? Grayas denied what Sun Gye asked and raised the question from half a month ago. Okay. Sangye agreed straightforwardly. After bringing Lu Anjin here safely, Sangye's life became completely peaceful. It seemed as if the 10 years of wandering had come to an end at this moment. She had a second person who was kind to her. No, more than one person. Everyone here was kind to her. She wanted Grayas to live and continue this beauty. She thought Grayas understood. After all, this man was not ordinary smart. This might be the only effect that Wells' genes brought to him. He has the ability to create a paradise for himself. Sometimes Sun Gye wondered, what if this man took over Wells? If he was not so selfless, it was not impossible with his ability. In that case, perhaps the tragedy like her mother's would not happen, and the bloody and violent world would be brighter. But no one is qualified to make decisions for Grayas. Sun Gye knew very well that she just took the young master of the Wells family home when he was chased by the people hired by the rival family, and then complained a few words. But when something happened, she was the first to rescue him. Even the complaints turned into scolding Holland and others. Personally, she didn't want to lose another hard-earned relative besides her mother. Although she disliked him, she had already placed him in the position after her mother in her heart. Publicly, Grayas had this brain. If he thought it through one day, he might kick Holland out. And with him around, Sun Gye can easily get to know the situation of Holland and the others, and can also use this to trip people up, even if Holland choked on water. Later, the end of the world came, the high-rise collapsed, and her mother lost her life in front of her. Grayas dragged her through countless ruins, and came to 1399. He said to survive, as long as she survived, there would be a future. Sun Gye didn't want a future, she was a very realistic person. A family member died, and she only had him, so she wanted him to live. No matter whether the future was good or not, she wanted him to live. Now it seems that the future is getting better. She met fellow travelers, friends she could trust, and most importantly, Grayas was alive, and had the ability to protect himself, so he would not die easily. Let's just live like this for now. She never cares about the future. She lives one day at a time. What if? Sangye's light green eyes looked at Ji Qingshan, who was combing his hair and eating an orange behind him, ready to enter the next nightmare. There is a slight possibility that they can see the future world, but there must be someone to accompany them. Thinking of this, the little girl rushed forward with a curse, wanting to continue arguing with her brother about what happened just now. Aren't you going over? A voice suddenly sounded behind her. Lu, you turned around, and saw Ji Qingshan carrying two people out again. One was an innocent passerby who was involved, and the other was Jiang Yanran. I thought I would really have to stay in the hospital for the rest of my life. It was Jiang Yanran who spoke. As she spoke, she calmed herself down. Although the passerby was saved by Ji Qingshan, he was not familiar with him after all, so he slipped away after coming out. This guy's nightmare is also quite magical. Jiang Yanran was born in a middle-class family. Her parents had made detailed plans for her since she was born, including preschool education, early childhood education, cultural course cram school, attending a local top middle school, taking the entrance exam for a key high school, and finally attending a top medical university. This was a planned life, and Jiang Yanran, like a child from other families, completed all her parents' tasks in an orderly manner. She was admitted to the university her parents expected and graduated successfully. Then, despite everyone's opposition, she went to another technical college to study desserts. I have fulfilled your dreams, and now I am going to fulfill my dreams. Jiang Yanran said so. Although her parents were angry, their daughter's store was already up and running when they learned the news, and they had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept it. Aren't you a very thoughtful person? Ji Qingchen and Luo Yu stood side by side. Aren't you going to go over? This time it was Ji Qingchen who asked Luo Yu again. I haven't gotten over the nightmare before. You like Lin Zi? It was a question and a statement. Yeah. Luo Yu admitted generously. After all, the person was dead. She would not take the initiative to mention it to others, but there was no need to hide it when asked, do they know? Ji Qingchen looked at the four people who were noisy in front. Gray should have guessed it. I'm not sure about Sangya and others. But Lin Zi, he probably knows too. Luo Yu was not a person who was easily moved. Her family reasons when she was a child made her pay special attention to herself, and she dared not give easily to feelings. But as Gray has said before, Lin Zi was really a central air conditioner that released heat everywhere. His concern and consideration ignored gender and age, and anyone who appeared around him could have a share. Although some gentleness has a purpose, it makes people willing. Such a person is too rare for Luo Yu, and her feelings for Lin Zi grow bit by bit over time. Unfortunately, when this emotion overflows a certain limit, Lin Zi is very keenly aware of it, and gently but firmly refuses. Luo Yu. You are very good. He said that day, but I have someone I like, but she died, so I'm sorry I probably won't like anyone else. We are all adults, so we naturally know how to choose a decent way. So after that, Luo Yu no longer expected this relationship. Just silently accompanied him, taking that person's wish as her own wish. And after his death, she took his responsibility on herself. She didn't care whether she was the owner of the shelter or not, she just helped him guard the place he kept repairing. She lived like what she thought Lin Zi was. Until now, even she herself didn't know whether Lin Zi was really that good, or whether the image at that moment had been constantly beautified in Luo Yu's heart since his death. Now he has become like Bai Yueguang. If the end of the world ends, is it possible for him to come back? Luo Yu suddenly asked in a low voice. The surroundings were quiet, and after half a minute, Luo Yu spoke first. So it's possible, right? But you can't be sure now. Generally speaking, Ji Qingchen's silence only has one situation, that is, the answer is not convenient to say, it must be related to the emergence of this end of the world, or related to Arifin. Now she is silent, which means that it is not good for Arifin to know the answer. Arifin created the apocalypse, and Lin Zi's death was caused by the apocalypse, so in other words, the answer that made Arifin unhappy was that Lin Zi might still be alive. You don't have to have such hope. Even if he is, he probably won't remember anything here. In order to prevent Luo Yu from continuing to think divergently, Ji Qingchen finally opened his mouth and revealed a little bit. Okay. Then let's change the subject. Aren't you in a hurry to go to the remaining doors? This is really not urgent. Ji Qingchen glanced at the 10 remaining doors behind him. She has rescued 38 people so far. In order to prevent someone from being unable to hold on, she rescued people in the order of the degree of damage to the door. The 10 doors behind her, except for one that was slightly modeled, were no different from new ones. If possible, I hope they can come out by themselves. So far, there are no passers-by still in the nightmare. Ce, Bondi, Qin Air, the 4 new allied leaders, Su Yang and Yuanzhou. Ji Qingchen had a little secret expectation in his heart. In this nightmare where a breakthrough can be found, is there a second person who can come out with his own ability? Orbit. There was a loud noise from the door suddenly, accompanied by a violent shaking that attracted everyone's attention. Everyone subconsciously looked over, and saw that the wooden door shook twice, and began to crack. However, 10 minutes later, the crack had no tendency to expand, but the movement inside stopped. It's still a little bit short. Although it's brute force, if you are determined enough, you can get out. What a pity. Ji Qingchen sighed, and waited until there was no movement inside before walking to the door, holding the door handle from the outside, and pulling it open, saving Madden, who was almost pulled back by the nightmare derivative. Sure enough, brute force is still not enough, things like dungeons still need to be outsmarted. Madden walked out of the inside, in a depressed mood. No, in fact, as long as you are more determined and believe that your method is fine, it is possible to get out. Ji Qingchen said, showing the crack on the door clearly in front of Madden. IQ and force are both part of strength, as long as you can use them reasonably and trust them. Madden's nightmare is very messy, just like the nightmares of all ordinary people Ji Qingchen has seen. He is afraid of many things and has many concerns. When he tried to break the nightmare with brute force, he was tripped by these things, so the crack on the door could not continue to increase. But in the end, I still didn't succeed. By the way, Miss G, can you? Madden was going to ask Ji Qingshan for advice on how to pass the dungeon, but there was another loud noise behind him. Cheater Bai, where are you? Qi Nihei stood on the broken door with a spear in his hand. Someone in the control room is probably going crazy again. Ji Qingshan thought so. Chapter 169. However, the man who had just dismantled the door and walked out had no awareness of this. At this moment, he walked to the slightly damaged door. Cheater Bai, you are here. As he said this, Qi Nihei thrust the spear in his hand at the door. Oh, don't. Ji Qingshan thought something was wrong and flew over to block Qi Nihei's shot. However, the other party's ability has improved a lot in the past few days. Under full strength, Ji Qingshan felt a sharp pain in his palm holding the tip of the spear, and blood gushed down. TSK, Miss Ji couldn't help but complain in her heart. Did she poke a hole in the siblings' nest today? Sanghya broke into another nightmare for her brother, and now Qi Nihei didn't even pretend and broke the door directly. Do you have to be so unkempt? Nightmares also have to save face. Besides, I am the one who suffers because of your deep love, okay? Sister Ji, are you okay? Fortunately, Qi Nihei reacted very quickly, and he relieved most of the force as soon as he saw Ji Qingshan's attack. It's okay. Ji Qingshan shook off the blood on his hand, applied a piece of mugwort leaf on it, and did not let anyone other than Qi Nihei see what happened just now, and continued the previous topic. Are you sure Cheater Bai is here? I'm sure. Well then I know. However, if the door is broken like you just did, the internal energy will be disordered, and then Cheater Bai's safety cannot be guaranteed. I have to go in, Cheater Bai. Qi Nihei frowned deeply, and all the cells in his body clamored to rush into the door immediately. But reason still stopped this impulse. He didn't want to see Cheater Bai's human tissue. Come with me. Ji Qingshan held the door handle and motioned Cheater Bai to follow. Sorry for what happened just now. I was too impatient. No problem. Your ability has become much stronger. The light and shadow flickered in the nightmare, reflecting on the faces of the two outsiders. According to the classification of the Alliance, Ji Qingshan is a control and long range. Although the control system is more important in Star Wars, her physical fitness is definitely not as good as those defense or melee ability users. But no matter what, she is also an S level, with a solid foundation. In addition, she has served in the army and participated in countless battles of all sizes for many years. Even if the ability users below A level are specialized in attack, it is unlikely to hurt her for nothing. Miss G looked at the mark on her hand that was fading little by little. A subtle sigh. The effect of the ability has also decreased. However, this does not prevent Qi Nihei from reaching the quasi-A level in terms of attack power. When he came out of the world copy, he should still be at the B level. B to A is an absolute qualitative change, and the gap between them is difficult for ordinary psychics to cross in their lifetime. Not only does it increase mental power significantly, it also means that the psychic has completely understood the meaning of his own superpowers, and superpowers have changed from being a simple tool to a part of life. Generally speaking, people with natural superpowers are more likely to reach this level, while people like Qi Nihei, whose superpowers were forced out by the end of the world, can only stop at level B. But he managed to reach the threshold of level A by himself, which also means that from now on, his superpowers will no longer be restricted by the form given by Arifin. He can start from the gun and explore his own path, and no longer be trapped in the skills set by Arifin. It seems that he had a great chance in that nightmare. Arifin probably never dreamed that the nightmare he created could be used in this way, fully stimulating people's potential and turning their supernatural powers from acquired to innate. Just like Ji Qingshan said to Madden before, nightmares can also be broken with absolute power, provided that one has enough trust in one's own power in the heart, and now Qi Nihei has done it. His nightmare is the same as Madden's, a combination of big and small sad things, not particularly tragic, but quite annoying. But unlike Madden, Qi Nihei's heart is pure. Leave the matter of outsmarting to Cheater Bai, who has as many tricks as a sieve, he just wants to fight. It's good to knock down the guy in front of him. If he can't knock him down, he will come back after he becomes stronger. After more than 700 times, he killed the final boss, broke the door of the nightmare, and turned the place where Arifin used to trap the survivors into an experience pool. In fact, it's not just Qi Nihei. In a sense, nightmare is a different kind of trial field. No matter whether Ji Qingshan took them out or not, or how embarrassed they were when they were taken out, as long as they can stay awake, their mental strength will definitely be improved. It's just a matter of how much. Very good, now these people are not contaminated by the energy core, and cannot be used by Arifin. The stronger they are, the less loss will be in the future. The changes in the light and shadow around them gradually stopped, and several figures appeared in front of her and Chinihei. Miss G's eyelids twitched, because she had seen the figures in front of her clearly. I can't let you go out now, Ji Qingchen said to the people around him with a half-smile. I know, no need to bother. Chinihei's expression was normal, as if he had expected the scene in front of him, and said calmly, he wanted to kill me since he was a child. Ji Qingchen, this is really eye-opening. Just now, there was a pair of siblings, and the sister tried desperately to save her brother's life, but in front of him, it was the younger brother who wanted his brother's life. Indeed, there were many people in front of him, but except for Chinihei standing in the center, those who were sitting, lying, upright, upside down, hanging on the ceiling, nailed to the wall, buried in the soil, and those who could no longer be seen in human form, only their faces were still good, all of them were Chinihei in different periods. The one standing in the center was still interested in watching a half-grown child fall into the well and struggle helplessly. The feedback of mental power told Ji Qingchen that there were a total of 128 dying Chinihei here. Yes, everyone here is alive. Even the one lying on the ground and crushed into a meat pie is no exception. Seeing Ji Qingchen and Chinihei approaching, Chinihei, who was standing in the middle, showed surprise on his face. Oh, here comes another one. Let me think about how to kill this one. Don't think about it, Chinihei, you can't kill me. You can't kill them either. Chinihei walked slowly across the struggling bodies on the ground, facing the evil man in the middle holding the rope and laughing. Really? Chinihei's smile had a crack. In fact, I don't quite understand why you are so obsessed with killing me. But in fact, you have never really posed a threat to me since I was a child. When you were 3 years old, you broke your parents' personal terminal and pretended to be me. As a result, you didn't know that my mother's terminal was recording, and you were beaten by them. When you were 5 years old, you broke the stairs and wanted me to fall down, but I was fine. When you walked away by yourself the next day, you forgot and sprained your foot and stayed in bed for 3 months. Chinihei, that was your luck. When I was 8 years old, you asked me to ask the uncle at the entrance of the amusement park for directions, trying to get me kidnapped. As a result, he saw that we were together and took you with him. I punched his kid and ran away, but you were hospitalized for another half a month because of the drug. The corners of Chinihei's mouth were already twitching. In the same year, you falsely accused me of stealing things, trying to make the teacher hate me and my classmates isolate me. Then you were hit by a stone when you were watching them teasing me. Chinihei, shut up. Chinihei picked up a knife and rushed over angrily. After entering junior high school, you used my name to provoke hooligans outside the school countless times, teased teachers, put things in my food and water cup. You asked me to cheat in the monthly exam in high school, and put laxatives in my breakfast food. You created countless accidents in college to try to end my life. This behavior did not stop after I started working. It has been the beginning of the end of the world, and you have been setting traps to kill me by zombies. After establishing a small group, you instigated your subordinates to kill me. When Chinihei talked about his junior high school experience, the two had already fought each other. Chinihei couldn't help but breathe a little when he said this paragraph. Go to hell. But I'm still alive and well. The gangster was beaten by me and ran away. The additive was too small to have any effect. I could easily avoid those accidents. I killed the zombies. As for the small group, I'm sorry, but I'm the president now. On the contrary, you came to trouble you because the gangster was taught a lesson. After the drugging was discovered, you were beaten more than once. You hurt yourself 8 out of 10 times on the way to causing accidents. You are a simple-minded guy with strong limbs. Go to hell. Obviously, Chinihei's defense was broken. He had been in the nightmare for so long and his mentality was almost unaffected, but now, he just wanted to kill the person in front of him. TSK, was Chinihei so miserable before? If he could not harm others, but harm himself every day, anyone would go crazy. Ji Qingchen watched this farce with interest, and even opened a bucket of popcorn for herself. This was the most interesting nightmare she had seen since she entered the train. On the surface, the brothers were friendly and respectful, but in fact, the younger brother deliberately tried to kill the older brother, and in the end, he shot himself in the foot. This was a very good show. If things continued like this, she could eat as much melon as she wanted today. She didn't have to worry that the nightmare would be unbearable if these two people quarreled. Although Chinihei's defense was broken, his mental state was very normal, otherwise he would not have left a breath for each Chinihei. Besides, Cheater Bai was several levels better than his brother in terms of brains, but he was not good enough in fighting. Therefore, even if Cheater Bai ruined himself, his opponent could still save him. Miss G, who could be a hands-off boss, continued to watch the fight happily. Let's see what surprises these two can bring her. Bang! The knife and the gun collided. No one could move forward. However, in the blind spot of Chinihei's vision, a rope quietly climbed up and trapped Chinihei tightly in an instant. Humph, you've been fooled. This is called outsmarting. Do you really think I've fought you for so long for no reason? I'm not you. Cheater Bai was proud. He raised his knife and gestured on Chinihei, as if thinking about how to kill him. On the side, Miss G seemed to have the idea of muddling the waters further, and said, speaking of which, in those previous copies and the zombie tide, didn't you always give advice to protect your brother? If you wanted to kill him, you could have kept silent at that time. It's different. Cheater Bai blurted out, the only one who can kill him is me. I won't let things that are beyond my plan steal my prey. This is still a one-sided Yandra. The obsession can be said to be quite deep. No wonder it's not enough to kill the other party more than 100 times in the nightmare. Of course, Miss G put herself in Cheater Bai's shoes and thought about it. Considering Cheater Bai's past bankrupt plans, 1 or 2 times, it is unreasonable that his obsession is not strong. It's just a pity that Ji Qingshan suppressed the smile on his lips, and Cheater Bai couldn't succeed this time. Chapter 170. A subtle sound appeared in Cheater Bai's ears. He was a vigilant person, and he had failed in many battles with Chinihei. Cheater Bai's nerves were suddenly tense. However, he didn't have time to react, and the ropes broke in an instant. The incident happened too suddenly. Cheater Bai didn't have the ability to respond on the spot like Ji Qingshan. When the tip of the gun was right in front of him, all his reactions were not enough to eliminate the threat. Damn it, it's like this every time. When Cheater Bai realized this, all his emotions could only turn into a silent curse. What? You finally got the chance. Don't you plan to imitate it? After venting his emotions, Cheater Bai returned to his usual appearance and showed a provocative smile to the man opposite, who was pointing a gun at him. Will imitating you hurt others and yourself in the end? Damn this guy. This damn blood and damn understanding. This is even more unacceptable than stabbing him. But facing the cold tip of the gun, he really didn't dare to act rashly. He had done so many immoral things to others in the past 20 years, and it was undoubtedly normal for Chinihei to want to retaliate now. The two of them were in a stalemate until Chinihei spoke. I have always had a question. Why have you been so hostile to me since you were born? Chinihei accepted the fact that he was simple-minded and strong-limbed, and he went further and further on the road of martial arts specialization with the mentality that no one is perfect. He really didn't care about other things, as long as he could win. Why did he care so much? So in the past 20 years, only this one thing caused him strong trouble. Why was his brother so obsessed with killing him? Before being tricked by Cheater Bai for the first time, he obviously did nothing. Not to mention Chinihei, even Ji Qingshan was curious about this matter. Cheater Bai was only 5 years old when he first attacked Chinihei. How could such a little boy have such a strong hatred? Because you have a face that is 90% similar to mine, but you will smile foolishly and look very annoying. This answer is as if Cheater Bai has read it in his mind 100 or 80 times, and it is very smooth now. However, it is obviously too magical for the two listeners. Chinihei's brain even crashed for a short time, or Ji Qingshan standing next to him thought of something. In the beginning, you targeted him because you didn't want this guy who would compete with you for nutrients to exist and take away your own resources, especially since he looked stupid. In your eyes, the existence of such a straightforward person, who only uses brute force to solve problems, is a waste of resources, not to mention that he wants to share your resources. You found that this guy was very lucky. Every time you teased him, you were the one who suffered in the end, so you were even more unconvinced and wanted to kill him to vent your anger. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Cheater Bai answered quite straightforwardly. But because of this, you don't want to kill him every time. After all, he is the only person left in this world, and the one who is closest to you by blood. Why didn't I kill him? If I killed him, I wouldn't use laxatives. As for the reason, he is probably the link between you and this world. This guy broke your cognition of this world. You hate him for those reasons, but you feel that without him, no one can be teased by you like this, and he keeps haunting you. So he has to live to ensure that this world that belongs to you is complete. In essence, you don't want him to leave. After Ji Qingshan finished this sentence, the air was strangely silent. The lips on the other side moved, but no words came out. I don't know how long it took before someone made a noise. As soon as he opened his mouth, He said something that ruined the mood. I can't understand your mentality at all. The spear in Chinihei's hand turned into a light spot and disappeared into his body. Hee hee. Shinarbai sneered and rolled his eyes, thinking that if you, a fool who survived on your limbs, could understand it, it would be a miracle. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he trapped this person in a pile of zombies for a while, and then designed to kill the person who came to assassinate this person. It was enough to make Chinihei puzzled. But you really didn't cause any harm to me, so I don't think there is any problem with this. I don't hate this. You don't hate it, how could you? Because I'm fine. But I want you to die. But you didn't succeed, and you saved me many times. Shinarbai, who in the family understands? This is really heartbreaking. Then aren't you angry when you see the miserable state of these people? Shinarbai gritted his teeth and pointed at the people on the ground, making his last struggle. These people are not me. In fact, I have not been hurt, and I have gained a lot with your help. Why should I be angry? I don't hate you, and you are welcome to kill me at any time. I just hope you don't always pit yourself. At this point, Shinarbai split, and Chinihei won. What a natural counter to everything. Miss G looked at Shinarbai, who was stunned on the spot, with a strange expression. Get out of my nightmare. After a long time, Shinarbai finally recovered from his stagnation, and cursed and was about to attack again. Well, we can't get out now. Nightmares can only go in and not out, and they can only get out after they touch us. It was not until then that Ji Qingshan officially intervened in the battlefield between the two brothers. Damn. Shinarbai was helpless and furious. If the nightmare could be cracked, he would have gotten out long ago, but he almost killed 128 Chinihei, and he still didn't find any way to crack the nightmare. Does it really have to kill Shinarbai? But he obviously doesn't want to do that. Do you think the solution to this nightmare is to kill me? After all, they are brothers who have been together for 28 years, and Chinihei sees through what his brother is hiding in his heart. Shinarbai wanted to say that this wouldn't work. The nightmare was to lure him into doing things he shouldn't have done. He had a clear premonition that if he did that, something would definitely go wrong. But the words of refusal came to his lips, but he didn't want to say it. Why not give it a try? Seeing Chinihei approaching him, Shinarbai's hand holding the knife trembled with excitement. If Chinihei didn't say this, it would be fine, but now the evil thoughts in his heart were being magnified little by little, and he admitted that he was indeed moved. 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Shinarbai's hands were shaking more and more. Not far away, Ji Qingshan's left hand hidden behind his back slowly tightened. She believed in Shinarbai's rationality, and nightmares were too uncontrollable. In the end, his life had to be saved. Now, the distance between the two was enough for Shinarbai to quickly stab his brother. The nuts and willows in Ji Qingshan's hands were ready to go. The smell of gunpowder in the air was extremely strong, and someone moved. Chinihei fell forward suddenly, with a slight sound of cloth friction. Shinarbai just dodged sideways. Bang! In a flash, Chinihei fell to the ground in a bloody mess of human tissue. Ha ha ha. Blood was splattered, but Shinarbai had already run 2 miles away and laughed loudly. When Chinihei stood up from the pile of things and wiped the blood off his face, he saw his brother, who was laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. He almost laughed himself to death. The nightmare gradually disintegrated at this time. Chinihei, you finally have this day. Shinarbai's voice sounded extremely proud when the door was broken. Yes, from the beginning, Shinarbai determined that killing people was not a way to get out. He didn't want Chinihei to die. From childhood to now, all he wanted was for this not-so-smart brother to fail under his scheme. But later, when he didn't get the desired result, Shinarbai began to turn evil. The moment he figured it out, Shinarbai had a bold guess in his mind. Nightmare is an obsession. If it needs to be completed to get rid of it, then he would rather see Chinihei being tricked by him than killing him. So when Chinihei, the guy who spoke without thinking, came towards him and asked him to try to kill him, a bold idea came to Shinarbai's mind. That guy must be defenseless in order to get out. So if he took this opportunity to trip him with a rope and let him have a close contact with the pile on the ground. In fact, Shinarbai did so. As he expected, the nightmare was broken at the moment when the wish was fulfilled. Huh? Someone was also relieved. Fortunately, he was quite clear about himself. However, when Shinarbai's eyes fell on his brother, he suddenly became unhappy again. This guy laughed, and laughed happily. Congratulations, you didn't pig yourself this time. The man said so. Shinarbai, can the nightmare continue? He felt that framing this person once was not enough. But the one who was making trouble, outside, was almost pissed off by their coquettish operations. Even if he was not pissed off, He couldn't get in. Qin Erbai's wish was doomed to fail. There are still 7 people. Ji Qingqian took a look at the doors, which were still intact. But if you don't come out, there will be some trouble over there. Miss Ji sighed secretly. She didn't have much time. After all, she couldn't wait endlessly, otherwise someone might be able to brush through the experience pool. She walked to the nearest door, opened it, and walked in. Lord Ji. Unlike the previous nightmare where you had to walk around for a long time before you could see someone, Ji Qingqian had just walked in and the person in the nightmare looked up and saw her. Bondi was sitting in a large area of black fog. If you don't distinguish carefully, you will feel that there is no difference between the inside and outside of the nightmare. It's just that the energy field here has a strong sense of disobedience. Ji Qingqian distinguished it carefully. It seemed to be Bondi's own ability, but it was not completely. There should be something else mixed in it. What did you see? Ji Qingqian walked over and sat down opposite the person. I saw the indissoluble haze in Bondi's eyes. The future. The owner of the nightmare closed his eyes and looked at Ji Qingqian again with a struggling look in his eyes. I saw a future without an ending. Lord Ji, can you tell me something, such as whether there is hope for us to survive in this world? Chapter 171. Lord Ji, do we have any hope of surviving? Bondi looked at Ji Qingqian and asked. Surviving is what Bondi pursues all his life. Perhaps she has been unpopular since she was born. Her parents don't like girls. They tried to drown her when she was very young and abandoned her when she grew up. After finally getting through her childhood, she encountered school bullying. So Bondi deeply understood that if she wanted to survive, she had to learn to judge the situation. When she was young, she tried to please her parents, acted as a follower of the bullies in school, tried to perform well in front of the teachers, and seized all the management positions that could bring her opportunities at work. It turns out that this worked quite well. After all, her own conditions are very favorable to these people. She can flatter and do housework at home. When she was a student, she had excellent grades and could help those who didn't study all day to complete their homework and improve their test scores. After work, she was able to stand on her own and was quite tactful in flattering others. So every boss had a good opinion of her. But in fact, because she was so good at judging the situation, once these backers got into trouble, or there were signs of trouble, Bondi would not hesitate to turn to the next backer. When her parents went bankrupt, she took a sum of alimony and lived alone. She anonymously reported the intentional injury of the big sister in her school days. After seeing that the future of the company she worked for was bleak, Bondi would leave them without mercy. She even turned to join the camp of competitors. She just wanted to live. She wanted to live. She had to live. To live, she could do anything except breaking the law. When the end of the world came and zombies were rampant, even the bottom line of the law collapsed completely. Fortunately, her ability was useful for the end of the world, and she had no worries about not having a boss to hire her. At first, she followed Lida because he was the owner of the shelter, he was powerful, and not too harsh on his subordinates. But as a person who cherishes his life, Bondi could see the hypocrisy under the other party's mask at a glance. But at that time, the entire shelter was controlled by Lida. If she had no better way, she could not find a more reliable person. Until Ji Qingqian appeared. With this kind of predictive ability, Bondi's already strong intuition was even more accurate to an outrageous degree. That day, she was sure that Lida and this man were not at the same level at the first glance on the city wall. If Ji Qingqian was willing, this shelter would be hers sooner or later. It was a pity that Lida had already become arrogant and could not hear Bondi's implicit admonition. He also arrested the little girl and made her very miserable. At that time, Bondi was 100% sure that her zombie boss was destined to become the soul of Ji Qingqian's death. And it was time for her to change her boss again. Changing bosses is a technical job. If a person goes to join a boss for no reason, it is easy to be looked down upon and get no benefits. You must grasp the boss's preferences. Bondi knows that you need to be fully prepared for job hopping. Especially when you jump to the opponent's job, you need to be fully prepared and try to get the opponent's boss to protect you. So in fact, when Bondi saw that Li Da's men were going to hunt down Ji Qingqian and the others, he forced himself to clear the excitement in his heart, led his colleagues to find Lan Ming, and stopped his colleagues in time when they were fighting against a little girl, and even helped people avoid some crimes in the dungeon later. Only by maxing out the favorability of the future boss can the job change be smooth enough. Bondi has always known this. But this boss of hers seems to be different. Bondi's talent allows her to find clues in many details that Ji Qingqian deliberately hides, and then finds that Ji Qingqian's awesomeness far exceeds her original expectations. The end of the world is like a game to her, and she is not the same as the people here. Zombies can be killed at will, and people can be saved if they want to. She can overturn the copies that make ordinary survivors feel like they are facing a great enemy. The person behind the scenes can't do anything to her. Oh yes, she also knows the person behind the scenes. Should we say that her vision is good or bad? With such a boss, she doesn't have to worry about unemployment at least until the end of the world. Bondi is confident in her business ability. She has worked for so many bosses before and after, and she has never been fired because of her business ability. What's more, this time the boss didn't make so many twists and turns. The instructions he gave were clear, and the tasks he issued were reasonable and legal. The boss's strength also made her not worry about her personal safety, if the boss still needed her. Yes, this was the biggest uneasiness in Bondi's heart. She couldn't see through this boss, not at all. Ji Qingshan's strength was enough for her to retreat at any time. This world couldn't limit her. She regarded this place as a playground. Then what were they, these people, in her eyes? Props, NPCs, or chess pieces that could be discarded at any time? Will those who died before the train arrived become their final fate? If so, they couldn't even run away. The lines of fate intertwined, the effects of supernatural powers were constantly magnified, and the details that were previously ignored became extremely clear in the nightmare. Thousands of futures passed by her, but none of them were happy. Bondi was confused. She knew that Ji Qingshan was using this world and might give up at any time, but she was also soberly aware that behind those bad endings, there were also good things done by Arifin, because that guy was as difficult for her to see through as Ji Qingshan. She was not bewitched by Arifin, but she could not believe anyone, and could only be trapped in her own nightmare. No matter what I promise now, you won't believe it, Ji Qingshan said after listening to all of Bondi's stories. Yes. The person on the other side nodded gently. I can't tell clearly anymore. But I can be sure that this place is like a place isolated from the world. As long as I stay here, nothing I worry about will happen. Miss Ji, I don't want to be involved in your dispute anymore. I just want to protect myself. What if the future is completely different from what you see? I said. Bondi was about to refuse again, but found that the person in front of him suddenly approached. Hush. Ji Qingshan covered Bondi's mouth. You want to say that you have seen all the endings, and those stories that are dead ends anyway make you unable to think of a way to protect yourself. There was no answer, but Bondi's eyes told Ji Qingshan that she guessed right. But what if the conditions you saw to deduce the ending are wrong? Ji Qingshan leaned close to Bondi's ear, and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The light of the nightmare trembled, and Bondi's pupils suddenly lost focus. When the confusion in her eyes disappeared, she trembled uncontrollably when she woke up again. How could it be like this? It's wrong, all wrong. She kept repeating the same sentence in a dry voice. When Bondi's emotions finally stabilized, Ji Qingshan let her go and returned to normal social distance. The conditions were wrong from the beginning, and the ending was naturally impossible to be what you saw. You can think that we are all using this world, but obviously, no one knows what the ending will be. So before everything is revealed, whether you are dead or alive, what kind of future you want, you can rely on your own efforts, right? Miss Ji. After a long time, Bondi finally digested all the information. She raised her head, looked at Ji Qingshan with calm and rational eyes, and asked a sentence that didn't make sense. No one really knows you, right? Ji Qingshan showed rare appreciation. This description is not very rigorous. It should be said that no living person has ever understood me. Then do you hate employees who don't trust you? Do you want to hear the truth? Okay. I don't have any employees. Didn't you guess it a long time ago? The relationship between us. But the person who takes the consumables of the tools is the explosives master. A qualified chess player will not let his chess game get out of control, let alone smash his chess pieces. Hello, Miss Chess Player, your chess piece ran out by itself. Bondi's nightmare dissipated, and Ji Qingshan wanted to go to the next target immediately, but who would have thought that he would be blocked as soon as he came out? Xia, he was squatting point to point with Ji Qingshan, and when he came out, he quickly asked Luca to use his supernatural power to put him in another space. Your chess piece has reduced your workload. Don't you plan to thank me? In the black space, Ji Qingshan and Xia were facing each other silently, and Luca was terrified, fearing that the two ancestors would fight if they didn't agree, and he would be the fish in the pond that was affected. Thank you. Can you read lips? The premise for the nightmare to be spied on by outsiders is that it is damaged, and the observer is close. Bondi's nightmare should have been damaged shortly after he entered, but the area must not be large. Ji Qingshan also deliberately lowered her voice, so she was sure and certain that her voice just now would not be heard by outsiders. Just lucky, I just witnessed it when you said the last few sentences. Really? Then are you interested in understanding the previous content? The two people talked about the gunpowder smell in a chatty manner. Luca didn't dare to breathe. Ancestors, if you want to quarrel, quarrel quickly, fight quickly, don't mess with the mentality of ordinary people, okay? Xiaolu said. However, in fact, his worry was unnecessary, and the fight did not start. The two looked at each other dangerously for a long time, and suddenly laughed at the same time. Miss G, do you want to know what I encountered in that world? Xiaoyu took the lead in changing the subject. No, that's your own business. I just need someone who is firm enough and has powerful superpowers. You meet the requirements, and there is an extra bonus. Really? Xiaoyu laughed jokingly, but it's not good for you to be too strong. If I don't like it, and want to do something bad, it's not easy for you to stop it. After all, many chess pieces are unwilling to be just one chess piece, especially the newly bought ones, which are difficult to cooperate with. You won't, at least not before my plan is completed. Ji Qingchen said decisively. Really? Really? Okay then. I treat you to a small cake. No need for a small cake. You just said you would reduce my workload, so help me save one more person. Chapter 172. So how did things turn out like this? Looking at Xiaoyu walking in another nightmare, Luca wanted to ask, even if you promised that person, why did you drag me in? Because I'm worried that I can't handle it alone. Xiaoyu guessed the question and answered it confidently. Luca, Ancestor, listen to what you said, is this human language? You went through your own nightmares alone, which is many times better than me who was rescued, okay? If you are worried that you can't handle it, there is no need to bring a rookie like me. Of course, Luca would not ask this question. According to his understanding of Xiaoyu, this person may have dragged him in just to make the nightmare more lively. It's useless to ask. What's more, he has more important problems than this matter. By the way, do you really believe what Ji Qingchen said? She obviously has a lot of things hidden from us. What if? Luca wanted to say that we should be on guard against those who we don't know well. If they are stabbed in the back, it will be too difficult for them to escape. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu rolled his eyes without any hesitation, and looked at Luca with the kind of eyes that he would look at a fool. Do you think she needs to stab us in the back? He blocked Luca's remaining questions with just one sentence. They had seen Ji Qingchen's strength when they met. The ancestor in front of them might have a way to deal with him, but Luca couldn't see through him at all. The weak will subconsciously fear things that are stronger than themselves. They think that as long as they stay away from it, they will be fine. Little do they know that this kind of drifting with the tide will only make them more powerless to resist when danger comes. Xiaoyu conjured up another small cake and ate it with a spoon. There has never been success in this world by fighting alone. She is, and so is the person behind the scenes. And as a smart person, what you need to do is to choose a partner that suits your heart. Coincidentally, I prefer the current one. She also has brains, and our interests are the same. Then you just said you wanted to do something bad. Luca muttered in a low voice. This is called social etiquette. No one said anything. After all, their goals are the same. Xiaoyu didn't say the second half of the sentence. He knew very well that the reason why Ji Qingchen didn't care about his words was because she was sure that the people trapped in this apocalypse, at least the people she left behind, were clear-headed and had the same goal. Of course, this doesn't mean that everyone can clearly understand the logic of Ji Qingchen's behavior. Some people who don't think fast enough may not have figured out the relationship between Ji Qingchen and this world, but Miss Ji will fool them well, giving them a clear goal and a clear reason to do these things. And some people saw through the trap she set, guessed her purpose, or discovered her relationship with this world through their own analysis, and saw the truth she concealed. But so what? Because they are smart, they see and see through, so they also know their next path. Compared to the first type of people, they are more actively involved in this whole plan. Ji Qingchen calculated the next trajectory of these people's actions. The ignorant chess pieces will not realize that they are being manipulated, but people like Xiaoyu who want to change the status quo and break free from the status of chess pieces have the same plan as Miss Ji after assessing the situation. All these will happen in the chess game designed by Ji Qingchen. Xiaoyu saw through this, and Ji Qingchen knew that Xiaoyu saw through this, so they had a conversation like a riddle man. The two of them exchanged secret codes and reached an agreement, leaving Luca in a daze. And now, Xia, you didn't really want to explain this matter. Fortunately, after 3 months of getting along, Luca was very clear about the behavior of this little ancestor, and he didn't ask questions when he didn't talk to him. The atmosphere calmed down, but Xiaoyu was not a quiet person, and couldn't stand the world being quiet for 5 minutes, so he started talking again after a while. TSK, why haven't I seen the real owner after walking for so long? Kiki, do you want to listen to my dream? Ah. Luku was ashamed. Nightmares show what people fear the most, and he still remembers the feeling of going crazy in that noisy crowd. Can he just listen to the nightmare of this little ancestor? Why not? Xiaoyu seemed to see through his mind, and said nonchalantly, I wish everyone could come to appreciate his miserable state. Unfortunately, that guy didn't want to listen. Kiki, are you willing? Luku, I don't want to, but I dare not say so. And the style of your nightmare is not right. But then again, since Xiaoyu asked him to listen, it's okay to listen. Xiaoyu spent his childhood in a private church welfare home. That kind of place is used to using the surface of holiness to cover up the dirt behind the scenes. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu is a pretty child. There were about 30 children in the welfare home at that time. Thanks to this face, Xiaoyu caught the eyes of some people, so he didn't suffer too much before the age of 7. The other children had to do laundry, farm, and do all kinds of hard labor in the welfare home. If they displeased the teacher, they would be beaten. The food was even rougher, and they could only get a steamed bun and a plate of pickles every day. But Xiaoyu and several other pretty children did the lightest work, ate white rice and white flour, and had 2 or 3 meals of meat a week. As long as they were obedient and acted like a quiet doll, they would not be beaten or scolded. Xiaoyu saw these different treatments, but he was not as ecstatic as the other special children. Maybe he was precocious since he was a child, and he felt something was wrong from then on. So one day, he deliberately had a conflict with a child. In fact, he didn't need to provoke it deliberately, because children would compare, and the different treatment in the welfare home had already distorted the minds of these children. Just take her to a place where there is no teacher monitoring, and say a few sarcastic words casually. The 2 children were entangled like this, and before the teacher and the dean arrived, Xiaoyu deliberately hurt his face with glass fragments. Then he saw the ugliest and dirtiest faces of the teachers and the dean, and heard their terrified shouts and curses. He was tied up and taken away, and the child who had a conflict with him was beaten half to death. He was placed in a small room. In the dazzling light, several figures in white coats swayed for a while, and handed the dean a few bottles of medicine. He heard those people talking. Fortunately, the injury is not serious, and there will be no scars after a course of treatment. From that moment on, Xiaoyu verified one thing: his face was very valuable in the eyes of these people. However, before he could figure out the reason, his 7th birthday arrived. That day, the children who were favored were taken to a room, asked to take off their clothes and blindfolded. Xiaoyu could not remember what happened afterwards. Even if he recalled it now, he could only restore it roughly according to his imagination. They should have been transported to another place by some means of transportation. Their bodies were touched by several hands, and there was a secret and greasy laughter in their ears. Now that I think about it, it should be a quotation. But at that time, Xiaoyu just felt like vomiting. The voices of those people surrounded him like mosquitoes. The people around him were taken away one by one, and finally, it was his turn. Someone took him to a round platform, and the white gauze was untied from his eyes. He saw those guys who were hiding in the darkness, and seemed to want to eat him. The devil in the darkness raised a piece of bidding board. 139, this is the last number that broke out, and it is also the meat that Xiaoyu finally cut off from him. After that, the place where he lived changed from the welfare home to the church hall. In addition to the 4 companions he had met in the orphanage before, there were other children he had never seen before, a total of 14, all of whom were 7 or 8 years old without exception. Xiaoyu clearly remembered everything that happened when he walked into the classroom on the first day. They were led by a priest to sit in front of a round table, and a small piece of strawberry cake was placed on each seat. Eat. The person who brought them here said gently. After they finished eating the cake, the priest looked at a book with a gold border and began to recite. He told these innocent children that everyone who walked into this church had sinned, and they were angels sent from heaven to save them. They saved these sinners at night, and they would get a piece of cake like that during the day, and they could also make the world one less miserable person. All the children here were selected from orphanages without exception. Maybe they had a better life than other children before, but who had ever eaten those sweet snacks? And what they did was to save those sinners. It was an extremely great thing for children to make more people happy. So, the words of the priest were too tempting to them. None of the children refused. Their watery eyes flashed with expectation and yearning, and they listened attentively to the priest's next narration. However, you are not a real angel yet. You need to survive the trial. After 7 days, you will have the ability to completely eliminate the sins of others. In the evening, they got a cup of holy water, put on the angel costumes in the murals, and were taken to a house that looked like a cloud. It hurts. This is Xiaoyu's only thought the next morning. He had tried to reduce his struggle as much as possible, but he still felt a lot of pain all over his body. In the orphanage, things that hurt him were usually not good things. After all, the teachers would use other methods for children, like them, who couldn't hurt their faces, and those were very painful. And the voice of the person who walked into his room last night was also very familiar, like the person who held up the sign in the dark that day. Even without any knowledge reserve, Xiaoyu still clearly realized that the priest was talking nonsense. To his father's redemption of sin, what these guys did was definitely not a good thing. But that morning, after Xiaoyu ate the small cake said by the nun, he felt that if this thing was used as a reward, everything last night would not be so unacceptable. The sin had nothing to do with him, but the small cake was real. However, there were 3 less little girls in the classroom that day. The priest said that they were not firm enough in their hearts, and could not bear the sin. Bullshit, Xiaoyu thought at that time, but his understanding of the world was really limited. He felt that something was wrong, but couldn't tell where it was wrong. On the 2nd and 3rd days, the number of people around him kept decreasing. On the 7th day, there were only 5 people alive, and only 1 little girl, like Xiaoyu, had come out of the welfare home. Congratulations, trainee angels, you have passed the test. Next, please work hard to purify the sins of more people. Xiaoyu ate the chocolate cake on the plate slowly, with 4 companions with dull eyes around him. In his heart, he showed contempt for the passionate priest on the stage. Chapter 173. Those beasts. When Luca heard this, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he asked this question, but found that the person concerned looked relaxed. He was stunned for a moment. Luca looked at Xiaoyu in surprise. The other party was smiling, and it didn't seem like he was telling a sad story at all. This was indeed the case. Later we changed places. I met some children older than me. Xiaoyu said calmly, it's just that the faces of the people who came in every night were different. The class taught by that priest was not serious. Those people wanted to train the children they brought there to be like that. Every child there was like a tool to be slaughtered at will. Then you. Luca was hesitant to speak. Growing up in an orphanage since childhood, and being sent to this cannibalistic church at the age of 7, these children would have problems with their values, let alone their worldviews, and their understanding of who they are. They don't think those behaviors are wrong, but will do them under the request of those around them. Then Xiaoyu. I don't care about these. It's just for a small cake. Xiaoyu spoke lazily. This? The answer is quite outrageous, but it doesn't seem so outrageous when it comes to this little ancestor. Why did you kill them later? Luca gave up thinking and asked directly. Xiaoyu said before that he killed those people, but based on his current story. Not to say anything, Luca just felt that this person didn't show any inclination in this regard. Because they don't give small cakes anymore, and I found that there are many ways to get small cakes. Xiaoyu's tone when he said this was very much like a child, and with this baby face, Luca was in a trance for a moment. In the house full of ghosts, there were children covered in wounds. They were in pain and fear, but they didn't know how to resist. Because they had not received normal education since they could remember, everything in the outside world told them that they should do this, but looking at the disgusting monsters of their dead companions, they wanted to refuse for no reason. This was Xiaoyu's first year here, and also his last year here. The children in this sheepfold were between 7 and 14 years old, and Xiaoyu was the youngest one here, so the devil liked to pester him. They were full of foul language, talking about those dirty things, relying on Xiaoyu's young age and thinking that he couldn't understand, so they didn't avoid him. They ignored the fact that this young child could understand. Xiaoyu probably never believed in the priest's teachings for a moment. He just liked the small piece of cake he would get every morning. But it was obvious that his compatriots didn't like it. So before he understood the world, Xiaoyu just felt awkward. When he heard these people's words, he understood his situation. It turned out that what these people were doing was really disgusting. They hid the original appearance of the world, and used these high-sounding words to deceive the ignorant children. This is not a paradise, nor a heaven, but just a secret room for these dirty guys to vent their desires. And they don't give small cakes. Then overthrow them. This place can't let him get any benefits. He wants to see the normal world. Xiaoyu carried out a plan for half a year, occasionally coaxing guests to bring him some new things or accompany him to stroll around here. These people will always be more tolerant of such a good-looking and cooperative child. Xiaoyu gradually figured out the buildings here, and found the place where those people put the drugs. Yes, Xiaoyu's mind is full of forbidden words when he thinks back now. They used drugs on such a young child. In half a year, 10 people died here again. But most of the dead were children who had just come in. Although those 13 or 14 years old lived like zombies, they would not get into trouble no matter how they played after enduring so much. But the number of people here is not small. About 2 months or so, several children will be sent in. Xiaoyu is sometimes glad that the people he met are not too abnormal. Or maybe these people want to cultivate him into a golden signboard here, and deliberately did not let him contact those 2 outrageous guests. But no matter what, after a year, Xiaoyu finally made all preparations. The drugs collected over time, the determined route of action, and the tools at hand. He was probably born a bad guy, otherwise how could he learn all these things without a teacher? Xiaoyu thought at that time, but it doesn't matter, everyone is a bad guy, and bad guys need bad guys to deal with them. Xiaoyu didn't tell his companions about these things. He knew very well that they were different from him, and he needed a more appropriate way to use them. A week later, the nightmare of this church came. Xiaoyu was probably talented in this regard, and he deliberately chose the day when the guy from 139 came. He used those children to make those who came and drink a small amount of drugs, so that they would not be too sensitive to what happened in the outside world. In his room, Xiaoyu smeared drugs on all edible things. After more than half a year of getting along, 139 had lost his guard against him, and was easily fooled. When Xiaoyu knocked his head against a huge mirror, glass fragments flew and 139's head was buzzing. Before he could recover, Xiaoyu stuffed a large piece of cloth into his mouth, picked up the largest piece of debris on the ground, and stabbed the man's third leg. 139's face was extremely distorted. He was about to die of pain, but his mouth was blocked tightly, and his screams of pain turned into low whimpers, which sounded no different from the sounds that would be made here every night. And the guy lost the ability to resist in the severe pain. Xiaoyu showed no mercy and first stuck a small piece of glass into 139's limbs, and then cut him into pieces one by one. In the blood, Xiaoyu took out a lighter from 139's pocket. Good stuff, he had planned to burn the place tonight after shooting everyone, and he was thinking about how to get the fire source before, but now someone handed him a pillow just when he was sleepy. Xiaoyu took off his blood-stained clothes, pulled a relatively clean quilt and put it on, and took advantage of his short stature to sneak in the dark. A few days ago, he buried flammable materials in inconspicuous places in this auditorium, and most of the managers didn't take it seriously. The lighter fell on the cotton, and the flame quickly licked the curtains on the side. In the black background, it looked like a red lotus that destroyed the world. The effect of the drug had not faded, and Xiaoyu walked through most of the auditorium with the flame, so when those people noticed the movement, everything was too late. The fire extinguishing device was destroyed by Xiaoyu the day before. At this moment, facing the flames that had already burned half of the auditorium, everyone was helpless. They screamed and wanted to escape from here, but where could they escape? In order to prevent these dirty things, those people built tall walls, heavy iron gates, and thick iron chains here, but in the end, these became their deadly scimitars. This is good. Xiaoyu looked at the blazing flames behind him, and the people running around and cursing. He walked through the flames, the heat waves rolled over his skin, and finally found the hole that had been prepared in advance, and got out with his thin body. The lighter was thrown into the lush grass, and a corner of the creeper outside the auditorium was ignited. In the firelight, the boy threw the lighter away and let them bury it here. He was going to eat more cakes. Are they all dead? The small cake in Xiaoyu's hand was eaten up, and Luca closed his mouth, which was getting bigger and bigger. He really didn't know what to say. Xiaoyu's attitude when he said this was calm and even a little excited, but Luca knew how cruel the truth was behind those few light words. If Xiaoyu had made a mistake, or even had a little bad luck, he would have become one of the thousands of dead souls, or died in the blazing flames. But now, these things have finally settled, and Luca is not the person involved, nor is Luca against anyone. According to normal social etiquette, from his standpoint, apart from being a listener, he can only care about the ending of those villains. Most of them should be dead. I heard that they dug out hundreds of charred bodies from the ruins. The auditorium was in a no-man's land in the suburbs. If there weren't many celebrities in society at that time, I'm afraid those people wouldn't even come to investigate. But what's the point of investigating? No one wants to expose what happened in the auditorium. After all, there must be collusion between all kinds of celebrities there. The relatives affected can only blame themselves for their bad luck. They want to suppress those shady periods to avoid further affecting their own business. However, they still didn't achieve their wish. During those 2 years, 3 places suffered fires one after another. Although the casualties were not great even if they were discovered, those guys were in a hurry and failed to hide their flaws. The dirt was exposed to the public's view bit by bit until no one could ignore it anymore. The dam of 1,000 miles was dug through bit by a child. The media, who smelled the blood, rushed up first and tore the hole completely open. The things that happened later were much simpler. When the security guards, the umbrellas could no longer resist the public grievances, and the trafficking cases in various places could not be suppressed. Those things were gradually eliminated by the newly appointed authorities. At that time, Su Yang was only 14 years old. With his sweet mouth and pretty face, he became an apprentice in a dessert shop. He was raised as a godson by the store manager's sister. It was considered that the ups and downs of the first half of his life ended, and he had a place to stay temporarily. After listening to the story, Luca was completely speechless. Thinking about the troubles he saw in his nightmares that almost trapped him to death, he looked at other people's families in a blink of an eye, and his troubles were not trivial. In his heart, the words "your childhood" and "my childhood" seemed different hovered for a long time. For the first time in his life, he felt so happy. If your experience is published as a book, it will definitely be worth a lot of money. Someone suddenly spoke in the darkness. Luca was startled and looked around nervously, but Xiaoyu was unmoved. He had expected this method. "How much did you hear?" Xiaoyu asked the surrounding air with a smile. "All of it. Since you came in?" A gust of wind blew, and another voice came. "This place can actually be entered later. How did you get in?" "Did Ji Qingqian do it?" Chapter 174. You are Jiang Xiusu. Luca finally heard the voice hidden in the wind, and confirmed the owner of the nightmare. He looked at the people walking in front, and felt that Xiaoyu should have known that this was Jiang Xiusu's nightmare, because he was not shocked at all just now, although it is possible that he does not mind his past being known by others. But Luca is more inclined to the former. Ji Qingqian should know who is in the nightmare. She dared to let Xiaoyu in, which means that she is fully sure that this person's situation is not necessary for her to come. And her familiarity with the other party is basically the same as Xiaoyu. The last condition alone has only 2 people left, and Gu Sun is obviously obsessed. The only option left is Jiang Xiusu, and he didn't think about it before understanding. Perhaps even he himself did not realize that his trust in Ji Qingqian and Xiaoyu was equal in this short period of time. When the 2 of them were present, he subconsciously began to empty his mind. "Where are you now?" Luca asked curiously after thinking about it. "I'm everywhere." The other party's answer came in the wind. Luca was really shocked by this answer, thinking that he was really pretending. Then Xiaoyu, who was walking in front, broke the other party's pretense with a word. "It's because you are trapped by the superpower and can't get out." "Hey, Xia, how can you expose someone's shortcomings like this?" the opponent said after breaking the defense for a second. "Really? Then let me change the way. What flavor of candy do you like to eat? What do you want to do?" "I don't like sweet food." "Then maybe I can cover this space with maple syrup." "Luku, ancestor, why are you starting again?" Fortunately, Xiaoyu never joked for long. This time was no exception. He regained his serious expression after saying this. Compared with Luku, the 2 parties had more guesses about why Miss Ji put them together. But the most important thing was that she wanted them to exchange information and bring them together. It was hard to say why, but both of them were smart people and could see the benefits of mutual cooperation. "Do you know why you can't come out?" "Maybe. But if I could fully understand why, I wouldn't have to wait for her to send you in. By the way, did you see clearly how Ji Qingqian used to let himself and others enter other nightmares?" "No. If I could understand, I would have come in a long time ago." After Xiaoyu came out, he tried to get into other people's nightmares, but he tried several times, but couldn't even touch the door of the nightmare. However, just now, Ji Qingqian easily grabbed and turned the door handle. For people like Xiaoyu, Ji Qingqian is like a new world waiting to be explored, enough to arouse all his curiosity. Of course, Xiaoyu also understands that there are mountains outside the mountains. The means of many things that Ji Qingqian does are too difficult for most people to understand, otherwise they would not be full of the system. He did not expect to be able to figure out all the ways in a short time. But understanding is one thing, so being irritated is another. Jiang Xiusu, and he also have similar views, that Guy's ability doesn't seem to be acquired after the end of the world. And don't you think her style of doing things is quite similar to yours? Me? Xiaoyu quickly realized that Jiang Xiusu was talking about the nightmare he had talked about before. You should be able to see that the man is more ruthless than you, and has calculated more than you. Even if we don't consider the relationship between her and this world, she is a natural conspirator. For such a person, her past will only be worse than yours. You mean her nightmare is likely to be very troublesome. But she has come out now, right? Xiaoyu frowned. A bad past does not mean that one will definitely collapse in a nightmare. He himself is a typical example. And rather than discussing that person's past, I think what we need to do now is to solve your nightmare first. Do you mind telling me? I don't mind. After all, it's just a matter of one sentence. I'm afraid of disappearing. No one in the world can see me anymore, and I can no longer perceive this world. So I merged myself with my supernatural powers and tried to fight fear in this way. But you can see the fact that I am no longer afraid, but I can't get out either. The wind blew again in the darkness, blowing around Xiaoyu and Lucahao for a while. But you are just wind like this. Without a body and a face, your voice sounds weird. Are you really perceiving the world as Jiang Shusu? Do you think the wind is happy to scream when someone calls you? Xiaoyu said. That's true. Jiang Shusu thought for a while, and suddenly let some wind condense in one place, and after a long time made a semi-transparent self. This way it won't be shameless. The nightmare began to become unstable. But you don't go out. Xiaoyu planned to make further efforts. No, wait a minute. I think Ji Qingshan brought you in just to let me go out? Are you saying that the privacy here is good, and it is convenient for reconciliation? I'm worried that the nightmare will be broken after I say it. Jiang Shusu did have some guesses about how to solve his nightmare, but every reference point he used to try was always lacking that little bit of firmness. So he thought Ji Qingshan sent Xiaoyu in as an anchor, but he also reacted after being reminded by the other party. They needed some guesses to have a deeper understanding of Ji Qingshan's purpose and this world. You just said that Ji Qingshan's nightmare might be troublesome. But only after breaking through the nightmare can you go out and see the outside world. It stands to reason that her nightmare has been solved by herself. But it's not without surprises. You also notice that she is different from us. She knows about the things that drive the operation of this world, and it seems that she wants to kill the person or thing that is doing it. Xiaoyu chewed the fifth dessert of the day, a plate of macarons, and handed a plate to Lu Ku, and then said, But there is a problem here. How did she know about the thing behind the scenes? Judging from the degree of familiarity, they must have fought more than once or twice, which means that thing should also know about her. So if Ji Qingshan can destroy his stage, that thing can also destroy Miss Ji in turn. So, it is not impossible that Ji Qingshan's nightmare was tampered with. I was wondering why she only wanted so few people to enter the train. If it was just a single-person mission, it would not have any impact if she died. She didn't need to take action at that time. So it is more likely that once we fail to complete the single line or lose control of our emotions, our single line will be released to other places, causing great trouble. Will you treat me to some food? Jiang Shusu said, pointing to the macarons. Xiaoyu said nothing and threw one to someone. Jiang Shusu chewed it, and his face twisted. It tasted like bitter coffee, very bitter. You said it yourself you don't like sweets. Jiang Shusu. What a sin. But after all, they were talking about business, and now they could only silently accuse Xiaoyu of being petty. What do you think that person's nightmare would be? I guess it has something to do with the guy behind the scenes. People often start with the things they are most familiar with. I think so too. It looks like it will be really troublesome then. Not necessarily. Xiaoyu shook his head and said, I can feel that she has a very important secret that she hasn't told others. It's still the same point of view, but I think if it's just for self-protection, there's no need to go to great lengths to kill so many people. Her behavior logic in this doomsday seems to be very different. First, she tried to save everyone as much as possible, and just now she killed most of them without hesitation. But in fact, everything she did was to blast the person behind the scenes. Xiaoyu, a scheming child since childhood, is quite sensitive to other people's layout. That's true. Jiang Shusu frowned slightly, and after a moment, he thought of something. He looked at Xiaoyu with wide eyes. When he saw the other's eyes, he knew that the two of them had come up with the same idea. She is cleaning up the battlefield, and wants to end the battle here, using the layout that the person behind the scenes thinks is brilliant. TSK. If so, how deadly did the person behind the scenes overlook? She doesn't look like the kind of person who dares to gamble. At least she must be 80% sure. It's hard to know, after all, her game started long before she came here. Mr. Jiang, do you think you can protect yourself by then? It is indeed a good dream to let everyone survive, but your method of achieving it is too naive. In the sea of blood, Ji Qingshan walked towards a pile of bones, and dug Gu Sun out from it. Half of the face was floating in the sea of blood. It was one of the people Ji Qingshan killed before getting on the train. Are you prepared for me because of this? Ji Qingchen looked at Gu Sun's tired eyes, and could clearly feel her resistance when she touched him. Gu Sun tried her best to support her body and cheer up. Whether she should say it or not, Gu Sun was still conscious. She knew that she wanted world peace, and that no one would suffer from disasters. She also knew that her ability was limited, and she was doomed to fail. But knowing is one thing, and accepting is another. Especially, in her eyes, Ji Qingchen was a person who was very likely to do it, but she ended the lives of hundreds of people without mercy. People like her are obviously working hard for this. Why is Ji Qingchen unwilling to try her best? She shouldn't be a bad person. I just think you shouldn't give up on them. They have the right to live. Gu Sun sorted out her scattered mood and looked at Ji Qingchen. At least you should try your best. Chapter 175. Gu Sun wanted to save everyone in this world, but she knew that with her current strength, she would never find a way to realize her ideal. The fastest way was to find a strong collaborator. The moment she saw Ji Qingchen, Gu Sun saw the possibility. She thought that if Ji Qingchen was willing to help, those endings might not be impossible to achieve. And all Ji Qingchen's previous actions told of the image of a savior. So Gu Sun naturally classified this good man as a collaborator. However, in the moment when hundreds of lives were wiped out, all previous cognitions collapsed. Gu Sun knew very well that the only thing she could really rely on was her own strength, although it was not enough, and there was no reason to ask Ji Qingchen for anything from her own standpoint. But as Ji Qingchen said, Gu Sun was too naive, and her world was either black or white. She thought Ji Qingchen was a good person, so he should try to save everyone. But Miss Ji not only did not agree, but also solved most of the people. Gu Sun's rationality and emotions began to fight. She couldn't realize her dream because she was not strong enough, and she couldn't reach such strength in a short time. Ji Qingchen's choice was not a problem, but it didn't match her cognition. But Arifin couldn't take advantage of the situation at all. The nightmare couldn't devour her rationality, but it didn't mean that she thought of a way to solve the nightmare. The BUG was stuck, and Miss Ji sighed. I solved them, because I didn't think I had the ability to protect so many people. Since you think that as long as you have enough strength, why don't you tell me how you want to make the world peaceful? The blood color in the world suddenly faded rapidly, and the scene that Gu Sun had experienced countless times reappeared. The person involved was about to say that it was impossible to achieve his ideal with his current strength, but suddenly found that the power in his body had increased exponentially. This is the limit of human power as I know it. Since you think you have enough power to save everyone, you can try it, Ji Qingchen said, putting himself under a lush giant tree, and his dark eyes seemed to see through the end of the world. Gu Sun had no words, and tried to wave at the boulder beside him. Strong energy gushed out, and instantly blew out a huge pit. And with the attack, Gu Sun also felt the power contained in his body more clearly, which was more than 10 times stronger than before. Yes, Ji Qingchen was right, this might really be the limit for humans. If you believe it, go and try it. With power, can you achieve the ending you want? Miss Ji spoke at this time with half-closed eyes, her tone full of fatigue, and her finger pointed to the land in the distance. That was where Gu Sun's nightmares began every time. Good luck to you. After the voice fell, Gu Sun walked towards the nightmare that began again without hesitation. Indeed, relying on her strong strength, she quickly killed the invading zombies, overthrew those independent copies, and established a self-sufficient kingdom with all the survivors in the end times. But everything changed so suddenly, perhaps just a small conflict, or an unintentional accidental injury. Different interests made the disputes among these survivors more and more intense, factions began to split, and infighting began. At first, Gu Sun tried to suppress the riots with legal reforms, but people's interests are always in conflict, and the world peace she wanted could not be achieved. The harder she tried to make everyone equal and live a perfect life, the more impossible it was to achieve. In the end, when the war was about to break out, Gu Sun had to kill most of the people who provoked the dispute. But this had long deviated from her original intention. The fluctuations in the world became stronger and stronger, until finally, the unstable factors completely filled Gu Sun's nightmare. Do you have any other plans you want to try? Miss Ji finally rested enough, stood up and took Gu Sun, who was confused, out of the battlefield. Why? The person involved spoke with difficulty. Because you are not leading a bunch of set programs. Everyone is selfish. The complexity of human nature is destined to different interests. Those who desire the top power cannot coexist with those who expect everyone to be equal. Those who hope for world peace cannot live in peace with those who want to take revenge in troubled times. Even God can't save everyone. What you can do is to keep as many people alive as possible. One more is good. Gu Sun opened his mouth and made a hoarse voice for a long time, They are all human beings. Why should human lives be restricted by the choices of others? They rely on the choices of others to survive. If they defeat the zombies, and solve the end of the world by themselves, and protect their own lives, they certainly don't have to be restricted by your choices. But they rely on you to survive in a world that is supposed to die and gain a stable life bit by bit. They didn't take their lives into their own hands, but instead blamed others, and didn't think that others had no obligation to pay for their lives. I want them to live, and I want everyone's life to be respected as much as possible. What's wrong with that? Gu-sun asked this question tremblingly, but from her eyes, it can be seen that she listened to Ji Qingshan's words, but she still couldn't accept it for a while. But it's just your own wish to save more people. Your wish is also contrary to some people. Everyone has a position, and even in this most ideal situation, it is impossible to have exactly the same position. You can only save those who finally agree with you, and are willing to walk with you. The best situation? Gu-sun caught the most useful words. You should be familiar with this thing. Do you want to see the consequences of their accumulation to a certain extent? Ji Qingshan raised his hand, holding a black energy core. Gu-sun's nightmare reappeared as he raised his hand. Following the trajectory of the last time, Gu-sun was shocked to find that people who used a large number of energy cores were rapidly collapsing and transformed into zombies. And such a large number of people Gu-sun had no time to stop. And most of those who did not have time to transform were trapped in nightmares like them. This nightmare was obviously different. At the first moment of entering the train, nearly 1/3 of the hundreds of doors were rapidly eroded, and the mottled black quickly engulfed the doors. The whole process took less than half a minute. Before Gu-sun could react, black mist surged out of the broken doors. The fog filled the entire space, and penetrated into other nightmare doors. Gu-sun was shocked to find that the nightmares that could still hold up collapsed rapidly at this moment, and the horror of the contents increased exponentially. 10 minutes later, all the doors were eroded by darkness, and no one survived. Do you want to try to see how many people you can save? Ji Qingshan pointed to the darkness that had returned to peace and said to Gu-sun. Gu-sun was speechless. There was no need to try. She knew very well that if there were only 10 people, it would not be difficult to successfully save everyone, but there were hundreds of people here. Even if she could save one person in 10 seconds, she could only save 60 people in 10 minutes. Moreover, many people's collapse occurred at the same time. And when the nightmare overflowed, everything would be doomed. After all, those who could still cope with the nightmare at the beginning also began to collapse rapidly after the pollution of the nightmare around them penetrated. Even if she tried her best, she couldn't save 10 people. And they might not be useful people. Gu-sun was shocked by her own idea, but it was too difficult not to consider the value when she could only save so few people. If there were any dangers later, and these people were not strong enough, then this effort would be in vain. Then continue. Gu-sun had just thought about it, and Ji Qingshan was like a worm in her stomach. With a snap of his fingers, the world in front of him continued to move. The walking dead followed the train to the end and joined those who had already become zombies. In the devastated world, there were only a large number of zombies, and the people who commanded the zombies. These people who were lost in nightmares, these people who were struggling to survive in the zombie pile, actually commanded the things that had harmed them to invade other places. No, that's not right. Those zombies were survivors who were supposed to die. Gu-sun's heart was already in chaos. She finally realized that this world was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. What is this? Ms. Gu asked in a trembling voice. It's just as you think. These dead people will eventually become zombies. In other words, all people in this world, as long as they die or use energy cores, will eventually become zombies and tools to command zombies to go crazy everywhere. Because it was originally built for this reason. Then those we use are also. Gu-sun suddenly thought of the energy cores she used to improve her strength. Although she vaguely felt that something was wrong, she didn't use too many. I have solved the impact on people who have entered the nightmare. But I think you also know that the energy cores you use are not many. What's more, this is based on the ideal situation that you have the top human strength, but in fact, neither you nor I have such ability. They have long been beyond salvation. Maybe because of the erosion of the energy core, or maybe because they can't survive the nightmare. But no matter which one, they will eventually become a knife that harms people. Chapter 176. Huh? There are 3 people left. When Ji Qingshan and Gu-sun came out of the nightmare, Xiaoyu, Jiang Xiusu and Luca also came out of Jiang Xiusu's nightmare. Just as Jiang Xiusu himself estimated, the solution to his nightmare was to make himself realize that being trapped in the nightmare would soon be forgotten by others. So after checking the accounts, Xiaoyu affirmed this point of view with just one sentence. Jiang Shusu not only successfully solved his knot, but also borrowed nightmares to gain some experience. Yo, we are quite synchronized. The moment the nightmare illusion disappeared, Jiang Shusu saw Ji Qingchen and Gu Sun, who also walked out in the distance. Gu Sun's eyes were full of various emotions. The story given by Ji Qingchen forced her to give up her original ideal. If she let those who used excessive energy cores live, it would be equivalent to abandoning more lives. At this point, she completely understood what Miss Ji said at the beginning. You can't save everyone, you can only save as many people as possible. Don't blame yourself too much, because you can't do it even if you force yourself to death. No one needs to be a savior, and you have no obligation to be responsible for their lives, or even create a false and peaceful paradise. Just calm down and do your best, Miss Ji said, returning to Gu Sun's initial nightmare. And this time, after thinking it through, Ms. Gu didn't dwell too much on those fragments where she was willing but unable to do so, and no longer pinned her ideals on others. She just firmly grasped every life she could save, and perfected her plan bit by bit. Of course, it may also be that Ms. Gu's subconscious mind finally saw the nails that had long been rooted behind the world, and recognized that unless she was born decades earlier, everything would be out of the question. No matter what the reason was, when the nightmare was finally broken, Gu Sun got the best ending among more than 100 times. Some people still died in this world, and some people did not have a good end. Gu Sun did not build the ideal paradise, but so what? The world is made up of humans, and human thoughts are the most primitive uncertain factors. As long as the thoughts cannot be unified, the paradise that Gu Sun wants to build that meets her expectations will never be realized. She can't make everyone agree with her concept and think that such a place is a paradise. But if human thoughts are highly consistent, then humans are not a set AI, and the world is not a world. It is a clearly written program. In this way, everything that Gu Sun wants to protect has lost its meaning. Now, it is the best that can be done. Ms. Gu looked at this gradually dissipating world and faced her past naivety. She just protects the people she can protect. People's lives are originally responsible for themselves. The view returns to the train. Gu Sun couldn't wait to reunite with her companions. Now she felt the importance of cherishing the people in front of her. Ji Qingchen, who came out with her, met the gaze from the opposite side. Emotion flashed at his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised a few pixels. It seems that the effect she wanted was achieved over there, but those things have to be kept secret for a while. It's quite a coincidence. Don't you want to chat with your friends? She lightly changed the topic, blocking the questions that Xiaoyu and Jiang Shusu wanted to ask, and walked towards another door. The two people left looked at each other. What do you think? I think our analysis is mostly correct. What about the rest? That will probably take a while. Or do you think those people might know? Maybe? Ask? Or ask Miss Gu about the nightmare first. I think the information we three have gathered might be enough. Why else would Ji Qing put us together? It is likely that others knew something before. The two of them were talking in a babble, which stunned Luca behind them. I thought, who on earth did you come up with these conclusions from? Why didn't I feel it at all? What's worse is that just when I was thinking about it, I heard Xiaoyu say, "It's okay, Kiki, it's normal that you don't know." This was followed by Xiaoyu's simple and easy to understand explanation, but Luca felt even more frustrated. What a sin. Xiaoyu and Jiang Shusu finally decided to talk to Gu Sun first. They were all on the same boat, and the other party told them the information readily. At the same time, Ji Qingchen had already found the protagonist in a nightmare. You have finished cleaning up, why don't you go out? When Ji Qingchen said this, the protagonist sat on a pile of corpses and sighed. Hearing this, he lazily replied, "Can't I wait for you to come? Blame me for adding to your workload? Okay, stop being sarcastic. If you have any questions, just ask quickly." TSK, boss, you are so ruthless. Just like that woman. CE said while looking at the corpses on the ground. There were so many corpses that buried me underneath, and she just cut them into pieces and pulled me out from under the mud. You two are from the same place, right? Your methods of saving people are exactly the same. Are people there like this? Ji Qingchen was silent for a moment, and some things came to mind. The matter of carrying people was probably inherited from his master. Although I don't know how that person treated Du Yun, in Miss Ji's memory, he liked to carry her like this. At that time, she was still a small ball, perhaps similar to what CE just described. She was also carried out from the pile of corpses by that person. Child, if you are not stupid, squeak. The man even shook her while carrying her. Little Miss Ji couldn't stand being called stupid, so she squeaked 3 times in a row and was carried back to the mountain. That man was very busy, so for a long time, her jurisdiction belonged to Dugayun, who followed suit and always liked to carry her around. Today, they went up the mountain to hunt birds, and she was thrown into the tree and didn't come down until half the night, so Dugayun was beaten by that man. Tomorrow, they went down the river to fish, and she sank unconscious in the river, so Dugayun was beaten by that man. A week later, he took her to the street and almost abducted her by human traffickers. Little Miss G didn't see Dugayun for half a month. Under such subtle influence, when Ji Qingshan was 20 years old, he brought Dugayun back from a mountain with a fake smile, and didn't see him for a month afterwards. Since then, he has the habit of carrying people around at any time. As for Yuan Fuyun, this guy was taught by Dugayun, so it's normal for him to have this habit. It seems so. Mr. C successfully got the answer from Miss G's eyes. What is your relationship with the first owner of 710? In order to solve Ci's problem as soon as possible, Ji Qingshan did not indulge in his emotions for too long. Friend. Without an adjective? Good friend. Ji Qingshan, Good friends are good friends. Lida wanted to seize power, and brought zombies into the city. But at that time, those zombies alone were not enough to kill him. Ce said in a calm voice, he probably wanted everyone to survive too much. He wanted to use ownership as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Lida, but what happened? He didn't even leave the body. You want to save him? Yes, but what's the use? He is so naive that it is not a blessing to obtain the ownership of the shelter. It is just that God has blessed him with such a strong ability. Otherwise, he would have died 100 or 80 times. I told him countless times to make rules, and not to make the shelter a family, but he didn't listen, and finally gave up his life. How can there be such a stupid person in the world? In order to let everyone survive? Isn't it to let you survive? Ci's endless complaints were interrupted by Ji Qingshan. Fuyun described the situation that day to me. The situation around you was the most tragic. It can be seen that the zombies invaded from near you. Ce was silent, and he smiled self-deprecatingly for a long time. Yes, it is true that Shi Wuming wanted to protect everyone, and it is also true that the disaster that day was caused by him. Because even he did not expect that Li De could be so crazy. Before that day, Shi Wuming did reveal his intention to use ownership to prevent Li De from harming other people in the shelter. The change of ownership of the shelter represents the death of the original owner. In Ce's view, this is no different from beating a dog with a meat bun. So this person cursed Shi Wuming for being stupid in his heart, and went to Li De before the day they agreed. He wanted to deal with the culprit first, so that his friend with a holy father heart would not do stupid things. However, Ce did not expect that the real stupid person was himself. Li De had expected that he would go to Li De, and he set a trap and waited for the prey to take the bait. The moment Ce opened the door, a large number of zombies rushed out. He was caught off guard, and released his supernatural power in a hurry, but he was defeated in the end. It was Shi Wuming who arrived in time to pull him out of the gate of hell. In a way of exchanging one life for another. Stop talking nonsense and beautifying yourself. In that situation, the story should have developed like this. You think people should protect themselves. Shi Wuming wants to exchange himself for peace, so you generously decide to use your smart head to help him get rid of the hidden dangers first. As a result, you found that the other party was waiting for you to have an idea, and release the zombies to almost kill you and harm the entire shelter. In order to save you and preserve the manpower of the shelter, Shi Wuming had to disrupt the plan. After calculating, he felt that being killed by Li De would be the least loss. Ji Qingshan recreated the scene at that time in one breath, and Ce's eyes widened as he listened. As a result, you found out that he had already planned to kill Li De. He was not the selfless saint you thought he was. But because you naturally didn't trust him, the plan was disrupted in the end, and he had to sacrifice his life to save you. And because of your intervention, countless people were killed and injured in the shelter. In the end, in this big drama, you were the only one who was really smart and made a mistake. You played a good hand of cards badly. Boss, can you leave some underwear for me? Someone laughed bitterly. Why didn't I leave you underwear? Or do you think I can't see that you regret not only not understanding but also trusting your best friend, and not seeing the other person's inner heart after being together for so long, so that he said sorry to you before he died, so that you always misunderstood me? Or do you still think that you can protect yourself with your own brain at the end of the world, and you are unwilling to spend more time on it even though your superpowers are strong enough? As a result, you can't even protect your closest people in the end? And, CE, stop talking, if you continue, there will be nothing left. Chapter 177. Fortunately, Ji Qingshan was not here to argue with him, and CE himself was clear-headed and did not need too much intervention. She stopped talking and gave C a few minutes to feel sad. In silence, CE lowered his eyes and looked at the body on the ground. Ji Qingchen's analysis was not wrong at all. But the past is always revealed with bloody wounds. What did Shi Wuming say to him at that time? He shuddered in his heart, and CE remembered the face covered with blood but still smiling. In the future, trust your friends more, he said. CE watched the light in the man's eyes gradually disappear, and his brain crashed in an instant. His supernatural power was completely out of control and rushed out like crazy, burying a residential building. Almost, Li De would have taken the power, but not the life. This is why even after getting the power, Li De did not take action against CE, the hidden danger, because he was really scared by CE's supernatural power. To be honest, the dispute between Li De and Shi Wuming was won by the former. Li De got the authority he wanted, and Shi Wuming paid with his life. But Li De relied on trickery. If we really talk about strength, he may not get the best. In addition, this unscrupulous method has seriously damaged the vitality of the entire shelter, so after getting the authority, he dared not continue to make a big move, and could only make some disgusting rules. He did not provoke CE, and CE was too lazy to pay attention to him. As for the reason, CE explained to the outside world that he did not want the shelter to have another dispute. He attacked indiscriminately because he could not control himself that time, but Li Da's ability was born to hurt the enemy 1,000 times, and hurt himself 800 times. This reason, mixed with the recognition of Shi Wuming as the Holy Father that CE forced himself to reach, convinced himself. He couldn't let this place that Shi Wuming risked his life to protect burn down. But he knew in his heart that this was just an excuse. It was never a question of trust. He hated himself for suddenly doing something stupid. After all, who can say trust is good? What if Shi Wuming is really a Holy Father? If he didn't act at that time, it would be equivalent to letting Li De get the authority of the shelter without any obstacles. CE didn't regret his decision to kill Li De in advance. All the tragedies came from his underestimation of the enemy. He thought Li De was too stupid. If he was more cautious, noticed Li Da's intentions, and didn't underestimate the enemy, everything would be different. He never changed his original intention, so the nightmare couldn't trap him. As for the solution to the nightmare, CE was just occasionally stupid, and not really stupid. He knew too well what he should do. He had thought of hundreds of plans to kill Li De in his mind, including the handling of each stage and various changes. It only took him 5 times to finish the fight. As long as he pushed the knife 1 more inch into the chest of the guy on the ground, this nightmare would be broken. However, this guy didn't want to go out too early, so he was kept alive. Every time he was just 1 step away from death, a new cycle began. So far, this is the 250th time that Li De has been on the verge of death. The way of death has also deviated from the first knife and has become more diverse. CE, who has a good brain and can't stay idle, has achieved the achievement of exploring 100 ways of Li Da's death. It seems that I came too late and made you so bored. Miss Ji folded her arms and sneered. No way, how could it be? CE laughed, occasionally looking at the other person with a wandering look. Shi Wuming's death was as naught. Whether it was distrust or underestimation of the enemy, there was only one reason for Shi Wuming's death. In order to save him, the man who wanted to prevent the deaths of those people in the shelter would not necessarily pay with his life. I owed him. CE determined this point, and planned to take Shi Wuming's share with him. In fact, survival is secondary, and this person is not the kind of person who does not care about his life. But he only cares about his own life and the lives of his close friends. I can't learn Shi Wuming's attitude of helping the world when he sees the suffering, and I still can't learn it now. But in the end, even if he tried to imitate it clumsily, he saw some shadows of Shi Wuming when he was there. He originally thought that he would carry the shadow of another person all the way, and he didn't expect that everything would change so much in just half a month. Li De died, and the original rules were broken overnight. That day, CE mixed in the crowd of people who came to make trouble, just to witness the god who solved Li De in just one day. During the time when Shi Wuming died, he and Li De did not interfere with each other on the surface, but everyone knew that the other was a hidden danger. He used all means in secret. Li De used the ownership of the shelter to make up lies, and spread the news of the shelter to attract superpowers to join. When the superpowers came, he controlled the strong ones for his own use, pushed the weak ones out as cannon fodder, and organized people to hunt zombies for energy cores to continuously improve his superpowers. But this person pretended to be well known to the outside world, publicizing that he would resist all threats to the shelter, and there was no hidden danger in going out to hunt zombies. Except for occasionally going out, People just had to live as before. People are lazy. The survivors were already in a precarious situation, and now they suddenly came back from hell. Li Da's words undoubtedly moved everyone, and he won the hearts of most people in just 3 days. Except for those who were used as cannon fodder, and a few smart people who were still thoughtful, the rest were useless in a few days. So CE would rescue some cannon fodder from the team every now and then, and rob the energy cores taken by Li Da's people on the road, stirring up those people's hatred against Li Da, fulfilling his promise to Shi Wuming while shaking the foundation of Li Da's management. Fu Ying was abducted by him in this way. In fact, Fu Ying's strength should be the target of Li Da's wooing, but this person is stubborn and not easy to fool, and he has some friendship with Shi Wuming, so he has completely become a thorn in Li Da's eyes. In addition, Fu Ying didn't know the situation that night as well as CE, and was fooled into a trap by Li Da. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and CE helped in time, and the danger was averted. As for Li Da, he may have noticed something unusual about CE, but it was not to the point of tearing each other apart in public, and no one could do anything to the other. Originally, according to CE's plan, he hid in the dark to save those who were almost killed by Li Da, and prevented the powerful superpowers from being recruited by Li Da. After half of the people realized Li Da's true face, they would officially start to plan to kill him and seize power. According to the plan, this process would take at least 1 or 2 months. He never thought that his plan would bankrupt so quickly. That day, he got the news that Li Da had captured a little girl. This kind of thing happened frequently in the past half-month. CE tried his best to save and help as much as possible, especially when he learned that the little girl was a healing superpower. He also went in the day Ji Qingshan entered the central tower. Yuan Fuyun helped him. This lady with purple hair has been helping him for half a month. CE was very keenly aware that her abilities seemed to be better than his and Li Da's, and she was doing the same rescue work as him. But she always ignored CE's invitation to kill Li Da together. And her whereabouts were erratic. It seemed that she didn't care about the rest except how many people were left in the shelter. She helped CE several times, but she just left after she got everything. At first, CE tried to find cooperation. However, after analyzing the pros and cons for him, he said this: "Saving people is what I want to do. If you want help, I can provide it appropriately, but cooperation is not necessary." CE was choked to death at the time, and thought of how he had been seen in a lot of embarrassing situations by Yuan Fuyun before, and he had put aside the cooperation and left angrily. But it should be said that this person is flexible. She didn't look good the first day, but when she wanted to trip up Li Da the next day, she didn't have enough people, so she still shamelessly came to ask for help. Yuan Fuyun helped, and helped very happily, except that her face was still cold. After that, CE would ask for help every now and then, and Yuan Fuyun would accept all the requests, but only to save people, and she would never get involved in things like fighting. CE secretly observed this person for a while, and found that when she was free, she not only wandered around in the shelter, but also ran outside every now and then where others could not avoid, without worrying about losing her life. She saved people, but not everyone, and her standards were very strange. She didn't directly participate in conflicts, but whenever CE needed some auxiliary tools, she would always give them. If you say she was completely on CE's side, she would strictly guard against the act of killing Li Da. A dead neutral who does what he wants. Before Ji Qingshan showed up, CE was very confused about the logic of this person's behavior. Now he knows the situation. Yuan Fuyun is in the same group with Ji Qingshan. She ran outside because she was not worried about her own problems, and collected information. If Ji Qingshan wants the authority of the shelter, Li Da must die. If the authority changes hands in advance, one more person will have to die. But that night, CE didn't know all this. With the mentality of saving a little girl, and taking a healing psychic by the way, he went to Yuan Fuyun for help. CE still remembers the weird expression on Yuan Fuyun's face at that time. But Ms. Yuan didn't like to talk much, and her expression was only weird for a moment. That night, she helped CE enter the central tower that Li Da guarded tightly. The procedure was extremely skilled, and it was obvious that it was not the first time. But CE didn't help at all, and before he could do anything, the situation in the central tower changed. He squeezed out of the confused and panicked crowd, and it took him a long time to recognize the words they shouted: "Li Da is dead." Is it true? This was CE's first reaction. But looking at Li Da's former accomplices, who quickly became agitated, CE believed it 70% to 80%. Then the question is, at least 1 day ago, Li Da was still living a comfortable life. He guarded his life tightly. Which powerful person could kill him in such a short time? Ce recalled everything that happened in the past few days, and vaguely remembered that someone had mentioned that the captured girl was a superpower who came to the shelter, and it was said that she didn't come alone. Could it be that the girl's companions who killed Li Da? But Ce would not get the answer tonight, and now Li Da's old subordinates have split into two factions. On one hand, he wanted to fight back bravely and avenge their boss, and on the other hand, he decided to wait and see what would happen and become a fence-sitter. Under the conflict, the central tower was in flames. If the new owner of the shelter is smart, there will be bloodshed here tonight. Ce didn't want to wade into this muddy water. Anyway, Li Da was dead, and it didn't matter to him which side won. Let them fight it out. As for the man who killed Li Da with lightning speed and took the power of the shelter, if he relied on real talent and knowledge, he would definitely see him in the future. Facts prove that his judgment was correct. After waking up from a sleep, he saw the true face of this god. Chapter 178. The noisy crowd came for the rules announced by the system. Li Da made these people who were used to block the knife for him too stupid. They still couldn't recognize the reality even in the end of the world. Ce mixed in the crowd and moved to the open space in front of the central tower. There was not much change here. It seemed that the riot last night did not last long before it was resolved. As the crowd was noisy, Ce saw Li Da's former marginal subordinates hesitantly come out to mediate. It should be said that the people who killed Li Da so quickly reorganized their own forces in just one night. Ce's heart suddenly became more expectant. This expectation reached its peak when the people who persuaded the fight and those who came to fight started fighting. Now he couldn't not show up. Indeed, Miss G came out and blew up everyone with a handful of peas. No one had expected that this beautiful woman would immediately break the arm of the person who yelled and insulted her, and then release her murderous intent towards them without any concealment. That kind of aura is absolutely impossible to achieve unless you survive in a battlefield with tens of millions of people. At that time, Ce knew that this person was a character that could not be provoked. The murderous aura that made people's souls tremble was very pure, without any intention of intimidation. No one would intimidate a group of ants, and these people were just like ants in her eyes. She should also be a person who doesn't care much about the lives of others. Ce thought so, but before a day had passed, the other party slapped him in the face. After the sister taught people a lesson, the next sentence was a provocation. She really wanted to teach everyone here and let them all survive. Those guys who were making a fuss couldn't tell, but Ce was very familiar with the art of language. How could he not see why Ji Qingchen said those words? I was wrong. This guy was actually in the same league as Shi Wuming. Ce thought to himself, and felt a little uneasy again. Shi Wuming's kind of helping others when seeing injustice is already very dangerous in this cannibalistic apocalypse. The apocalypse is a place where the weak are the prey of the strong and the fittest survive. Although Ce didn't know what the zombie carnival night was, it couldn't be a good thing if the zombies came to the carnival? Now less than half of the people in this shelter can protect themselves. Now it seems that this woman wants to take a group of people who were spoiled by Li Da to tide over the difficulties. It's impossible. They can't even fight against the zombies one-on-one. With a lot of questions in his mind, Ce continued to mix in the crowd the next day. When he saw the woman again, Ce understood her confidence. This guy will never fall into the same situation as Shi Wuming, because she is so powerful. With such strength, he can succeed in anything. Ce inexplicably felt that God must like good people like Shi Wuming. Not only did he send a person who perfectly met his fantasy, but he also killed Li Da for him. Under Ji Qingchen's management, on the day of the zombie carnival night, no one died in the shelter, and she ended the zombie carnival night in advance. This thing that should have belonged to the rules of the world was easily exploited by her, and she seemed to have known that she could do this. At that moment, Ce suddenly felt that the pressure on Shi Wuming on him was reduced countless times. With this person, it is difficult for the shelter to have any problems. Not only because of her strength, but also because of her understanding of the weirdness of this world. Ce was probably the first person to see that Ji Qingchen's origin was not simple. She didn't worry about her life safety when she didn't act within the framework of the rules. Compared with them, she had the ability to control supernatural powers like a cheat. She could also use Yuan Fuyun, which was the most outrageous. When he first saw Yuan Fuyun's attitude towards Ji Qingchen, Ce almost thought that the other party was possessed. On weekdays, when he asked this guy for help, he didn't even answer. It was not until the results were in front of him that he knew that she agreed. When it came to Ji Qingchen, he could talk and had an attitude. Nothing she asked could not be completed. Occasionally, he looked at Ms. G with admiration in his eyes. If she hadn't still had that cold face towards him. Ce really thought she was Yuan Fuyun's twin sister. The conclusion that Yuan Fuyun and Ji Qingshan might have known each other before also came from this. But this Miss Ji didn't seem to cherish her life. When she thrust the knife in, Ce felt that she had stabbed himself. How could someone stab himself so easily? And in front of a minor? This made the energy core that he almost swallowed before seem so childish. After all, it was a chronic poison. The energy core was the second point that Ce was sure that Ji Qingshan was unusual. Whether it was Li De, him, or Shi Wuming, they all thought of using it after knowing that it could enhance superpowers. Ce himself had never used it purely because of mysophobia. He didn't want to use this kind of thing that fell from a zombie unless it was absolutely necessary. And he discovered at that time that superpowers could be improved through practice. But he had seen Li De use it. At least, he didn't have any bad reaction before he died. Su Yang's big reaction, is it because of the difference in the energy core, or? Ce stole a glance at the people on the city wall at that time. And Ji Qingshan's subsequent operation also confirmed Ce's guess. This thing is indeed harmful, but it is not so effective. Ji Qingshan magnified the side effects of the energy core in order to prevent people from continuing to use this thing. Back to the matter of Ji Qingshan stabbing himself. At that time, Ce's heart was like 1,000 grass mud horses running wildly, thinking, I finally found a reliable leader, and I just expressed my loyalty. I went to the city wall to chat with people in the middle of the night. I thought that from now on, he would just follow Ji Qingshan, get a military advisor and be the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and sixth in command, and he wouldn't have to face the trivial matters in the shelter. He was like this when Shi Wuming was there. Ce knew that he couldn't be a backbone with his tone, but who knew that when he turned around, hey, the boss committed suicide. When he arrived, he just saw Miss Ji bleeding and falling straight down. This man still had a smile on his face. It was in stark contrast to the little girl with healing ability, who was crying and trying desperately to stop the bleeding. After waking up, she still had an attitude that it didn't matter if she couldn't get up for a long time. But just when she woke up, Ce saw the indifference in the eyes of the person who had just protected the entire shelter. A strange sense of similarity rose in Ce's heart. He had seen such eyes before. It was not his former friend, Shi Wuming, who looked like Miss Ji, but Ce himself, or to be more precise, the self he saw in the mirror in the past. Even Miss Ji's eyes were even colder. Ji Qingshan quickly covered it up, but the more Ce thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. He and Shi Wuming were two parallel lines. It wasn't that they didn't get along, and they had to tacitly avoid some topics every time they chatted. How could he see someone whose behavior logic was very similar to Shi Wuming's, who was even more indifferent than himself? He became more and more curious about Ji Qingshan. When Miss Ji asked the survivors to go out to collect energy cores, Ce went around and came back quietly. He saw Ji Qingshan leaning on the vines, and taking a walkie-talkie from Yuan Fuyun. She glanced over here, and suddenly raised her eyebrows. He couldn't remember what happened later. When he was conscious, he had already left the shelter. He was discovered, yes. With Ji Qingshan's strength, it was impossible for him not to have even this little bit of vigilance. But she didn't say anything, just threw him out. Does it mean that she is not very disgusted with such things? It is also possible that she wants these people to find the logic behind this world by exploring her secrets. Whether it is the zombie carnival night, or the real world afterwards, Ji Qingshan has always been consciously making these people grow up as quickly as possible within the scope of her ability to save their lives. So Ce became more and more bold about this, trying to get some words from Ji Qingshan whenever he could, but most of the time he would get the same answer as the riddle man. After the Lost Ruins, Ce knew the reason why Ji Qingshan did this. Someone can monitor this world, and use some means to change the rules of this world. Ji Qingshan and that person are on the opposite side, and she wants to make the other party's calculations fail completely. Ce had this idea at that time. And now, this guess has been confirmed. Ji Qingshan essentially doesn't care about the lives of those people. She can get rid of others so easily in the car. Everything she did was for her own plan. If someone interfered with her, she would never hesitate to take action. Ce certainly didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Sacrificing those people can bring greater peace, and he would do it too. Compared to those guys who would go crazy and create the end of the world at any time, Miss Ji looks much more normal. That person has a way to interfere with the operation here. According to the clues obtained from the melted ruins, this method is probably related to the energy core. And at the moment, when the Hell train arrived, Ce saw with his own eyes that Ji Qingshan used something he couldn't describe to extract the energy cores of all the living people. Although he didn't understand how she did it, Ji Qingshan should have completely blocked the method of the person behind the scenes to control them. Nightmare can't be monitored at will. He killed Li Do more than 100 times, but the other party's life trajectory did not change, which also proved this point. This is an absolutely safe single chat group. CE wanted to take advantage of this absolutely safe space to express all the doubts that have been hidden in his heart for a long time, and have not been able to investigate the results by himself. He really wanted an answer. Chapter 179. What CE was most worried about was that Ji Qingchen saw through his intentions, and did not intend to satisfy his little thoughts. Even if he came in, he would just drag him out. After all, there was no need for people to explain anything to him. He could still survive without those answers. Those questions were just his selfishness. Fortunately, the man did not do such a thing. Although he had a stinky face, he came anyway. Give him a look that said, if you have something to say it quickly, and if you have something to say, fart quickly. When he heard Ji Qingchen emphasize the two words ask once, he gave up struggling. He wanted an answer after all. Boss, is Dugayun your partner? Before being sent out of 710 by Ji Qingchen, the last name CE heard was this. At that time, Ji Qingchen's face was a sincere and weird look. Ji Qingchen was often weird, but it was better for minors. If other people were mean, don't expect her to ignore it, but there is a difference between weird and weird. Not only was she eccentric, but her emotions were also the same. Her emotions when facing them were more like maintaining a certain personality, with a hint of a fake smile. But that day, when CE saw her calling the name of the person on the other end of the intercom, her expression was bright and lively despite her disdain. It was different from all the emotions he had seen since he met Ji Qingchen. If we have to talk about the intensity of emotions, only Ji Qingchen's disgust every time he mentioned Arifin could compare with it. CE was sure that Dugayun was a very important person to their boss. I think so. Ji Qingchen nodded, and then added, you are probably the type of person he likes the most. No, boss, this is not allowed to be said. CE hurriedly changed the subject. If the apocalypse can end, what will happen to us? It will be the same as before, but the world should be fairer than before, but people are still the same, and it is impossible to expect them to be normal. Yuan Fuyun did not enter the train with other people, and the little girl next to you before, did they go to the Sea of Zombies? Who is she? Many people who know the inside story of the Lost Ruins have guessed about Yuanzhou's identity, at least there is a source. Ji Yang is different. She suddenly appeared beside Ji Qingchen in the true sense, and Ji Qingchen never said it clearly, so there are more and more guesses about her. Ji Qingchen chose to ignore Ji Yang. You care about Fuyun, don't you like her? Let me tell you in advance that most of your personality hits her nail. I don't mean I don't have you, don't talk nonsense. Although he knew Ji Qingchen was teasing, he almost exploded. Liking Yuan Fuyun. This is the most terrible thing he has ever heard in his life. It's not that he is superstitious, they are definitely not compatible. The words were passed on like this. Ji Qingchen was speechless for a while, before answering another question somewhat helplessly. All those who didn't get on the train are in the zombie sea. What is their identity, whether they are dead or alive? Whether they can get out, I don't know at the moment, it depends on their luck. As for the little girl, you can just treat her as another Ji Qingchen. Oh, that's it. CE thought this was a bit strange, but he was more concerned about the situation in the zombie sea. The zombie sea should be very troublesome. Reason told him that Ji Qingchen was unlikely to give up so many people, or he would just do what Arifin wanted. But she is already here, how can she save those trapped people? Can she rely on Yuan Fuyun alone? I said, that little girl can be another me. Besides, why do you think there are only two of us? There is nothing wrong with this. I think with their boss's awesomeness, it is not his turn to worry about this matter. CE felt relieved, so that the next question was easily asked from the popular science channel. By the way, what is the relationship between Mr. Yu and you? In my humble opinion, he is not innocent to you. Ah? This time it was Ji Qingchen who was stunned. After a while, her expression became wonderful. It was nothing else. It was just that the picture CE showed her was too wonderful. No, she said that after the world copy was over, why did the strange yellow, cold orange tea, seafood porridge and milk appear on the table inexplicably? It turned out that this guy did it. It was true that those scenes were more or less imaginary by CE, but Miss G was sensitive to begin with, and she still saw the not-so-innocent emotion that the little beauty was hiding in her eyes. Ahem. She coughed tactically, and said calmly, this question is not important. But her mind was already screaming like crazy. No way, the joke went too far, how could the little beauty suddenly have such feelings? She seemed to have only flirted with him a few times, and her attitude was quite bad. If the only good thing was that she helped him change the ending of The Mermaid, It was just a hypothesis. Was he suffering from Stockholm Syndrome or the suspension bridge effect? It was going to cost me my life, so I would go and find out later, and I couldn't waste it on a pure little mermaid. Anything else you want to ask? Boss, you know it, don't you? Two sentences appeared at the same time. Ji Qingchen, If you don't want to ask, end the nightmare and get out. Okay, CE understood. His boss really didn't know about this. But it's no good to offend the boss. CE tactfully skipped the topic immediately. Boss, if I use your standards, what level am I at now? Ji Qingchen is very familiar with superpowers. She can leave thousands of people to control superpowers by herself, and she can use their superpowers to the extreme by taking over the bodies of any people with daughter flowers. This means that there must be superpowers where she comes from, and she is also a top talent in this field in that place. At the same time, CE was also thinking about another thing. What is the difference between these people and the people in Ji Qingchen's world? Ji Qingchen looks the same as them, with noses and eyes. She can take over the superpowers of the survivors of the apocalypse without any adaptation process, which means that the two superpowers are used in the same way. So is there a possibility? These two places are actually the same, they are just isolated on an island separated from that world. You haven't fought with me yet, so I don't know much about the actual combat, but judging from the strength of your mental strength, you have reached level A. And this place is not isolated. Well, excuse me, what is the upper limit? S. Well, how about we fight? No, don't get me wrong. I just want to know my actual combat ability. It will collapse. I don't want to go out, just say it. Oh. Boss, you just said that this place is not the one that is isolated. Yes, from ancient times to the present, the isolation of places has never been as thorough as the isolation of people. Isolated places and isolated people. A bad guess gradually took shape in CE's mind, but he bit his back teeth and swallowed this guess silently, not daring to ask or face the answer. Change one by one, although the next question is not very normal. Boss, why does Xiao Lanning call you Sister Shuang Shuang? Is it a nickname? 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute passed, but no one in the space spoke. Should I say that I really know how to choose questions? Then do you think Su Yang is not right? CE wanted to remedy the situation, but this was the only question left in his mind. After asking, he realized that this question was not a normal question. Or he should just break the nightmare and go out. It was too embarrassing. CE thought, and was about to stab the handle of the knife until he dawged chest an inch further. Something wrapped around his hand at this moment. Why don't you tell me? What's wrong with Su Yang? Oh, I just feel that sometimes he is calm and quick-witted, such as when you sent him to follow Greyas, he didn't put himself in danger at all. But sometimes he is really stupid, and he led zombies in several times on the way to the world copy. The contrast is a bit too big. Experience tells him that people with big contrasts must have problems, such as Ji Qingchen. And looking at Su Yang's injuries, basically someone came to rescue him in time. He seemed to be careless, and put his life on the line, but in fact, he was not in too much danger every time. He couldn't do it on purpose. Although it's a bit ridiculous to think so, the weird feeling is still there. What if? There are already two abnormal humans, Ji Qingchen and Yuan Fuyun, here, it's reasonable to have another one. And Su Yang's ability. According to Ji Qingchen, it should be acquired, and the function will only be invisibility from beginning to end, but he can evolve the ability to virtualize his body, which is completely different from invisibility. Looking at Ji Qingchen's reaction, CE knew that he guessed right. Someone tried to ask, but was blocked by Ji Qingchen. I don't like to reveal other people's things. You can ask Su Yang yourself when the time comes. But as compensation, I can answer your first question. You can understand that Ji Qingchen and Ji Shuang are both my names. As for the reason, you have guessed so much, you can continue to guess it yourself. CE felt his heart skip a beat. Ji Qingchen, Ji Yang, Ji Shuang, these three names kept circling around in his mind, and CE had a hunch that he was very close to the truth. Are your abilities really only those plant cards? He asked the last question for some reason, but found that the nightmare began to collapse. CE looked at his left hand holding the knife, and saw that his hand was shaking slightly uncontrollably, just sending the dagger into Li Da's heart. What do you think? Ji Qingchen's voice came to his ears. The world completely collapsed, and CE saw a huge group of people, and only two remaining doors. However, the accident happened at this time. The two doors were shrinking rapidly, and the black world was also shining. At the same time, everyone heard the system broadcast. All survivors, please pay attention, all survivors, this train is about to arrive at the terminal, the other side of Huangquan. Please try your best to survive. Your wishes will be granted after passing through the 3 other side doors. Chapter 180. Sister G, the passage has been established. The zombies have been almost cleared. When are we going to kill Arifin? In the sea of zombies, Nana input the last string of instructions into the controller. Now, the entire sea of zombies has been visibly cleared. There are no more waves of zombies. Instead, the 4 shelters transported by Yuan Fuyun have expanded several times in size compared to before. All those who were exiled to the sea of zombies gathered in these 4 shelters. Everyone, including those who were half dead by zombies before, and those who had died long ago. Since then, Ji Qingshan has made clear arrangements for these survivors. What to do, and how to survive. After a little order is established, they will not even be threatened with death, and they don't have to fight for survival resources. For the natives of above the ruins, Miss G's thorough arrangements are no longer surprising. But for other people in the real world, this is simply heaven. It has been a long time since anyone could use their own abilities to cover the bottom line and arrange a clear life for them. The rules and order of the normal world were also established under the leadership of Ji Qingshan. I know how so many people in 710 survived. With this strength, it is not surprising that she can defeat you. Some familiar people from other places, and the natives of a ruin nearby complained like this. Ji Qingshan eliminated the zombies here and established a new order. The 4 shelters were managed by Mu Chu, Yuan Fuyun, Nana, and Michelle. From these 3 people, Mu Chu finally learned the truth of the world, only the part that can be said. Yuan Fuyun's grasp of this is very accurate. But these are enough to make Mu Chu relax for a while. No hurry, wait a little longer. Ji Qingshan rejected Nana's proposal and asked, "Where are those people? Can they be contacted?" "Boss, your former subordinates have all been found, as long as you give the order." Ji Qingshan interrupted Michelle as she opened her mouth. "Okay, prepare to contact. Fuyun, go and inform the guy. Tell him that he can prepare to make trouble in the alliance." "Okay." Yuan Fuyun responded. "That's it for now. After cleaning up those zombies in the corners, consider the outside world." "Okay, boss." The 3 agreed, and suddenly saw a survivor with a brown-haired woman coming here, and the steps that were about to leave suddenly stopped. No matter how many times they saw it, they would still be stunned by Ji Yang's appearance. Although they knew that this guy was not a human, it was acceptable that he was a dozen years older, but her face was too similar to Ji Qingshan. I remember that the boss doesn't like to mold plants according to his own face. That time the rose appeared, it was exactly the same as the boss. Sister G chooses the appearance of the plants herself, so it's okay if they like it. Nana glared at Michelle, signaling him to shut up. Michelle didn't want to argue with her colleagues about the appearance of a sunflower at this critical moment, so she simply brought up another matter. "It's been so many days, don't you think it's strange? In the past, when the boss beat people, he always started with corn, accompanied by flying flytraps and eggplants everywhere. Pumpkin heads and nuts always make an appearance. As for the other fruits and vegetables, they are mostly used as snacks. But recently, I haven't seen corn rose and the others once. And the boss's temper is much more stable than before. It's not good to have a stable temper. You have to beat you up to be happy, right? What's wrong with you?" Although Nana said this, she also discovered what Michelle said. Not only that, she also guessed that the sunflower that grew very fast should be relying on absorbing zombie energy. Ji Qingshan was hiding something from them, and they had never been able to ask about these things. They could only do what was assigned to them, and hope that the boss would cherish his life. Thinking of the time Ji Qingshan had mentioned when he came, Nana sighed silently. At least when the train arrived outside and Ji Qingshan was ready to go out, they couldn't fail to complete their duties. "I go and consolidate the passage. The training of Michelle and the others is up to you." Everyone had their own things to do, and they left the small villa in the center of the 4 shelters one after another. This place was brought by Ji Qingshan for them to discuss problems. At this moment, the people who sent Ji Yang here also returned to their posts. "How is it outside?" Ji Yang, who looked to be in his 20s, looked at Ji Qingshan, who was leaning against the window. The man was fiddling with a stack of cards of different colors. Today, all of Ji Qingshan's cards have been unlocked. Thanks to the dense zombies here, Arifin must be so angry that he would bite his handkerchief. That man was anxious. He arranged the train to arrive in advance. He probably wanted to use Su Yang and Yuanzhou's situation as an introduction to reduce their numbers first. "Are you sure? Let's not talk about Yuanzhou. Su Yang is busy with a lot of things." Ji Yang's eyes were fixed on Ji Qingshan. She looked about the same age as Ji Qingshan now, and when she looked like this, It was as if she was looking at her annoying younger brother or sister. A few days ago, she was still a little girl who was flattened and needed by Miss G. It has only been a short time, but her temperament has changed drastically. She has always been better than you in this regard. Since she didn't expose that person in the world copy, it means that she is sure. Come on, you know that you have always been willing to die. Otherwise, you wouldn't do this. It's already been done, why are you still entangled? Now that the cards have been restored, it doesn't matter when the time comes. Besides, she has already set a script for herself, and you and I, who are halfway through, can't stop it. Do you really want to do this? Ji Yang almost squeezed out these words from his teeth. You think I want to? I was born to be a sacrifice. However, I can only decide how to die. As for her, we will not let her die, right? Sir, the program has been modified. Are you sure you want to launch it? Vashik looked at Arifin, who was trembling all over in front of him, and was angry at Ji Qingshan's operation. Although this man could no longer see the situation in the nightmare completely, he allowed Ji Qingshan to save a lot of people without any hindrance. And by the way, he used the nightmare as an experience pool. It would be strange if he didn't get angry to death. Not to mention that the energy of the entire zombie sea was empty. Arifin could no longer keep calm. He angrily ordered Vashik to modify the program, not wanting to care if there would be any bugs. At least half of Ji Qingshan's group had to die first. Deploy immediately. He almost screamed. After planning for so many years, he was made into this state by a fragile kid he once looked down upon. Although there was a killer move later, he was determined to make Ji Qingshan suffer. Vashik quickly set up the program according to Arifin's request. So the Hell train arrived at the station ahead of time. After doing all this, Vashik left the control room, leaving Arifin alone to vent his anger. Not only because of Ji Qingshan, but also because Dugu Yun had stirred up trouble in the Alliance, the top leaders, and the Senate, who advocated human rule over everything, had been tripped up in the past few days, especially Arifin, and many of his subordinates could not carry out their work normally. Tez, you are here too. Vashik wandered to a terrace, but found that there were already natives here. Yeah. Tiskasheng leaned on the railing, wearing a dark silver cape over a black dress, and her long brown hair was rarely scattered. The program has been modified. She asked Vashik. Yes, I tripped them up as he asked. By the way, don't you want to go in and see how angry Arifin is with her? I won't offend him. Lest he hate you. You still hate him, he likes you the most. Vashik spread his hands. Every time there is something, only you can comfort him. He probably likes you. Has anyone ever told you that you have a bad personality? Tiskasheng frowned. Yes, it's probably hereditary. After all, I'm too kind compared to that guy. Are you going to see that person? She's going to have a hard time. She hurt you so badly back then, it's a relief to see it. It seems that he hurt you badly back then. Tiskasheng had completely put away her laziness, and looked at Vashik with an extremely cold expression. Then why are you staying here all day long without thinking about how to take revenge? Vashik was choked by her. You are a coward who only dares to rely on the master for revenge, and you can't do anything else except scolding him in the face. Every step I take now is to take back what belongs to her with interest. But have you really hurt him? Ridiculous coward, who gave you the courage to expose my scars? You? Vashik's face turned red. Tiskasheng was still outputting over there. Why, I'm wrong. Ji Qingshan's life has been at my fingertips for a long time. Even if there is no master, I will take revenge sooner or later. And what did you do? Watch him happily spend his days drinking and indulging in sensual pleasures, expecting that day when he would be drained of his body by alcohol and sex? Then at least my sister didn't cut off my hands and feet and throw them out as a sacrifice. If it weren't for the sir taking you in, you would be? Before he finished speaking, Vashik felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a cold light flashed on Tiskasheng's body, piercing his heart. For a moment, he couldn't care about anything else, and he released all his superpowers, and was about to fight to the death with the other party. Paw! 2 darts were shot out, hitting Tiskasheng's right hand and Vashik's shoulder at the same time. The two were stunned at the same time, and then immediately knelt on the ground. Sir! The voices were trembling. What, you have nothing to do? I really didn't expect that my 2 children would still want to kill each other at this critical moment. Arifin's tone was extremely cold. No, she was the first. Vashik explained while fighting. But the piercing pain in his brain made him realize that Arifin was very angry this time. It was bad, he had just been irritated by that Ji Qingshan, and today's matter might not end well. He was uneasy, but he saw the people around him move. Tiskasheng knelt a few steps to Arifin, and said earnestly, Sir, I didn't mean it, it was Vashik first. He knew that the matter was what I hated the most, but he still deliberately mentioned it. She looked so pitiful, and her performance was worthy of the league's Best Actress award. Vashik cursed Tiskashing in his heart. But he also knew that Arifin had always favored Tiskashing. After being instigated by her, everything he said now was wrong. Sure enough, Arifin's expression had eased. He pulled Tiskashing's injured hand, and said softly, "Oh, I was wrong about our little Tiz. But no matter what, the thing I gave you should not be used to kill our friends. It should be stabbed into the heart of the villain who caused your family to be destroyed." "Yes, sir, I was inconsiderate, please forgive me." "Oh, of course, and I have good news to tell you." Arifin regained his smile, pulled Tiskashing up from the ground, and gathered her shawl for her. "Your enemy will soon get the ending he deserves. Are you interested in coming and taking a look?" "With pleasure, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. It would be even better if I could finish it myself." "Of course, you will have the chance soon." It was not until Tiskashing and Arifin walked away that Vashik stood up from the ground tremblingly, and realized belatedly that he was not the one being blamed. Chapter 181. Where is this? The black fog dissipated, and the 48 people in the previous train stood on a piece of charred land. There were patches of dark red on the charred and cracked land, probably blood that had long dried up. 100 meters away was a wooden door standing quietly, exactly the same as the one in the Hell train. But the door was open, revealing the hazy light inside, which formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding black fog, as if inviting them to enter. In or not. For a long time, no one moved, and most people's eyes drifted towards Ji Qingshan intentionally or unintentionally. Did that person change the script? This is really restless. See side in the chat group, is this a kid's or? You know when you go in? Miss G walked towards the door without looking back. Since they have already entered, there is no reason for them not to go. Who knows if there will be any weird things here? Then let's go! The leaders of several small groups greeted their family members. The moment the soft white light enveloped her body, Ji Qingshan's senses were maximized. The new guy, hurry up and bring the potion over. If you delay any longer, the experimental subjects will die. Someone was yelling in her ear, and Miss G opened her eyes. What she saw were potions of various colors in glass bottles, and several huge machines running non-stop and making faint noises. Not far in front of her stood a white coat with an impatient look in his eyes. It seemed that he was the one who was talking to her just now. There was no one else. None of the remaining 47 was here. Which potion? Seeing that the person on the other side was about to shout again, Ji Qingshan said before the other party spoke. Her mental power was not restricted here, but after a round of inspection, she found that the cards could not attack the people and buildings in front of her. It seems that Arifin is really afraid that Miss G will overturn his chessboard at any time, so he simply spent a lot of money to frame her outside the entity. But this also means that the people here cannot cause substantial harm to her. Miss G can do anything except take action. For example, the researcher who is in contact with her is mad to death. You? How did you do your on-the-job training? You forced me to come here, just tell me to get paid. Who to blame? The researcher probably knew that he could not beat Miss G, and used 2 minutes to comfort himself, and commanded Ji Qingshan, just bring those 2 silver cans. This? Ji Qingshan said, grabbed the can and walked 2 steps, and suddenly his hands loosened. As expected, the bottle did not fall to the ground, but returned to the table. All right. Ji Qingshan stopped thinking about delaying time, took his things and followed the swearing researcher. After passing through 2 doors, they finally arrived at their destination. Why is it so noisy? Before entering the room, Miss G heard the clanging noise inside. The researcher was not surprised, and handed over a set of protective clothing, and even mocked Ji Qingshan. Today is the first time this batch of experimental subjects has come, so it is certain that there will be noise. I don't even know how you went through the employee training. Yes, put on your clothes quickly. I told you that you asked me to come. Ji Qingshan put the words back, and quickly watched the person in front of him open the door of the laboratory. This is a huge circular room, with hundreds of huge glass jars arranged from the outside to the center. The glass jars are connected to various pipes above and below, all leading to the huge water tank in the middle of the room. Researchers wearing protective clothing shuttle between these glass tubes. Although the view was blocked, Ji Qingshan still saw the people in the glass jars, the remaining 47 survivors who entered the train. And in the water tank in the center was a mermaid. I can only say, as expected. The researcher pushed Ji Qingshan to the water tank in the center. The control console next to the water tank is where the most researchers are. Seeing them coming, A guy who seemed to be the person in charge urged impatiently. Hurry up and add the medicine. Damn, these guys are too weak. They can't hold on for this little time. Oh, Lao Chiu, relax. There will always be deaths in the first experiment. It's just a matter of time. A researcher next to him comforted the person in charge. These people are rare samples that the superiors have collected with great difficulty. Who can I tell if they die after the first time? Hurry up and calm this thing down. TSK, you said that this experimental subject has been changed so many times, and the success rate is very low. Is the energy of this thing so strong? That's not it. Don't forget how he was brought here. It was born with hatred for humans. It would be strange if it didn't kill those experimental subjects. If the superiors hadn't set up this thing, it could kill everyone here in an instant. I don't know how many experimental subjects it will take to make this guy stable. Who knows? We are just doing what we are told. When the time comes, someone will naturally tell us to change the program. I said, new guy, you've done your job. What are you doing? Chiu Jia chatted with his assistant for a long time, and suddenly found that the data on the panel under his hand was getting worse and worse. The faces of the experimental subjects behind him were distorted, and the noise of hitting the glass jars became louder and louder. Shocked, he turned his head, and found that Ji Qingshan had not poured the medicine into the water. The assistant was the first to react. He rushed forward and quickly introduced the medicine, and ordered people to take the dying experimental subject away for treatment. Finally, he stared at Ji Qingshan for a while, and gritted his teeth, and ordered people to take this mischievous intern away. In just 1 hour, everyone in the laboratory was afraid of this new intern. But the people called by the assistant didn't have time to do anything, and the intern, who didn't understand what people said, fell into the tank where the mermaid was kept. The air suffocated for a moment, and with the crackling of the bottle falling to the ground, all the researchers made sharp explosions. They seemed to have seen something terrifying, and hurried to run out of the laboratory. In the panic, it seemed that someone pressed a button, and the normal lights in the entire laboratory suddenly went out, and a strange dark gray spread from the bottom of the water tank. TSK, a purifier with a little sleep-aiding effect. It seems that they are really afraid of you, little beauty. In the water tank, Ji Qingshan glanced in the direction where the researchers left, and then his eyes fell back on the mermaid in front of him. The mermaid has Yuanzhou's face, Yuanzhou, when he was 10 years old. Now she is a legitimate little beauty. Miss Ji's jade-like fingers poked the little guy's face, and pinched it gently. Aren't you afraid of me? The little guy had a baby voice, but the tone was the same as the person Ji Qingshan had seen. It looks like it's just a changed shell. Ji Qingshan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, not knowing whether it was because the shell of this person had changed or the soul hadn't changed. Since she learned from Ce that Yuanzhou might be interested in her, Miss Ji spent 5 minutes thinking about life. Although she didn't understand why the beauty would like herself, who didn't give her much good face, it was his problem, and she would leave room for people to choose and regret. If the other party still didn't turn back, she liked Yuanzhou's face anyway, and she wasn't the one who suffered. But that room was not now. Facing such an underage face, Ji Qingshan couldn't do it anyway. Is this how he used you for experiments? Miss Ji rubbed little Yuanzhou's head for a long time, and asked while rubbing. Use Arafin's own ability to pollute Yuanzhou's mind, and then expand these pollutions through his hands to hundreds and thousands, and release them to other people. Looking at the jars here, you can see how big a pollution source Yuanzhou was before. Yes, after all, he hates humans. Yuanzhou pointed at himself and said, Arifin told him that it was humans who killed his family and destroyed the place where he lived. He tried his best to save the egg. He said that they should kill these ignorant humans and build a new world with more order. The little mermaid flipped over in the water. It's a stupid reason, but he believed it. He actually believed in Guang, a person who would persecute his own people. He was complacent and thought he was doing a great thing. In fact, the blood on his hands could not be washed clean. Tell me, is this a complete bastard? He deceived himself and others by helping the evildoer, and foolishly thought that he was the most favored child by him, and was willing to give everything for it. The mermaid's blue eyes were full of the evilness unique to children, staring straight at Ji Qingshan. If someone like him were put in the Alliance Council, he would be labeled as a heinous criminal. He even wanted to pretend to be pretentious with those clues, and shed a few tears in front of those who became like this because of him, and cleared himself with a few words. Do you think he is stupid and bad? It's really stupid. That said, but Ji Qingshan looked at the mermaid in front of him with a calm look, and at the end, he stretched out his claws to rub Yuanzhou's cheeks, watching the madness and trembling in his eyes freeze in an instant, and continued with the following words. I said at that time, How could a person like Arifin let you keep a secret? I asked you so many times, but you refused to tell me. Now you can't hide it anymore, and you are angry with me. What's wrong with you? You are loud and crazy. You like me, so you are right. What's wrong with you? You are narcissistic. Yuan Zhou was almost petrified by this sentence. But the first thing that popped into his mind was not the past that he had concealed, but the sentence like me. It's over, it's all over. She not only knew what I meant to her, but also knew my past. If any of them was not achieved, he could still fool her, but now how could she accept such a bad self? I'm afraid we can't even be friends. Yuan Zhou's mind was full of this thought, and his thoughts were directly confused. Until Ji Qingchen snapped his fingers in front of him. Wake up, come back to your senses. Miss Ji had a smile on her face that was hard to describe. She breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly asked, how long does it take for you mermaids to become adults? 200 years. Mermaids are immortal, and their lifespan is measured in thousands. How long have you been born? Ji Qingchen pointed at Yuan Zhou's current body. Less than 100 years. That is, after being persecuted by Arifin for a period of time, his lifespan has gradually approached that of humans. At this age, the descendants of the mermaids would still be chubby little fish. Chapter 182. Then do you know that the Alliance has something called the Minor Protection Law? If you, a kid who hasn't even gone through puberty, really commit a heinous crime, they will first arrest your guardian. Guardian, you know what it means. Translated, it's Arifin. Those in the Alliance who dare to instigate minors to commit crimes will be sentenced to reincarnation in less than a week if there is solid evidence, which is the fastest sentence to take effect. For someone like him, who not only instigates, but also forces, this time is enough for the first 180 births. Miss Ji finished her words very quickly. The other side was completely unable to move, so he could only blink his big eyes and listen to Miss Ji continue to speak. It's normal for a brat to be taught badly by a fake person, and you haven't really grown up astray. I said this a long time ago, right? But you didn't know this at that time. I took the initiative to participate in Arifin's plan, because at that time you thought Arifin was right. The brat doesn't know anything, and he believes everything he hears every day. Isn't this still Arifin's problem? As for the redemption you want, you got it the moment you realized that all this was wrong and didn't want to help him commit atrocities. From then on, Arifin could no longer do whatever he wanted by polluting mass production. You are the one who really knows what to do through your own thinking. Before that, you could only be called a prop. You can't break a knife because it killed someone instead of arresting the person who used the knife. You have become a good person who you think is also a universal value. As for the past, Arifin's prop egg has nothing to do with you, Yuan Zhou. Miss Ji said casually but surely. In such words, the uneasiness in the little mermaid's eyes was dispelled bit by bit. Yeah, he responded at last, and the fishtail swam gently to Ji Qingchen's side. What about you? Do you mind? Mind? Ji Qingchen seemed to have heard something interesting. Remember what I told you before, your secret is nothing to me, I will take you out of here, and I will do what I said. It's just that I'm curious, why do you like me? Oh, you're blushing now. It doesn't matter if you don't look, but when you look at it, Yuan Zhou's face is red all the way to his ears. The little guy gurgled and spit out bubbles for a while, and suddenly muttered, I just like it. Then he shook his head like a broken jar, and his body suddenly began to grow taller, and the fishtail turned into human legs. But the clothes are still pitifully few, and a thin layer of them is faintly covered. It's really strange to like this kind of thing. Obviously, he hated this guy who teased him as soon as they met. If she didn't have the ability to make Arifin lose face, Yuan Zhou guaranteed that he would not meet her by chance a second time. And to be honest, Ji Qingchen is really the strangest person he has ever seen. He does the work of killing people but saves people. Mermaids are naturally sensitive to the good and evil of people. Yuan Zhou has been raised by Arifin for many years. Although his initial values are quite distorted, his basic senses have not weakened at all. So every time he saw Ji Qingchen, Yuan Zhou inexplicably felt that she was very similar to Arifin. But Ji Qingchen and Arifin did completely opposite things. Driven by curiosity, Yuan Zhou approached this woman again. However, he never expected that she would erase his nightmare bit by bit in that place. At that moment, Yuan Zhou suddenly felt that she was not so unpleasant. The last words she said to him were like a seed that kept sprouting in his heart. She was so arrogant and wanton in the same situation, and Arifin's methods made him lose face. He saw the shadow of his hope in Ji Qingchen, and was sure of Ji Qingchen's intentions. She and Arifin were absolute enemies, and there was no possibility of deceiving him. So next time, Can he throw the problem that had been hidden in his heart to her? Arafin's routine always changes after maturity. When Yuanzhou realized that he was helping the evil, the plan to pollute the planet no longer required his voluntary cooperation. His resistance would make things develop in the direction he was most reluctant to face. He tried several times, and finally gave up completely. So when the dawn of hope was rekindled, Yuanzhou made a decision without hesitation. And for him, who knew what would happen in this world, it was not difficult to plan the next meeting. He put the pearl in Ji Qingchen's pocket. It was natural that she came to find him at the market he had arranged in advance. But he also saw through his plan. It's hard not to guess that there are 6 markets and 5 shelters. She said it with certainty at that time, but she didn't feel angry at being calculated. Yuanzhou's conclusion after analysis was more inclined to Miss Ji's face, but at that time, he didn't have time to think so much. At that time, Yuanzhou listened to Ji Qingchen's calculations clearly, and he was told the direct contradiction between him and Arifin exactly, and he also gave a description of the situation. He must keep you to control the zombies, so you don't have to worry about your life. But you also know that the man likes to attack the mind the most. It won't be a big deal for your body. Your past will become his material for making trouble. Since we are cooperating now, why not be more honest? Honest? How to be honest? The string in Yuanzhou's mind was stretched to the extreme. That man was unrestrained and shrewd, and it seemed that there was nothing to be afraid of in her heart. And he was like a weed growing in the cracks. Although he tried hard to get close to the sun, he was inevitably burned the moment he stuck his head out. If she told her past, how would she see herself? She used all means to cause trouble for Arifin, but the reason why this trouble developed so quickly was because of him. Especially after he realized everything, he was afraid to fight to the death because of his life. He was muddle-headed every day, and still lived a controlled life. How would Ji Qingchen see himself? She wanted to save everyone, but would he, her accomplice, be included in that group? Yuanzhou didn't dare to gamble, and couldn't gamble. He vowed to bury his past that hadn't been made public underground, and to create a perfect persona of being persecuted by Arifin. Even though he had already noticed, Ji Qingchen guessed that he was hiding something. But when he entered this nightmare, he realized what kind of consequences his uncalm thinking would lead to. What he worried about came true, and Ji Qingchen saw everything in his past. In order to escape, Yuanzhou did not hesitate to turn himself into a child. Then he met Ji Qingchen's smile, which he had known for a long time. Even the little thoughts he had hidden were known. Yuanzhou was so embarrassed that he was about to say something, but he didn't expect that the only question the other party asked was why he liked her. Ji Qingchen easily found reasons for all the bad things he had done, and the humans he had polluted for Arifin. Instead, he was entangled in the most insignificant thing. Although Ji Qingchen asked the right question to some extent, Yuanzhou didn't even prepare an answer for this question. He simply closed his eyes, and made up his mind, and spoke out in a fit of excitement. Can I like you? Why? There's no need for a reason to like you. Confessing in the end of the world, or on the eve of the final battle, usually this kind of flag will not end well. I never expected a good ending before, as long as I could kill Arifin. Besides, being with you is the best future I chose for myself. No matter what the feelings were before, now I am sure that I like you. Perhaps it was the days in the Libyan palace that brought him unprecedented peace, without having to worry and pretend every day. Or perhaps it was the clever resolution of the nightmare that had troubled him for a long time, and the hand that reached out to take him away in the market even though she knew he was hiding something. It could also be that when everyone would be hurt by him, or use him to hurt others, she was the only exception left. And now, she doesn't mind his past, the past that he doesn't even want to recall. It seems that in front of her, he is just Yuanzhou, a creature that exists as an independent individual. Thinking in this way, he stepped into this relationship step by step very early. A subtle atmosphere spread throughout the water tank, and Ji Qingchen's smile, which was originally intended to change the topic, froze on her face. This was probably the only moment when she envied Duge Yun. Know why? That guy was hanging out with beauties all year round, flirting with this and that, but he didn't have a single peach blossom to come to him. She just teased one casually, and he had to be with her. It's not that she didn't like Yuanzhou's face, nor did she mind his identity, but Ji Qingchen had never considered starting a relationship. She just wanted to lure him to her camp, not to the bed. Ji Qingchen could feel that Yuanzhou was not just talking, but really intended to take action. If she still had the mentality of letting go after playing around, it would be too unfair to Yuanzhou. She didn't like owing people things since she was a child, and things like feelings that were hard to explain were even worse. The prepared fooling literature rotted in her stomach, And Miss G sighed deeply for a long time. Since she couldn't fool him anymore, just say it straight. When I saw your feelings from some places, I wanted to advise you to think carefully. At least wait until you get rid of Arifin and meet more normal people. From now on, this is destined to be a 90% failed relationship. And what you see is never the real me. Even so, do you want to continue? After Ji Qingshan finished speaking, he planned to get out of the water tank first. His original intention was to give Yuan Zhou time to think, and it was not a good idea to soak like this all the time. If those researchers came back and found that she was not eliminated, they would probably faint from fear. However, just as he was about to turn around, the person behind him gave the answer. I don't like humans. Arifin is quite successful in one thing. At least after seeing those worlds polluted by the things I created, I can't accept them getting close. And you are different from them, I can see that. No matter what the real you is like, I will never regret liking you. In order to prevent Ji Qingshan from continuing to say something he didn't like, Yuan Zhou learned his lesson this time and changed the topic directly after confessing. By the way, they should be locked up in the special prison for experimental subjects on the second underground floor. When do you plan to rescue them? This nightmare is shaped by my real past experiences, so I can't escape from the scene. I can't leave this water tank for the time being, but I can make some noise to help delay those experimenters. And the defense lay out there, and the rotation of personnel are. Chapter 183. No need. The mermaid's eyes widened with question marks. Are you going to rescue them? This place is a one-to-one replica of the experiment I went through, and the use of superpowers is restricted. If you are used as a test subject, it is almost impossible to escape. Ji Qingshan can retain her superpowers because Arifin can't do anything to her, but for others, under that kind of inhumane treatment, it's a blessing to be able to survive a day. Now Ji Qingshan is still here leisurely. Yuan Zhou is so anxious for her. This person only allows so few people to enter the train. Isn't it because he is afraid that too many people will be used by Arifin, causing irreversible consequences? Now the people she chose will also be killed by Arifin. You also said it's almost impossible. Miss G said this without any worry at all. Arifin probably didn't expect that someone could surpass A level in just 3 months, and there are more than one. This nightmare energy can't completely suppress the superpowers of A-level superpowers. Plus, there is a trump card that he is destined not to expect. Just wait, you will see them soon. I didn't bring these people here to be parasites. It has been so long since they awakened their superpowers. If they can't even get out of here, they deserve to die. Underground, experimental prison, all 47 people are locked up here. Each of them has a cage that is difficult to turn around. There is still half an hour for the guard to change shifts. The quality of this cage is not bad, but Qin Yihei clearly stated that he can dismantle it. No, he only has 3 attack opportunities. It is better to use it on the blade. My syrup can also melt the cage. The problem is how to get out after dismantling the cage. We don't know the building structure here. The range of vision is limited. The portal we used to get down before, we can't take so many people to rob researchers. The second door on the right, turn left after entering. Go through a narrow passage, there is an elevator shaft over there. If you are lucky, you can climb out. I'm going to shout Lan. Your mental ability is so strong now. You can connect us to talk and steal information from those guards. The boss really treats you differently. I can use the wind to send us out of the elevator shaft. But so many people have to act at the same time, the target is too big. Currently, only me, Xie Yu, Ce Lan Meng, Bondi, Gu Sun, Madden, Qin Yihei, Luo Yu, Gray Yas, and Sengai can use some of their superpowers. Even if the others have strengthened their bodies, it is still too difficult to face so many defense systems. Then divide into 2 groups. One group will contain the guards, and the other group will rush straight to the elevator shaft. Most of us with special powers will stay behind. It just so happens that there is plenty of earth element here. If we can't beat them, we can just bury them. Anyway, this guy has earthworms and can get out. See, said, pointing at Greyas. No, I think we can divide it into 3 waves. Jiang Shusu said, I don't have the special power that Miss Lan Meng can directly obtain information. But Feng told me that there is a passage behind the 3rd door on the east side that they use to deal with corpses. We can also get out from there, but those corpses are not easy to deal with. Then let's bury them first, and then find a way out. Let's discuss the elevator shaft first. The one that goes directly to the research room above. As long as we can get there, we will have a high probability of getting out. Jiang Shusu, how many people can you carry at a time with your current special power? 10 if we want to ensure efficiency. Jiang Shusu paused before answering. Indeed, This is a little too few for the current 47 people. You can bring 20 people. Have you forgotten, Lao Jiang, my ability can double the ability effect of other people with abilities at most. The nurse of Jiang Shusu's team stood up at this time. But you can't use your ability now. It's okay. The other party answered, looking at Lan Ming. Miss Lan Ming will help me. Yes, but there is only 1 minute. This place is more than 80 meters deep, and we must ensure that we can reach the top within 1 minute. Okay. Jiang Shusu nodded affirmatively. Then you, Luo Yu, Gu Sun, Bondi, and the other 15 people without abilities will take the elevator. In order to ensure that people are sent up as quickly as possible, Jiang Shusu, Lan Ming and others cannot waste their abilities to deal with the guards, who come over when they reach the elevator shaft. Although most of the guards will be led away by CE, Xiaoyu and others, the other side has a large number of people, and it is hard to say whether there will be any major loopholes in the defense. At this time, someone needs to assist in getting rid of these people. Luo Yu retains the killing effect of blood. Although the intensity is not as strong as before, it is still enough to confuse people. Gu Sun's ability is the same. As for Bondi, her role is to make those who go out lucky enough to encounter as little defense as possible. Shi Nihei, and I will take people to the other side. Shi Nerbai rushed in at this time. The first batch of retreats can save time as much as possible by carrying out on both sides, which greatly reduces the pressure on those who stay behind. When Jiang Shusu proposed this escape route, all those who participated in the routine acquiesced. We had Madden. Sangaya will go with you too. No. 2 rejections came at the same time. The first was from CE, and the second was from Sangaya herself. Looking at the little girl, CE motioned for her to speak. Greyas, use your brain. My ability is the right solution to cover the rear. Instead of worrying about me, you might as well think about how to help those of us who are left behind survive better. The little girl blocked all of Greyas's ways with her mouth. The other side opened her mouth several times, but couldn't refute. Then Sheen Air and you too, Madden, and 10 more people will be in the corpse passage. Time is urgent, and it will take only a moment to divide the groups after the plan is determined. Among the 15 people left on Jiang Shusu's side, 7 were the last ones released by Ji Qinchin, and the rest were Gu Sun's original companions. Madden's side was the remaining people who were released, his original companions, and Wang Qiuqiu. So the people who stayed behind, except Xiaoyu, Lu Ke, and Jiang Shusu's 2 remaining companions, were all the people from above the ruins. It was just right. There was no need to adjust, just get started. 5 minutes left. Okay, the cages have already started to be dismantled. Everyone prepare for treatment. Lan Ning concentrated the water balls, while hiding them as much as possible. After 4 minutes, a ball of water the size of a human head appeared in everyone's cage. They are ready to change shifts. Jiang Shusu's words were like a fuse. In just a moment, everyone was wrapped in water balls, and then Xiaoyu snapped his fingers, and a huge gap appeared on the metal bars of each cage. 47 people rushed out like rabbits. The alarm sounded only at this time, and the guards were in a hurry to catch the escaped experimental subjects. However, they couldn't retreat any further. I've said that the earth element is very rich here, so stay here. Xiaoyu joined CE in the fight. He hadn't used his ability to melt cages yet, and he saw that the guards' faces were covered with syrup. Now, they couldn't move their hands and feet. And taking advantage of this gap, the first batch of evacuees had already run away. Zila Zila, the piercing alarms sounded one after another. The base gradually woke up with the alarms. Compared with people, machines react much faster. Seeing the high-intensity laser beam appear on the wall in front of him, Luo Yu cut his wrist with a knife, and watched the blood splatter into the gun holes, and the laser gun went silent. On the other side, it was even simpler and more brutal. Shi Nihei stabbed the wall in front of him with a gun. Both sides made good progress, but the situation of the rear guards was not very optimistic. Ce and Xia Yu knew how to attract hatred, so the goal of all guards was to kill them, and only a few were sent to chase the escaped experimental subjects. Of course, this was also because they were confident that the defenses in the base were enough to deal with them. So compared to that, they had to deal with the 13 people in front of them who directly offended them. Half an hour. Ce gestured to everyone. This was the time they estimated for evacuation, so they had to hold on for at least 20 minutes. Bury it first. As he thought so, the earth element quickly gathered here. And Xiaoyu assisted from the side, and stuffed a small cake, the poisonous kind, into each of the guys who had not yet struggled out of the syrup. Even though the researcher is immune, it will take some time for the 2 sides to fight against the poison. So naturally, Ce fulfilled his wish to bury people. Uncle Breeder, make a few holes. I give them another big gift. Xiaoyu proposed on the side. Griz's ability restricted him to using only one summoned beast, except his own, and because of Ci's plan, he chose earthworms. Anyway, he wanted to know what Xiaoyu was going to do when he was free. The earthworms quickly cleared the ground, and Xiaoyu immediately poured a bunch of sour lemon juice into it, along with boiling syrup. People are sinister. But this is indeed effective, and it controlled the guards on the scene for 10 minutes. Finally, someone climbed to a certain place and started a switch with difficulty. In the prison, something slowly walked out from the dark. Not only here, but also on the road that the two teams of evacuees had to take, there was also a rustling movement. Since the machines can't do anything to you, then experience your future. The unknown creature finally came out of the dark. Zombies? Chinihei looked at the bumpy face and asked Chiner Bai. Not zombies, these are probably the experimenters whose experiments failed, but were not destroyed. Damn, this is trouble. If you can't beat them, you call for help, right? Do you have any shame? CE is no longer focused on burying people. The earth wall was built to temporarily block the failed products. The buried researchers were still struggling hard, and they saw several earthworms coming over and wrapped around their necks. After a few clicks, the researchers died unwillingly. However, for CE and others, the trouble has just begun. The defense system of the second underground floor has been fully activated, with various poisonous gases, rays, explosive bombs, and more failed experiments. Compared with mature zombies, the quality of these experiments is much weaker. But they are more crazy and uncontrollable, and the liquid splashed when they die can also contaminate other people, making people crazy and lose their sanity. Greyas was negligent once, and almost went crazy to attack indiscriminately. Sangai opened the space and poured a basin of water on people's heads before they came back to normal. How much water is left by Lan Ming? 1/3 is left, which can last for 5 minutes. What about the two sides? We have to find time to retreat. It's almost there. We will reach the elevator shaft in 2 minutes at most. Thanks to Bondi's luck, Jiang Shusu and others encountered very few defenses, and the first 10 minutes were very smooth. It was not until those failed experiments went out that they gradually became embarrassed. But there was still enough energy to deal with it. Fighting and retreating, now they have reached the last line of defense. Lan Ming's ability has a natural restraint on failed experiments, and the polluted liquid will not hinder them. The other side is not so optimistic. We are heading in the direction of transporting corpses, so we will naturally encounter a large number of awakened experimental subjects. Often, the first batch is just finished, and the next one will follow. At this moment, there is still a long distance from the target. We enter the elevator shaft. No, the water is running out. We must retreat. Go to the passage. At the same time, two forms. Jiang Shusu used the wind to lift 20 people up quickly, and they were getting closer and closer to the ground, while Gu Sun and Luo Yu each half-pressed the attacks from both sides of the elevator shaft. Ensure that the ascent speed is not affected. However, underground, the 13 people who were still staying in the original place, each of them had wounds of varying sizes, and the ground was full of broken experimental subjects. But the number of living experimental subjects was still increasing, and the strength was still growing. If it doesn't work, we still use the original method. Bury this side, and let Greyas use earthworms to get us out. Although the experimental subjects were crazy, it would take time for them to break free after being buried. Then do it as soon as possible. Xiaoyu slapped the syrup on the face of the experimental subject in front of him. A large amount of earth elements gathered and quickly blocked the entire floor. Let's go. I can't hold on for too long. See, panted? Sangeya opened the space and put in other people who had already overdrawn and could not use their superpowers. 2 earthworms led the 4 people to retreat in the direction of retreat. As the earthworms moved, CE directed the earth elements to continue to spread in the direction they left. Finally, when his superpower was about to be overdrawn, they saw the people who had evacuated in advance. Saw the entrance to the passage not far away. Seeing the destination in sight, Xiaoyu no longer held back. Cream and syrup were smeared on the zombies blocking the road. Sangya swallowed the blood that was gushing up, gritted his teeth, and opened the space, ready to accommodate 10 people without superpowers. The experimental subject in front of him suddenly began to expand rapidly. It's going to explode. Everyone realized it. But they no longer had the extra energy to prevent it. CE solidified the soil, and Xiaoyu smeared syrup and chocolate on it, but they knew it was a drop in the bucket. They could only rush to the passage as far as possible, away from the source of the explosion. But a lot of experimental subjects appeared there at some point. No choice, Take a gamble. Whether it survives or not depends on luck. But this time, he will survive. He will definitely bury Arifin in the soil until it sprouts. CE has completely overdrawn his mental power, and the soil has solidified into stone, surrounding everyone in a circle. Xiaoyu's cream bubbles filled the distance of 50 meters in front and behind, absorbing as much energy as possible from the explosion. The smell of blood spread in the mouth and nose, and everyone's face revealed a madness of gnashing teeth, and they tried their best to make up for the defense. However, the expected impact did not come. The moment the experimental body exploded, the bodies of everyone present became transparent. The defense they made blocked 60% of the power of the explosion, but everyone was shocked to see the polluted liquid and various metal fragments that penetrated the stone wall through their bodies without leaving any trace. At least I caught up, so she won't say I'm untrustworthy. Chapter 184. Sir, the boss is still angry. Outside the Black Castle, a group of Arifin's men were trembling. After a long time, the tightly closed door opened a crack. They nominated a poor guy to ask. The poor guy took 2 steps tremblingly, and saw that it was Tiskcheng who came out of the door. His whole body was almost shaking like a sieve, and he cursed the cowards behind him 800 times in his heart. Everyone in the whole Mose knew that except for the immediate boss Arifin, this sister was the most ruthless. If you offend Vashik, you will be beaten half to death at most. If you say something that is not what this sister wants, you will die. When Vashik is angry, he will blow up half a planet at most, but she will have to watch the people of the entire planet being skinned and dismembered, and chewing them herself. She loves to make people into pigs, cut them into strips, control his parents and relatives to chop him into meat paste, or watch a bunch of people swallow the pollution source alive, being corroded bit by bit until nothing is left. And this woman has no feelings at all. There are rumors that a beautiful kid under her wants to get into bed by beauty, and the person is indeed fired, in the physical sense. Those who make mistakes and try to play the emotional card with her often die the most miserable. If it weren't for the fact that Tiskcheng and Arifin don't look alike at all the subordinates would unanimously believe that they are 100% father and daughter. The unlucky guy finally finished a complete sentence, and after waiting for 2 seconds without getting a response from Tiskcheng, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. What a sin! How amazing is Miss G. In one day, their boss was so angry that he changed the rules and blew up the control room of the entire planet. At that time, the brains of all the people on this planet were buzzing as if they were hit by a heavy hammer twice. The less experienced ones vomited blood directly. The rest of the people, especially those within 100 miles of Arifin, almost saw their own corpses at that time. Fortunately, Tiskcheng and Vashik maintained the situation and drove everyone out of the castle to a safe place. Now half an hour has passed, and they can still hear the angry movement inside. Don't ask about things that don't belong to you, Tiskcheng said coldly. Then he closed the door. The unlucky guy collapsed to the ground in an instant, his heartbeat like a drum, telling him that he was still alive. As for his companions with pitying eyes next to him, he didn't have the energy to care for them for the time being. Thank you, Zhou Fei, you have helped everyone a lot. I will definitely treat you to a meal when the time comes. Hee hee. Zhou Fei rolled his eyes, and thanked him for not gloating over his misfortune. By the way, what exactly happened this time? This is the first time I've seen the boss so angry since I came here. The control room was almost turned into ruins. What did Miss G do? Do you think we will know? The companion gave him a displeased look. If it weren't for the Vashik family and Lady Tiskcheng, all of us would have become the dead souls under the boss's hands. That's true. But compared to us, the G girl is definitely more miserable. After all, she offended the boss and the big sister at the same time. TSK, it's scary to think about it. But don't forget that she is still alive and well now. Someone next to him said suddenly. That's because the boss didn't make up his mind to break the rules over there. Otherwise, how could she have a good life? You just wait and see. Now that the boss has been forced to this point, she won't live for more than 3 days. To explain why Arifin was so angry, let's go back half an hour ago. The underground building was damaged by the large-scale explosion, especially the passage for transporting corpses. Under the large-scale collapse, the hole was expanded countless times, and a group of people climbed out of it easily. On the ground, Jiang Xiusu and others who arrived one step earlier were also startled by the movement just now. At this moment, they were relieved to see that everyone came out. Lan Ning summoned some water balls to treat the more serious wounds of everyone. As for those who were not seriously injured, they were helping Miss G deal with the remaining researchers with supernatural powers. It was obvious that Ji Qingchen used some means to allow everyone to use supernatural powers again. However, except for those who were working, most people's attention was not here. Until a little boy in the crowd walked up to Miss Ji, the eyes of the rest of the people lit up. Ji Qingchen, I have done what you said. Remember to fulfill your promise. It was still the clear voice of the boy, but there was no childish innocence in his tone. There was not much emotion in his eyes when he looked at Ji Qingchen, although some people had seen it when they were downstairs. Yes, the one who made their bodies transparent and saved most of them from being seriously injured was Su Yang. The reckless and naive little boy seemed to have become a different person after disappearing for 2 days. It was still surprising to see this more times, especially the people of 710, especially Lan Ming. Of course. We agreed at the beginning that you solved the nightmare, and I will handle the rest. You have verified it before. Let's not talk about anything else. At least I am a trustworthy person. Humph. Su Yang gritted his teeth and wanted to roll his eyes, but there was nothing to criticize. Indeed, although Miss Ji did not have a good reputation in the alliance, her credibility was quite good, and none of the promised jobs were aborted. He himself had experienced it in these 3 months. Besides, who else could he trust if he did not trust her? He had no choice long ago. Damn nightmare, damn Arifin, and he just happened to remind him of the thing he was most reluctant to face at this time. Behind the door of the nightmare was the 5 years of a former inferior planet in the alliance. At that time, Su Yang was only 7 years old, but he stood at the turning point of his fate. In the alliance, there are countless inferior planets like this, which were the victims of the war that almost destroyed them. In this era, when the capital planet has already used space shuttle and holographic world, people here even have to grow food manually. They use the most backward technology to support the largest population. Faced with a desolate planet and natural disasters that occur from time to time, most people born here live their lives in a daze. I think the only thing they can look forward to is the Human Liberation Day, when they or their children are 7 years old. Although the Alliance does not want to give these inferior planets resources, it still wants to get talents. Therefore, every year on Human Liberation Day, actually the day when humans trample other creatures underfoot, people will be sent to test their supernatural talents. Most people's supernatural powers are gradually formed after adulthood, but whether they have supernatural powers can be seen at the age of 6 or 7. Every year, there are a very small number of people who can make the ball in the hands of the tester emit a faint light, and these people and their families will be taken away from this inferior planet. No one does not hope that an awakener will appear in their family. That is their only way to get rid of such a life. Everyone knows that an awakener is 1 in 100, which is completely unattainable, but under such a strong desire, these residents have come up with a corresponding solution to give birth to as many children as possible. Since it is 1 in 100, if there is a 1/10 probability of giving birth to 10, there is a 1/5 probability of giving birth to 20. It is difficult to achieve more, but at least the probability is increased. At that time, slogans encouraging childbirth were everywhere on the inferior planet. In this technologically backward planet, they created a uterine implant, and both men and women could get pregnant. But a long time later, people found that doing so did not make it easier for them to escape from the sea of suffering. On the contrary, because there were too many births, the creators had no time to rush the work, and the children born not only looked crooked, but also had no talent at all. The only effect may be to make the population on the planet explode and make the ecological environment of the whole world worse. But childbirth continues. The ineffective governments of the inferior planets also know that it is too difficult to prohibit such things related to fate, so they only issued a decree that no family can have more than 2 children over the age of 8. This means that if the children born later are not discovered to have supernatural talents on the Human Liberation Day, when they are 7 years old, they will never see the sun tomorrow. At that time, Su Yang already had 4 brothers and 2 sisters. As the 7th child in the family, unless he awakened his supernatural talents, he was destined to not grow up in this life. Coincidentally, his 7th birthday was the Liberation Day. I don't know if it was for this reason, but his parents had high hopes for him. On the day before he was about to awaken his superpowers, his parents and his brothers and sisters sat together at the only dining table in the house that could collapse at any time. On the table was a fist-sized sticky round object that Su Yang had seen up close for the first time since he was born. It was the cheapest cake here. His father stuck a straw in it and ignited it. Please bless our child to successfully awaken his superpowers. The 4 of them sat around and prayed until the straw burned out. However, the mother who opened her eyes first found that her son did not make a wish. Why didn't you make a wish? Are you so insincere because you are afraid that we can't live a good life? The mother immediately got angry and raised her hand to slap Su Yang in the face. She had damaged her body when giving birth to Su Yang. The doctor said that whether it was egg extraction or installing an extra uterus, she would be 100% in danger of her life. Su Yang will be the last child in their family, which means that if Su Yang fails to awaken his superpowers, they will be trapped in this place for the rest of their lives, living a nightmare life. He is the center of this family. Everyone thinks so. And this despair reached its peak after Su Yang's older brothers and sisters all failed. After the age of 5, little Su Yang has never seen his parents in a good mood. It is said that suffering creates talents. Even on the lowest planets, Su Yang's situation with such a huge contrast is not common. He has to listen to his parents repeating his mission almost every day. At that time, the little child did not understand his parents' intentions, but doubts had been planted in his heart. He always felt like a tool that awakened his superpowers to help the whole family escape from the sea of suffering. But he should be a person. He has a pair of eyes and a mouth, limbs, and a head like his parents and brothers and sisters. Why did he live like this? And when he watched his brothers and sisters disappear one by one, his doubts reached their peak. Why did they have to die? Are we born into this world just to be used as tools and then die? What is the meaning of such survival? It is meaningless and so painful. Why do they still follow this rule instead of breaking it and reshaping themselves? That night, probably considering that he would awaken his superpowers tomorrow, his parents did not put Su Yang, who said the wrong thing, into the cage where he could only curl up for the first time. They also let him taste the cake that he had seen countless times before, but did not dare to hope for. But Su Yang still didn't understand why he existed. Why did anyone have to be born in this terrible world? Su Yang curled up and expressed his birthday wish when the midnight bell rang. If there really is a creator in this world, please change the current situation of this world. It shouldn't be like this. Chapter 185. It seems that you regret making this wish now. Miss Ji lowered her eyes and looked at Su Yang. Yes, I only made that one wish in my life, but who would have thought that the ending would turn out like this? Su Yang's eyes were filled with deep hatred for his former self. Although reason told him that the destruction of the planet had nothing to do with him, the little boy could never forgive his ecstasy at that time. Why say ecstasy? Because if you really count it, his wish has also come true. This world has indeed undergone earth-shaking changes, but it has not become better, but has been directly sent to hell. The next day arrived as promised. Before dawn, he was dragged to the road to the place where the superpower awakening took place. The process of superpower awakening, his parents began to rehearse since he was 3 years old, and now he has memorized it by heart. However, when they entered the venue, all the people who brought their children to awaken were full of confusion. There is nothing here. On average, the people who came here had experienced no less than 5 awakening ceremonies, but now they were staring at the empty auditorium in a daze. None of the machines and people that would appear in previous years were here. There was only a small team of less than 10 people in the entire auditorium. In previous years, there were at least 20 people. However, before the confused people could express their doubts, the man in the black robe said the words that would lead to the end of this planet. Everyone, I can see the supernatural talents in all of you. As long as you want, I can help all of you awaken your supernatural powers. Arifin was like a demon that bewitched people, with a faint smile, overlooking the huge and numb crowd. After a short silence, the crowd was completely boiling. As long as they can awaken their superpowers, they can leave this hellish place. This has been a long-standing and deeply rooted thought, or the entire inferior star relies on this law to survive, and superpowers have long been ranked above life, even though many of them may not see a real superpower from birth to death. So when Arifin said that, if you don't believe it, you can elect 2 representatives. The crowd couldn't help boiling. Almost scrambling, dozens of people have rushed to Arifin. Arifin is determined to keep his promise. When the first 2 people rushed over, their faces were full of madness when they looked at their fingertips that could make bubbles. Now, the last bit of doubt was also dispelled. God, please help us. As long as you let us have that kind of deep ability, we are willing to do anything. The crowd knelt around Arifin, and the shout spread 100 meters. What was he thinking at that time? And what was he thinking at that time? Su Yang could no longer remember, but he only knew that he felt the joy of his wish coming true. Yes, if everyone had superpowers, the world would definitely be changed. At that time, he looked at the person in the middle of the crowd with admiration, and really thought that Arifin was the person sent by God to fulfill his wish, but he forgot that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and behind the free lunch is an expensive price that is too expensive to pay. The people present were almost eager to spread the news. No one wanted to get superpowers, so in just 2 days, the news that Arifin could help people awaken extra superpowers spread throughout the planet. So he distributed those pollution sources to you, polluting your souls bit by bit. Someone continued. Yeah, they were crazy about superpowers, and Arifin hypocritically advised everyone not to use those things too frequently, because superpowers that quickly developed could easily cause adverse reactions. As a result, not many people listened to him, and in the end, they had to manually reduce the pollution sources distributed. What happened next? Arifin should not only need superpowers, otherwise why would he create an apocalypse? I guess, after eliminating a group of people, he started to let you kill each other. See how you asked? Not really. Su Yang shook his head. His technology was not mature at that time, and he couldn't screen out all the people who didn't meet the requirements at once. There were many people on the planet, and he had to prevent people from seeing the clues. So he first made a few copies for us to let those guys realize that they couldn't survive completely even if they had superpowers. More than that, right? He should have tricked some of the stronger ones among you into establishing a mutual aid association to help manage others. At that time, you probably found your own life value and thought that this world was perfect for you. Ji Qingshan's words left no room for maneuver, but Su Yang knew that every word he said was true. Perhaps it was really the good luck brought to him by the same day as Liberation Day. Su Yang is a real innate superpower. The ability is to become nothingness. At the beginning, it was invisible, and later on, everything around him could be virtualized. There are 15 other superpowers like him, and Arifin appointed them as the leaders of the mutual aid group. They suddenly got the power they had never had before, and their reason was gradually swallowed up by desire, so that when they found that there were not enough resources to upgrade their superpowers and replenish their physical strength, they pointed their guns at their companions without hesitation. Probably from this time on, the whole world was completely messed up. Arifin was like a catalyst, constantly amplifying evil thoughts in people's hearts. Those who got power wanted higher power, those who awakened superpowers wanted stronger strength, some people pursued fame and fortune, and some people just wanted to protect their former families. But no matter which one, the conflict of interests made war inevitable, and the whole world was quickly ignited. They used their strength to interpret a group of originally numb people, who would only become more crazy after seeing the new dawn. When they finally got what they wanted, they looked down at themselves, and suddenly realized that they had completely fallen into Arifin's trap. Their souls had long been broken. Arifin smiled and the knife fell. In this elimination match, those who were greedy for power and money stood beside Arifin without instigation. Only those who just wanted to live a stable life were different. They had superpowers just to make themselves and their families live a normal life. Su Yang is an exception in this category. He probably doesn't want his parents to benefit from this. He has no good feelings towards the parents, who have treated him as a tool since he was a child. But he hates them, but he never thought that they would die in his hands. Arifin misjudged Su Yang's hatred for his parents, or he actually didn't care about people's emotions. He just wanted to cut off the other ties between these conquered subordinates and the world. Whether it's hatred or profit-driven, as long as these people have no one to rely on except him. And regret is the best medicine among them. People driven by profit may betray after seeing greater benefits, but if they are deserted by everyone and cut off everything they have with their own hands, they will have no way out. Unfortunately, Su Yang is such a person. Hatred for his family and misunderstanding of the bad current situation of the world made a 7-year-old child unknowingly go to the ending that Arifin wanted to see the most. Arifin said that even if some people awaken their superpowers are useless and cannot create any value for the world. The reason why the world has become so bad is because of the existence of those useless people. They should become nutrients to nourish those more talented people. If they are not killed, not only will they live in pain, but they will also kill the world. Letting them die is saving them, and saving the world. Starting from a girl who can only change the color of her hair, the blood on Su Yang's hands can no longer disappear. Killing those useless people and killing the numb parents, he is creating a better world. But why? Why did this world become a wasteland in the end? Because this world is no longer useful and valuable, it is too shabby, and even if you try your best, you can only raise a few meaningful pearls. But don't worry, we will go to a better place soon. Arifin smiled with the same compassion as when they first met. Su Yang was 12 years old at that time. He was taken to a third-class planet and lived a completely different life. Here he can eat normal food, go to the mall, and experience all kinds of technological products that he never dared to think of before. Arifin was right. That world was not good enough. Although his cognition was distorted by Arifin, Su Yang was still just a 12-year-old child after all, and it was inevitable that he had a yearning for those new things. And Arifin did give these people a good life at the beginning for his plan. They can visit the world to their heart's content, get clothes, food, and treasures that they could not get before, find what they want to do, and meet the people they want to meet. Su Yang saw things here that he had never dared to think about before, and spent the happiest 3 months of his life. Not only did he go to school, but he also had his own kitten. He had always wanted to raise a small animal. Thanks to this kitten, he was quite popular in school, especially a girl. Because he was allergic to cat hair, and had not been cured after eating it several times, his family had not allowed him to raise small animals. When he learned that Su Yang had a kitten, he went back to the rented store with him almost every day. The little girl wore a thick mask when playing with the cat, but the smile on her face was not hesitant at all. When she brought various toys and snacks to the cat, she would also bring some to Su Yang, and she sincerely loved to bring Su Yang to join her friends, and took him out to play every now and then. If you stay at home all the time like this, you will suffocate yourself sooner or later. Kittens also need to see the sun, okay? Children's emotions are so pure. Although Su Yang matured early, his early experiences made it difficult for him to open his heart to others. But the little girl broke the door he tried to close, and pulled him out. Let this person, who walked out of the pile of corpses, have a little more vitality. He likes this girl, likes the bright vitality in him. If possible, Su Yang hopes to be friends with her for life. But Su Yang forgot that his wishes from childhood to adulthood were destined to fail. Arifin did not prevent them from contacting this world, but they would be gathered together regularly. When he saw Arifin again, it was at the scene where the murderer of a homicide case was arrested. Su Yang knew that the murderer had killed dozens of people in a row in this case, and his method was extremely vicious. Why? Su Yang asked Arifin in confusion. Why would anyone do such a thing when this world is so beautiful? Arifin did not answer Su Yang's question immediately. Instead, he took him to every corner of the planet in the following time. Human trafficking, body trading, violent money laundering, illegal drugs. At that time, the man took him to stand in the distance and leaned over to whisper in his ear. Look, it's not that beautiful here, because there are also many people who can't create value here. If the world wants to support them, it will inevitably deteriorate, but you can't see it in the past. Do you want the world to continue like this? I won't allow it. Su Yang said it firmly. Then go and clean them up. You know what method to use. Yes, he knows what method to use. In that inferior planet, under the infinitely magnified desire, everyone died in the most painful way. The same applies to these evil people in front of them. Coincidentally, in their cognition, the pollution sources created by Arifin are used for this purpose. Su Yang and others began to spread those pollution sources. Sure enough, under the influence of the pollution sources, human desires were infinitely magnified, and the evil people soon fell into madness. But why did she die? Why did she kill her parents before she died? When Su Yang rushed to Arifin, his whole body was trembling. I've said that useless people shouldn't live in this world. How could she be useless? Why not? He spent so much money and resources from his parents, but he still grew up to be this mediocre, not outstanding in any aspect. Doesn't it mean that she and her parents are failures? She is not a failure. She made me see the beauty of the world. For the first time in his life, Su Yang was eager to deny Arifin's conclusion. You mean, not only did she not create value, but she also secretly gave you things created by others? She is not. But when the words came to his lips, Su Yang found that his explanation was so pale. Twisted values emerged in his mind, and it seemed that what Arifin said was not wrong. Xiaodong, I taught you that it is not easy to cultivate a useful person. They need a lot of nutrients. Your parents, that little girl and her relatives were useless people, and only when they became nutrients did they really contribute to the world. They died for you, and you killed them with your own hands, and made them your nutrients. Chapter 186. I killed them. No, how is that possible? They died because they were useless? But that person said that Xia Yuan was also useless. No, that's not right. Xia Yuan was not like that. Why? Who was wrong? So you were fooled by him, and got on the pirate ship completely. Miss Ji raised her hand, and hit Su Yang's head. Otherwise, why do they say that children are easy to fool? So that planet is also finished? No, someone saved them before it was finished. But Arifin found a scapegoat for himself because he knew something was going to happen in advance, destroyed important evidence and ran away. Huh? Miss Ji raised her eyes. This plot sounded very familiar. She remembered that she did take over a place where pollution sources were spread 50 years ago. That was the first time she proved her guess and began to chase and intercept Arifin in private. Were you taken away by Arifin at that time? Ji Qingchen remembered very clearly that there was no such face on that planet. Considering the relationship between Su Yang and Arifin, Su Yang had probably already been in a fixed position by his side at that time, and was taken away early when the incident happened. However, it seems that the brainwashed child has not grown up very crooked. He does not regard himself as a superior person, and has no means of playing conspiracies and tricks. Although he is actually not young and has experienced those bad things, he is still half a fool. It's obvious. Although he said he wanted to save people, every place he went to turned into scorched earth. Anyone with normal intelligence would doubt it. What's more, from the death of his parents to the death of Xiao Yuan, the weird feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Until he saw Ji Qingchen make that world clean again, Su Yang finally let Arifin destroy it in the name of saving, and he never trusted him. It was because Arifin was too confident in the children he raised. He thought he had their lifeline in his hands, but he didn't know that the foundation had already been shaken. In fact, after Xiao Yuan's death, the originally beautiful world gradually collapsed. What trapped Su Yang was no longer the so-called people who died for him. I don't understand how to reverse the ending of these worlds. In the silent market, Su Yang sat on the roof and looked at Ji Qingchen. Ji Qingchen only asked one question. Did you know that doing so would destroy the whole world? Of course he didn't know. Su Yang shook his head. That's good. You can try various methods until you get the result you want. Of course, you may not succeed, but if you don't do it, you don't even have the qualifications to fail. No, I am destined to fail. Why? Because those people died for you? Wake up. You have seen the true face of Arifin. Why do you still take this as a criterion? They died because of Arifin's trouble. You are yourself, living only for your own wishes. Why do you want to atone for other sins? Ahaha, boss, I found out that you are a professional rescuer of fallen children. C listened to the whole process, and saw that the conversation was no longer continuing. He thought that he finally had room to play. Haha, then what are you? An older fallen child. Ji Qingchen stabbed back mercilessly. Su Yang was different from the people here. She knew it the moment she saw him. Yes, very early, even knowing that he was persecuted by Arifin in the past was only during the zombie carnival night. Part of the reason why she used Su Yang as an example was to test him. Apparently, her sixth sense was still very accurate. As for the current situation, she started to arrange it after seeing Su Yang's past. Arifin has a very strange contrast. He is cautious after doing so many bad things, but under his extreme caution, he is extremely confident in what he believes. He thought that he had successfully tamed Su Yang, and would use him to arrange things without hesitation. I am afraid that seeing such a scene now, his face is already covered with grass and eggplant. Su Yang's knot is not difficult to untie. Those who doubt Arifin saw with their own eyes that the deadly situation designed by Ji Qingchen for the other party was torn apart, and they had a natural trust in Ji Qingchen. As long as he figured out those things in his childhood, he would naturally recognize Arifin's true face. The situation just now was equivalent to Arifin watching the copy he carefully selected for Ji Qingchen and his group not only run out by himself, but also actively surrendered and helped them solve the trouble in another copy. I am dying of laughter just thinking about it. And the surprise seems to be more than that. By the way, he probably thinks his brainwashing was successful, so it's good to put this thing in my copy. I collected it for you as a gift. I hope you can succeed. A huge energy core with flowers carved on it was thrown to Ji Qingchen by Su Yang. Miss Ji's eyes lit up immediately. Thank you. I was worried about the trouble of finding things. Don't you want to ask me where the things came from? How did you get it? Ji Qingchen raised his eyebrows. You can just beat up Arifin and snatch it. Su Yang was stunned, and didn't finish the rest of the sentence. But many people present had guessed it. Oh, we have one more insider here, that's good. I think it will be easier to deal with Arifin. If you don't do it, someone else will do it. The one who deserves to die is the guy who used you. It's okay, you can make up for the past gaps, but there's no need to dwell on them. Look, our old Fu has said so many words in one breath to comfort you. Thank you. Su Yang's voice was almost inaudible. This was a scene he had never thought of. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used a twisted way to seek cooperation from Ji Qingchen, and it was after the other party discovered his secret. It was already the limit to secretly seek cooperation from this guy. He didn't expect others to forgive what he did in the past, and now, he just wanted to try it for himself. But he never expected that the development of things was completely different from what he imagined. What's there to thank for? Everyone has a confused time. Ce said, as he walked over and hugged Su Yang's small body. By the way, will you grow taller? This way of changing the subject is unnecessary. Say less, You guys don't even know half of what I'm worried about. Ji Qingshan sneered at Ciyi's antics. Ah ha ha, is that so? It seems so. The people over there were embarrassed for a moment. But if they really asked the reason, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? Several eyes looking for help fell on Ji Qingshan at the same time. No need to ask. See for yourself. The enlarged energy core in Miss Ji's hand suddenly fell to the ground. With a bang, the energy core broke into pieces and turned into slag on the ground. Everyone felt a moment of confusion before their eyes, and something exploded in their minds. I see clearly. Come back to your senses. A few minutes later, Ji Qingshan's voice pulled the people whose heads were about to explode back to reality, facing them with extremely horrified expressions. Is this true? We are actually. Ce swallowed his saliva and managed to utter half a sentence for a long time. Although it was expected, and although we knew that this world was not simple, the moment the truth emerged was still unacceptable. Our memories are fake, created by Arifin, right? Someone in the crowd asked tremblingly. The memory is real, and your past experiences are also real. The only thing that is fake is this world. This is the huge laboratory he created. Ji Qingshan explained calmly. Perhaps there are too few obsessions in real life, and it is too difficult to find them. He chose to do breeding. By controlling the world, you will have an unforgettable memory, so that you can be smoothly controlled and used by him at that time. The operation method is very simple. Pick talented people from various inferior and third-class planets, let them disappear in the original world, wash away their original memories, implant a new memory that has been made long ago, and put them into a new world created by Arifin. Arifin can control the political system, economic system and everything else here, and in their memories, put down the anchor point of the scars and continuously strengthen them, so that they can move the whole body in the future. Su Yang had done a lot of such things for Arifin before, including kidnapping people and fabricating the world order, and he was very clear about the doorway. So after seeing the nightmare clearly, he quickly felt the core program of controlling this world. Originally, Arifin wanted Su Yang to use this thing to threaten Miss Ji and others. Now, Miss Ji smashed the core program, and the memories that were taken away naturally returned to the owner, and everyone got back the identity they should have. Although not prominent, no one does not want to find their own belonging. I wonder why the things before the age of 7 are so vague. I never thought of making up a story for me. C smiled. Not only that, creating something like Hollander is the most disgusting. The plan to kill him has to be taken one step further. Isn't it? But it seems that he is not here. As the huge energy core was smashed by Ji Qingshan, the surrounding scenery shook twice and began to dissipate into particles from the tip. In the control room thousands of miles away, Arifin's breathing stagnated when he saw Su Yang take out the core of the world program. Before his brain could react, the thing was smashed to pieces by Ji Qingshan. After that damn mermaid came out of the water tank and dismantled the laboratory into a rough house, the undercover he carefully arranged had long been turned and helped the other party to kill his program. It was a mess, all messed up. Seeing the two nightmares shattered together, 50 people stood smoothly on a barren and dilapidated land, which was the most primitive appearance of that world. Ji Qingshan. Arifin almost squeezed out these words from his teeth. He wanted to rely on the two nightmares to trap them to death. Even if someone survived, it would be enough for him to arrange the countermeasures later. Who would have thought that not only did he fail, but he also made wedding clothes for others? Yu Wanzhou and Su Yang both stood on the opposite side, and the program to control that world was gone. Now, Arifin also knew that his calculations were completely useless. Those most talented people were not affected at all, and they were taken by Ji Qingshan to gain experience in the environment he provided. He provided a little energy, but it was destroyed by Ji Qingshan. Except for those worthless ordinary zombies, he didn't get any benefits. No! When mentioning those ordinary zombies, Arifin suddenly shuddered again. Thinking of the energy in the sea of zombies that could never return, damn, he didn't seem to make any money, but even lost money. After figuring this out, the last string in Arifin's mind broke. So Mose and his people saw their boss throwing and smashing things like crazy in the control room, and he was angry for half an hour before he finally regained some reason. Vashik, start all those programs, and get the lurking team ready to take action. Boss now? The number is not enough. We have calculated it before. Vashik reminded weakly. He didn't want to irritate Arifin anymore. Don't worry about those third-class planets. Solve the capital planet. Those guys have lived a stable life for so many years. They probably didn't expect that their territory had been eaten away long ago. Arifin smiled viciously. After so many years of being opponents, Arifin also knows Ji Qingshan. Now that he can break the situation here, if he continues to procrastinate, she may turn the tables. I want, with the force of thunder, catch her off guard before she can figure out everything. He has arranged the capital planet for so many years, but those guys who only know how to fight internally have no defense at all. They will take advantage of Ji Qingshan's lack of time to let everything settle down. By then, she will have no choice but to die. What's more, Tizixing, since our Miss Ji wants to die in advance, why not fulfill her wish? The scarlet ink condensed in Arafin's hand, and in the control room, a huge black hole opened, and behind the black hole was a dense miniature of the planet. The black and red silk thread gradually climbed up, and Arafin's ferocious smile continued to expand. Let's go, Shuang Shuang, and return the pain she caused you 1,000 times, he said, and stretched out his hand to Tizixing. The wind blew, messing up Tizixing's long hair, and the woman's complicated smile was hidden in the flying hair. Okay, she said. Chapter 187. In the Sea of Zombies Without Zombies. Little Nana, you are eating alone with this violent maniac. A woman in red came out of the portal and hugged Nana with a leap. Her red-nailed hands poked Nana's face, her face full of resentment. I just found out yesterday that the boss is still alive, and you even know where she is. If it weren't for that colorful guy, I would still be in the dark. As she was talking, she turned her head and saw Yuan Fuyun standing next to her, and the resentment on her face deepened a bit. Yuan, don't you love me anymore? That lunatic in your family revealed so much to you, but you were reluctant to tell me a little bit, and just watched me being deceived. You said you would never leave me for the rest of your life, but it turns out that you were deceiving a simple person like me, Sob. Based on the tone of her voice, those who didn't know would think that she was abandoned by Yuan Fuyun. Sister Qin. Looking at Lila, Yuan Fuyun felt a little guilty, although they all knew that the plan was made by the two lunatics, and they were all victims. But Lila had a talent for making people socially anxious, and Nana, who was poked by her, was still frozen. The moment Michelle saw her iconic red clothes, she fled under the pretext of cleaning up the zombies. In fact, the zombies have disappeared for who knows how many days. Even Dugu Yun, who was evaluated by her as a lunatic, would avoid this person unless necessary. There are probably only 2 people in the world who are immune to her magical physique, a certain unknown mute, because he doesn't speak at all, no one knows whether he is socially anxious or not, and the other, okay, Lila, stop making trouble, let's talk about business. Ji Qingshan walked out of the crowd, and held down Lila, who wanted to continue. Okay, boss. Lila also restrained her playful look after her boss spoke. However, the temperament of the boss in front of her seemed to be different from before. He seemed to be a little more sunny. Wait, what's the situation of the one who looks like her next to the boss? An illegitimate daughter? Lila's eyes instantly rose with gossip, but it was obvious that gossip was not appropriate at this moment. There is a lot of commotion outside. Several senior leaders of the Alliance fainted this morning, and several planets have experienced small-scale riots. The current reports are that non-human races are mixed in and trying to provoke war. How is the capital planet? It looks calm at the moment. Anyway, before I set off, there was nothing else except those senior leaders who fainted. But that colorful guy has sent a large number of people to guard it. Even if something happens, it should be able to handle it for a while. Lila had just finished speaking when the intercom on the other end of the round cloud suddenly rang. Xiao Yunyun, did you miss me? Dugu Yun's voice came from it. I'm curious, don't you feel disgusted every time you call me like that? Oh, is Xiao Qingshan here too? This time, not only was there a voice, but Dugu Yun's face was directly suspended on the call interface, with that colorful and eye-catching hair again. If you have something to say, just say it. This person is always like this. Sometimes she even suspects that Lila and this guy are the real master and apprentice, although Lila says this is an insult to her character. Dugu Yun is also used to Ji Qingshan's behavior. He turned his head and glanced at Ji Yang, who was standing next to Miss Ji. It's nothing, except that you're probably going to piss off Arifin to death. Now you're already recklessly launching a war ahead of schedule. Here, see for yourself. Dugu Yun zoomed out a little, and everyone saw that he was not on a planet, but was driving a mecha, hovering in the galaxy. Behind him, spaceships and mechas were intertwined, and format rays were bombarding. This is... Michelle, who came over, was also shocked. How could it be so fast? Lila's face sank. She remembered that there were only small-scale conflicts in various places before she left. The total time difference of the teleportation array would not exceed 2 days. How could the war evolve so quickly? But turning her head to look at the calm faces of Ji Qingshan and Dugu Yun, the two seemed to have expected this. What did Arifin spread? It's nothing but the words we mentioned before to stir up conflicts between races. He labeled these zombies as non-human races, and said they were making a comeback. He also said that someone in the Alliance was colluding with them, and the Radicals and the Peace factions are now arguing fiercely. And he hinted that person was me, right? That's right. Your fake death was widely publicized, and a few provocative words were added. Isn't it all your fault? Why didn't you show up for so long if you didn't have ulterior motives? There are also some fake news about you colluding with foreign races. After all, everyone knows that you are the leader of the Peace faction, and you originally allocated a star field for other creatures to recuperate. What news came in from the other end? Duguyun was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed, because he was angry. Now the latest news is that you have joined forces with several more powerful races to create these zombies as weapons to overthrow the regime. By the way, Arifin also helped you to excuse yourself, saying that you were bewitched by those races to do this. That's a really good excuse. It seems you pushed him hard enough. He's already started to use his big move. The evidence to release you is not enough. The Alliance has accumulated a lot of dirty things over the years. I feel like they can fight each other without zombies now. Duguyun said, as he typed something on the floating keyboard. Can you solve it? Ji Qingshan asked, watching his movements. Who do you think I am? You can't even get by with this. Oh, then it's fine. The other party suddenly shut up the microphone, and hesitated for a while. If I had mental power that could beat Arifin, I could have kept him for so long. It was designed by two people, and you can't come over. So, at least I can stabilize the situation for you before he gets you. That little bastard didn't hold back at all. Luckily, I was the one who dealt with him when he rebelled, otherwise this routine would not be able to see the flaws for a while. You haven't been cured. He's doing much more now than before. Do you have the right to blame me for this? Now it was Ji Qingshan's turn to be choked by him. Okay, let's not talk anymore. He started to spread rumors about me now. I go deal with it. You should be careful not to be really broken. You know, the others can be saved, but if you get into trouble, all our situations will be reversed. Duguyun said, and was about to turn off the screen. Wait a minute. Ji Qingshan suddenly called him. Take these people away. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Several shocked and unbelievable eyes were cast towards Ji Qingshan, and finally converged into Duguyun's words. Ji Qingshan, you are crazy. You are going to take those 4 guys who just entered the A level, 8 quasi level, and 35 guys who are only B level to fight against Arifin. They are not even all fighting oriented. I know my limits. You have no limits at all. If you really did, you should have left them behind. You're in such a hurry to cut them off because you're worried that you won't be able to defeat Arifin and will have to pay with human lives. If you couldn't send those people away, you'd probably be left alone. All the props here were made by the program of that damn thing. Now that you've smashed the core, they can only rely on their own abilities. What are you going to use to fight? The head? It's a pity. The decision is in my hands. Brother, you should know that I planned this from the beginning, otherwise I wouldn't be here. They died because of me, so I must be responsible for it. We agreed. What's more, I don't believe you haven't realized that this world is not only the work of Arifin. Ji Qingshan's last words drifted in the wind, and the cards in her hand scattered and rolled up her body, emitting a soft light. Among them, 2 cards stood out. The lotus bloomed, and the Bodhi took root. Tens of thousands of figures gradually appeared on the barren land. They were the people killed by Miss G in her unilateral crushing, and the zombies that existed in the Sea of Zombies, and they were also former residents of the Alliance. The eyes of the gradually real people were confused at first, then shocked and happy. They looked up at the person in the air, and their eyes were sparkling. This is the future they dreamed of. In the past, they were fooled, forced, and deceived into that inhuman appearance. Death was a relief for them, and they never thought that there would be a day to become human again. If it weren't for the lotus imprisoning their bodies, they would have wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Ji Qingshan 100 or 80 times. However, the eyes of the people nearby were red. Boss. It was Nanali pulling them. Sister Ji. It was Mu Chu. Uncle Master. Yuan Fuyin was trembling all over. Because Ji Qingshan's own body in the air gradually disappeared with the resurrection of those people. Brother, are you willing to agree to me now? Ji Qingshan looked at Duguyun with a smile, his eyebrows and eyes full of cunning. Take them out. They have evidence of killing Arifin. With these, how sure are you? 90%. Duguyun had already concluded in his heart, but his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Really? That's good. I believe she will give you a surprise at that time. Is it a surprise or a shock? Duguyun cursed in his heart. He should have thought of it earlier. The first time Ji Qingshan called him brother, he was beaten by the master. The 5th time he called him brother, he got a planet that was almost cut into a sphere. It can't be a good thing for this guy to call him senior brother. She's not dead, and half of her body is still on that planet. After comforting Yuan Fuyun and others who thought Ji Qingshan was going crazy, Dugayun squeezed out 5 words to Ji Qingshan viciously, "You wait for me." But the voice coming from the air was so soft that it was almost inaudible. "Don't worry, she will." But someone walked out slowly from the crowd. It was Ji Yang. A card suddenly appeared at her fingertips. If you have good eyesight, you can see that it is a god-level card. If you have better eyesight, you can find that it is printed with a sunflower. You are forcing her to survive. The card took her to Ji Qingshan, but Ji Yang's voice was heard clearly by everyone nearby. "Isn't it normal for me to want my creator to live?" The other party said with a playful smile. "But didn't we agree to do it together? Why do you and she both like to do this kind of thing?" Ji Yang's smile was extremely bitter. "Because she wants you to live." Ji Yang couldn't bear that shell to live. She knew she couldn't persuade him, so she could only let you live. Otherwise, how could she prepare the device to carry the soul? That person only designed his own death from beginning to end, and she wanted me to replace it. But she probably forgot that I appeared from her hand. Even if she gave me her characteristics, I was essentially another her. Ji Yang looked at the person, who was only a trace of the outline left, and stuffed the 2 cards into his arms. He sighed helplessly, and took over Ji Qingshan's words. "Besides her, you are the only one who can transfer that person's soul. She originally wanted you to transfer that soul for her, so that Ji Yang could survive whether she was dead or alive, but you killed her. If she wanted Ji Yang to live, she had to survive herself. Souls are naturally handed over to more experienced people to operate. She always told me to do whatever she could." Ji Qingshan's last words also dissipated in the wind. The next moment, all the cards around her poured into Ji Yang's body. A huge burst of energy compressed and pushed the whole world towards the channel established by Yuan Fuyun and others. In the mecha, Dugayun angrily hammered the operating table. His face changed for a while, but finally returned to helplessness. Forget it, he sighed deeply. He could never interfere with Ji Qingshan's choice. Looking at the dark and surging starry sky, there is a whole sea of zombies about to be teleported. The day of uprooting something has finally come. And you'd better survive as you said, he thought. On a desolate planet. Ji Qingshan suddenly sensed something and his face froze. That guy. Miss Ji cursed in her heart, although, whether to say it or not is up to herself to understand herself. She really doesn't want to live, and this part is naturally not in the plan, but now. The most annoying thing is that she can't even beat the person who did this. Damn! But before she could digest this emotion, the originally gray sky suddenly turned black from a certain place and spread at a very fast speed. Ji Qingshan's hand hidden in his sleeve tightened, and his finger bones turned slightly white. Here it comes. She stopped the Qingshuang No who wanted to break free from the teleportation and forcefully come to find her. Comforting softly, "My dear, I don't need you now." The wormhole opened above the sky, and someone walked out of it. Ji Yang, long time no see. Arifin looked down at the devastated land and 50 tiny people. However, Ji Qingshan blocked his gaze without any hesitation. What? The coward finally showed up. Humph, you can only be stubborn now. The other side's expression was stern, and then a sinister smile came out. Don't you want to see what gift I brought you? Ji Shuang, why don't you come and say something to your sister? A person walked out of the wormhole, who was 80% similar to Ji Qingshan. Long time no see. The man spoke, his voice was piercing. At that moment, stunned, fearful, and unbelievable, Ji Qingshan's eyes were filled with countless emotions, and she almost fell to the ground. You're still alive. You're still alive. Ji Qingshan looked fierce but weak, as if he was trying hard to suppress some emotion, and there was a burning fire in his eyes when he looked at the person opposite him. After a long time, it turned into reluctance and dejection. Chapter 188. Ji Yang, you probably didn't expect that the sister you sent to a dead end would come out of hell to find you. Above the sky, Arifin's words spread far away. Boss, he called you Ji Yang. Isn't that the name of your flower? See, he was the first to get close to Ji Qingshan, and his heart gradually sank as he looked at his boss's stiff face. Aside, Lan Ming also noticed that Ji Qingshan's face was not right, but before she could ask the question, she was pulled by Miss Ji. Ji Qingshan suppressed the emotion on his face, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I killed her like that at the beginning, so it's not too much to take you with me now. After all, you are so confident that you don't even take away one of those ugly things you created." Before he finished speaking, a bunch of long-range plants such as corn and eggplant had already hit Arifin hard, and the flying willow branches wrapped with peach petals were blinding people's eyes. However, there was no panic on Arifin's face. He sneered at Ji Qingshan's attack. "Tess." Seeing that the attack was about to reach him, Arifin called the person next to him. The great barrier wrapped the two of them. The attacking plants withered the moment they touched the barrier and turned into gray debris. The attack that blasted the zombies into pieces was like mud thrown by a child in front of this gray barrier. Everyone's heart tightened. Is the boss's enemy so awesome? Ha ha ha. Arifin couldn't hold back his unbridled laughter. "Ji Yang, you probably didn't expect that your sister, the sister who was taken away by you, has such a strong strength now because of your calculations." What does he mean? Anyone with a sound mind understood what Arifin meant. Ji Qingshan's ability was stolen from the person opposite. They are sisters. This is a bit too absurd. And the name, it seems that their boss has 3 names so far. But no one chooses to speak out the doubts now. Compared to Arifin, who trafficked people and created the apocalypse, Ji Qingshan did not do anything to them anyway. They could not doubt Ji Qingshan and trust Arifin. Arifin should also know this truth. If revealing the truth is not to incite them to rebel, what else do they want to do? Inexplicably, Lan Ming, CE and others remember the train loaded with nightmares before. The scene in front of them is so similar to that time, and a horrifying truth arises in some people's minds. Arifin is targeting Ji Qingshan. He wants to bring out Ji Qingshan's nightmare, and let Ji Qingshan be swallowed by his own nightmare. Although they had never seen nightmares devour the consciousness of the dreamer, wasn't Ji Qingshan sending away most of those who couldn't resist nightmares before boarding the train, because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to rescue them if something happened? It stands to reason that the madman's original strength determined her lower limit. If Ji Qingshan was devoured by nightmares, no one dared to think about it anymore. No one wanted to face this result, but everyone was helpless against this crisis that was likely to come. Why continue? Don't you plan to take out your god-level cards to try? Or do you not have any use for them now? In the distance, Arifin's voice continued, looking at Ji Qingshan like a lamb to be slaughtered. Do you really think that I designed this apocalypse just to make you think you have traveled through time? I hope that you will be trapped in the rules of this world by sealing your cards and letting you unlock them little by little with the help of the cheats? No, 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 that is too inefficient. How can I underestimate my old rivals for so many years? I have always wanted you to become my pawn. I want both life and destruction. Of course, if you hadn't killed your sister, maybe you wouldn't be here today. Damn vicious. Greyes gritted his teeth and sighed, and was caught by the guy over there. I am vicious? Arifin sneered. Why don't you ask what our Miss G has done? She took away her superpowers because she was jealous of her talented sister, and she killed her father and mother because her parents and people around her praised her sister a few words, spread pollution, and finally killed an entire planet. What do you mean? Arifin meant that the person in front of them destroyed a planet. What is Arifin talking about? Wasn't the destruction of Fingyu Star caused by the invasion of an alien virus? He was the one who handled this matter in the first place. Outside the apocalypse, someone's screen was showing the situation on Arifin's side, and he was horrified. Before the incident, Ji Qingshan supported half of the alliance. Although she had a good relationship with non-human races, she didn't cross the line too much. But now it seems that this war is inseparable from her. Dugu Yun, what's going on? Aren't those things all? As soon as the image was revealed, a hidden line had already contacted Dugu Yun. From the other side's point of view, this was not written into the previous plan. If it was a false slander, it would be fine, but Miss G had no intention of refutation. If those things were really done by Ji Qingshan, they could not go against their conscience. Don't worry, just do your job. Dugu Yun's voice was no longer as playful as usual. I have already said the arrangement. No matter what happens, everything will be normal, and there will be explanations later, but if anyone quits now, I guarantee that you will not live to see that time. With this, the subordinates were relieved. After all, Dugu Yun knew the situation. Anyway, they can be seen at a glance that they are working for Dugu Yun, and he will take responsibility if something really happens. After stabilizing the subordinates, who were almost fooled by Arifin, Dugu Yun's eyes once again shifted to the situation of Arifin's synchronization. Of course, it was not the ones that Arifin deliberately left for the outside world to see. There was only Miss G's embarrassed look. The battlefield situation he got was much more objective. However, even though he saw the real situation, Dugu Yun still felt hungry for Ji Qingshan. I hope this guy can really be like what she said, but how can Nightmare be so simple for her? What evidence do you have? If it weren't for you, how could they be displaced? In the apocalypse, Ji Qingshan trembled and squeezed out a sentence for a long time, but it made the other party laugh. Because of me? Yes, I provided you with the raw materials, but didn't your parents say that this thing has strong side effects? Didn't you use it to improve your strength, and dragged everyone into this nightmare? Ji Yang, do the pasts of so many people here look familiar? Do you think these people appeared around you for no reason? What's going on? Why are they involved again? The people around him tensed up instantly. Arifin was an out-and-out lunatic. It would be no good to be teased by such a person. As expected, he continued, they are all partners I carefully selected for you. You killed your compatriots because of jealousy, framed them because of your parents' partiality, and hated these snobbish guys around you. You killed everyone by any means to escape. You wanted to have a better future, but everyone died because of you, and lived in guilt for the rest of their lives. Don't you feel ironic when you comfort them? All of this is what you have done before. Thing you was destroyed because of you, and was harvested by me, but you are here to kill everyone. Ji Yang, you are extremely hypocritical. Damn, they really became accomplices. No matter what the truth is, many people can't stand the fact that they are used as a tool by Arifin to provoke Ji Qingshan. But at this point, confronting Arifin head-on is like an ant trying to shake a tree, and it will be a waste of life. So do we have no other choice but to wait? Someone muttered in a low voice, and the others were silent. Only Arifin was still talking. Everyone, don't you want to see how our hypocritical Miss Ji Yang has achieved what she has today? That's a very exciting drama. Arifin's actions appeared as he spoke, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground. Damn, they didn't say they wanted to watch the show. What's going on? Force buying and selling? Ji Yang, you never thought that the control core outside was just a trick of mine. The real end of the world here has just begun. Good luck to you. Arifin's voice gradually faded away. In the cracks, the pictures intertwined. However, the bodies of the people were frozen above the entire picture and could not move. Hey, have you heard? The Ji family gave birth to a freak without any superpowers. Isn't it? It's really strange. That family has been superpowers for generations. At first, everyone thought that he awakened late. After all, this kind of thing has happened before. But who knew that he was already 15, and there was no movement? If it was just like this, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, every family has accidents. They have been a family for a long time, and they have accepted it. It's just a pity that their family gave birth to that amazing little girl 2 years later. Hey, you are right. I remember her name is Ji Shuang, right? When the superpowers awakened, plants directly grew all over the awakening hall. I have never seen such superpower potential in my life. In front. So what if she is the elder sister? Not having ability is the original sin in the Ji family. I heard that they have discussed throwing her out to fend for herself. Very good. I heard that Ji Yang is like a ghost. She has a wooden face day by day. She is good looking, and has nothing to do with it. But how good looking can it be? For people like us with special abilities, it's okay to play with her, but who would seriously want a useless person without special abilities? Wouldn't that lower the bloodline? It's better to throw her out as soon as possible to avoid wasting the resources of that genius. If you ask me, the names of their family are really reversed. The most lively one is called Ji Shuang, and the coldest one is called Ji Yang. Do you think this is reasonable? Boss, you were really thrown out by them. When the screen switched, C came over and asked Ji Qingshan. In his heart, he had already thrown aside the label that Erlefin had just put on Ji Qingshan. Hearing is false, seeing is true. If he was led by Erlefin in this way, he would have lived in vain for the past 3 months. You know if you keep reading, Ji Qingshan said coldly, his eyes lingering on the picture. Suddenly, she felt someone holding her hand. They're all fake. Yuan Zhou wrote word by word on Ji Qingshan's palm. Ji Qingshan paused, then suddenly laughed maliciously. What if I'm just like that? Yuano, I told you a long time ago that I'm not like what you see now. No matter what you are like, the things here are fake. Ji Qingshan couldn't explain to this stubborn fish. In just this short period of time, the picture in front of him changed again. Chapter 189. In the picture, there is a luxurious banquet hall, where celebrities are holding drinks and engaging in hypocritical activities. In the middle of the crowd stands a girl of 14 or 15 years old in gorgeous clothes. Most of the people who come to chat approach her intentionally or unintentionally. Miss Ji is really a young genius. She passed the A-level superpower assessment at the age of 15. Young people are formidable. I have seen Miss Ji's assessment process. You made an almost barren planet return to green. You are really amazing. One sentence after another of compliments, some of which are meant to win over. Some even started to inquire about the marriage of a 15-year-old girl. Everyone, today is my daughter's birthday. We welcome those who come to attend sincerely, but please don't leave if you have ulterior motives. A graceful voice came in, and a beautiful woman in a dark blue floor-length fishtail skirt walked over. She is very similar to Ji Shuang, but her gestures are more mature. The years have not left too many traces on her face, but only a more powerful aura. After sending away the guests who were trying to establish a relationship, the visitor glanced around the venue and frowned and asked the people around him, "Where is the eldest lady? My sister is not feeling well," and said she will go to rest first. Nonsense. The woman glared at him. How did she learn this rule? As the host, she disappeared before the banquet was half over. Yuqing, go and bring her here. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Yang was brought in with an expressionless face. Ji Shining frowned when she saw her. Her good self-cultivation prevented her from saying anything too sharp, but she could not hide the disappointment and disgust in her expression. There was no way. Who let Ji Yang wear only a beige casual suit in this banquet hall full of gorgeous clothes? Her purple short hair was cut messily like a dog's bite, and her face was pale and expressionless. Mother, I didn't expect my sister to take off her dress. I take her to change clothes now. Seeing Ji Shining's expression, Ji Shuang immediately suggested and pushed Ji Yang to the back. Your sister has the potential to be a green tea. She won't be so mean to you when she changes clothes. Siyi got a slap from Ji Qingshan before he finished speaking. It turns out that Siyi's divergent thinking is quite right. Well, change it. Maybe someone will like it if you dress up beautifully. It's a bag of grass inside. If you don't even embroider the outer shell, it will be thrown into the garbage dump and no one will look at it. In the play, Ji Yang had no expression on his face, and outside the play, Ji Qingshan gritted his teeth. Ji Yang was put on a wig and dressed up, and finally she could see a bit of beauty. However, when she returned to the main hall again, whispers suddenly broke out. That must be the eldest daughter of the Ji family. TSK, she is pretty but unfortunately she is just a vase. It is because the Ji family is kind that they raise her so well even though she has no special powers. Maybe she is raised for marriage? After all, her appearance is really pretty. What's the use of appearance? Who would want a useless girl without any special powers? People discussed in a loud and quiet voice. Apart from that, the banquet was no different from before. The appearance of Ji Yang only brought them some sarcastic topics, but a few words were enough. They still surrounded Ji Shuang to curry favor with her for the rest of the time. One side was deserted, while the other side was crowded. They were obviously two girls with similar looks. This contrast was inevitably sad. Especially in the crowd, Ji Shuang looked at Ji Yang intentionally or unintentionally. You used to live a worse life than me. A certain person sighed, while looking at the scene below, but someone grabbed his hair. Greyes, what are you doing? Sangya pulled the old man aside, looking at Ji Qingshan's increasingly pale face, really wanted to slap him twice. It's okay to be a bitch at ordinary times, but now Ji Qingshan is in such a bad state, he is still making trouble, afraid that the other party is not broken enough, right? Greyes was about to be dragged away by his sister. Ji Qingshan suddenly waved his hand. The pumpkin head fell from the sky and suddenly covered the rest of the people. Boss. Sister Ji. Greyes, look at what you have done. The sudden change shocked everyone. But when they reacted, they could no longer see the situation outside. Outside, the scene changed again. The black crystals were spreading in the black market. Faced with such a thing that could quickly improve superpowers, few people were not tempted. Even those big families were reserved on the surface, but in fact they had already sent people to secretly purchase it in the black market. Especially the Ji family. Everyone knew that the eldest daughter of the Ji family was born without superpowers, but this thing could make people without superpowers awaken again. They naturally hoped to wash away this stain. The superpowers generated in the later period may not be very strong, but it is always better than being an ordinary person. But they are cautious, so they naturally cannot use something immediately after getting it. At that time, Arafan's technology for large-scale generation of pollutants was not sophisticated enough, so after multiple tests on the crystals, people found that this thing contained a neurotoxin. When this neurotoxin accumulates to a certain extent, it will make people crazy and attack everyone until they die. With such a big side effect, it is hard not to suspect that there is a conspiracy by someone with ulterior motives, so it is naturally not to be used. Several powerful families discussed and decided to join forces to find out the source of these things and destroy those circulating on the market first. But for people who are born with superpowers, This kind of thing may just be the icing on the cake, and it doesn't matter whether it exists or not. But for Ji Yong, the outlier in the family, it is really an incredible temptation. After learning that they were going to consume it, the girl, who had become dark and sensitive because of the surrounding environment, determined that her family wanted to use her as a stepping stone to set off her sister's excellence. In order to escape this fate, she secretly hid a crystal when her family was not paying attention. After that day, she had superpowers, making plants grow, or it can be said that it was part of Ji Shuang's superpowers. But no one was happy about it. The moment they saw her superpowers, the adults in the family quickly realized what means Ji Yong used, and they were shocked. Because there is a lot of evidence that the pollution will continue to spread in the human body, and eventually turn people into a source of pollution. From that moment on, people no longer just pointed fingers at her, but shouted for her to die every moment. Ji's mother and father locked her up in the laboratory. They planned to use her to study the infection law of this pollution in the human body, and then kill her. Anyway, it would be useless to keep her, and using her for research would be her greatest contribution in this life. Ji Yang's psychological defense line completely collapsed. At that moment, she rushed to Ji Shuang, who was watching the excitement in the crowd, and stabbed her heart with a knife in the stunned eyes of everyone. Blood splattered everywhere. Ji Yong felt something pouring into her body, and the feeling of being controlled was swept away, and she felt unprecedented power. It was a superpower. Ji Shuang's superpower was transferred to her body at that moment. Then the anger that had been pent up in her heart for a long time suddenly broke out. She asked her horrified parents at the top of her lungs why she was born to be a foil for her sister, and suffered so much humiliation and abuse. You just left your talent to your sister. If I had it, I could do better than her. However, she forgot that she couldn't master this newly acquired ability. Some plants were growing wildly, and drilling into the cracks of the building. The wall was shaking and finally couldn't support it, and fell down. Fortunately, there were also many powerful superpowers present, and they were more than enough to protect themselves. But Ji Shuang's superpower had already reached Class A, and the user went crazy again, and the whole area was in chaos. Countless houses fell like dominoes, and in the laboratory below, the crystals that had not been destroyed in time were leaked. The roar of zombies came from a distance. No, it's bad. Many people are contaminated by crystals, and are biting people everywhere. Accompanied by a scream, Ji Yong was at a loss as she saw the zombies spreading over. What's more terrible is that the leaked crystals have broken and are gradually entangling everyone present. They are trembling all over, and some even want to stay awake by self-mutilation. But it's useless. In a few minutes, they have become enemies and enemies. The pollution spreads completely. How could this happen? Because of her superpowers, Ji Yong became the only one who was not contaminated. But at this moment, there is no joy of revenge on her face, only endless confusion and shock. She didn't want this, she just wanted her parents to apologize for their previous bias and treat them equally. She just didn't want those people to gossip about her anymore, and she never wanted them to die. If they died, how could she ask for fairness? No, it shouldn't be like this. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. There must be a way to save them. Yes, isn't Ji Shuang's ability not polluted by crystals? As long as I wrap them with my ability, the pollution can be isolated. In the picture, the girl frantically let the plant spread, trying to absorb the pollution and let everything go back to the past. Outside the picture, Ji Qingshan's face was extremely bad. She pinched her palm tightly, and her teeth had already bitten her lips. Bright red slid down the corners of her mouth and dripped into the picture. A few days before everything happened, she had secretly hidden a box of crystals, hiding them in the crowd with a little mischievous mentality. Superpowers should not be a privilege. In this way, what can those guys use to laugh at others? Then you will definitely see their wonderful reactions. It's wonderful, the kind that costs your life. Ji Yong forgot that once the routine of ordinary people is broken, it is too easy to give up and breed their completely uncontrollable desires. Like her, they have been suppressed for too long. After coming into contact with the first crystal, everyone fell into a fanatical pursuit of it. In just 2 days, 90% of the ordinary people were completely covered. Everyone was looking for this crystal. Without considering the consequences at all, her wishful gift brought a tragic situation to a planet. No, or in fact, she did not expect the direction of things. After all, when those zombies came to her, she had already used those crystals that could give birth to superpowers. However, because of her parents' doubts, she killed her sister. No matter from which level, she became an assistant to help Arifin realize his ideal. She not only solved the obstacles, provided him with new ideas for polluting the world, but also personally sent the strongest amplification ability to him. At the beginning, Ji Yang did not think about remediation, but after trying, she found that the spread of pollution was inevitable, and she had no idea how to remove them. She could only watch everyone kill each other. Later, even the thought of remediation was drowned in fear. She resisted the attacks of the zombies in panic and fled from one pile of dead bodies to another, until the living people in the whole world were almost extinct. Finally, the rescuers came and were taken away from this hell. In the next 100 years, she tried to forget the past by helping those who had similar experiences as her. Originally thought that she would never see those people again in this life, at least not those who were related to her by blood. They had died in her hands long ago. But the fact that Ji Xuan was still alive was like a mirror, which made her see the blood-stained and sinful self all the time. Even part of Arafin's pollution ability came from Ji Xuan's awakened destructive ability. Arafin borrowed Ji Xuan's ability to make the polluted crystals purer, faster to produce, milder and less noticeable, and more profound. These made his subsequent pollution action smoother. So without her, the second form of Ji Xuan's ability would not appear. In this way, the destructive power would not be used by Arafin, and he would not dare to build a pollution transmission base so blatantly. At least half of the people would not die after becoming zombies, like now. But now, Ji Qingqian can no longer deceive herself. No matter how many excuses she has, she can only show her true colors when facing Ji Xuan. She owes her. Everything she has now is stolen from her. She is the culprit who caused all the tragedies. Sister Ji, please say something. Hey boss, are you still there? If you are, please let me know. Ji Qingqian, don't care what he showed you. Those are all fake. He made them up. Stay awake and don't believe him. The companion's hazy and anxious voice echoed in his ears. Someone was trying to destroy the pumpkin head. Long guns, bullets, and hot syrup were all thrown at it, but Ji Qingqian had already changed the pumpkin's defense attribute to the inside. After all, there were too few people who reached a level. If she hadn't taken the initiative to remove it, she wouldn't have been able to come out within at least an hour. But now, she really didn't have much mental power to support the operation of the card. Under the subtle transformation, there were cracks on the pumpkin, as if she had to pay back the stolen piece. Blackness continued to spread around her, and in her soul, there was a chill that penetrated her bones. There was a crack in the barrier above her head, and there was a wanton laugh from someone who had succeeded in his plan. Forget it, that's it, she thought. It's only natural to pay back debts. Chapter 190. Finally, Ji Yang, you have also fallen to this point. No superpower can threaten me anymore. Arafin's tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement and cruelty. He watched Ji Qingqian walk towards him in a daze, and dully took out a stack of cards that had turned back to gray. He smiled. Sure enough, the superpowers you snatched are not yours after all. It's just a pity that one of the strongest superpowers in the world is gone. I thought I could imitate you and snatch it. However, it doesn't matter if it deteriorates, it's just right for me to use it. Okay. The numb Miss Ji nodded mechanically. The shriveled and weird roses in the gray card spread towards the more than 40 people below. The dry and gnarled willows waved their branches, ugly zombie heads grew on the corn, gray mushrooms with pustules, and gray mints that shook their branches and emitted corrosive gases. This is what CE and his friends saw when they broke the pumpkin and came out. No, boss, you are serious. CE's eyes widened. The thing he was most worried about had happened. What did Arafin show their boss when they were in the pumpkin head? However, after all, he had lived in the apocalypse for so long that he had already practiced on-the-spot reactions. The earth wall rose up in an instant, blocking the crazy roses outside. Be careful underground. Jiang Shizu shouted over there, and the wind swept everyone up. The next moment, the land was first, and the huge potato quietly swallowed the surrounding soil. And when their bodies lost weight, the rotten eggplant with mushrooms attached to it had already flown in front of everyone. Boom! Qin Yihei, who was tied to the end of the rope, held a spear and drew a circle with Qin Erbai as the center, dividing the eggplants into two. Those who were good at using shields placed a rebound plate at the location where each eggplant exploded. Of course, it was impossible to block this level of pollution with his strength alone, but don't forget that there was a peak ability with a single unit gain in their team. As long as he was there, anyone in the team could burst out with amazing combat power at some point. However, everyone understood that this was just an appetizer, and the real war had only just begun at this moment. The barren land came alive at this moment, and countless dry and weird plants grew out of it. Only a few could vaguely identify their species from obvious features. But without exception, they attacked the people next to them as soon as they grew up. The sound of superpower collisions came one after another. The battlefield was divided into a dozen large and small ones. A moldy orange rain fell from the sky, sticking to the limbs of those who touched it. The creepers flew through the crowd quickly, and were entangled by it if they were not careful. Qiuqiu, lower your head. Xia Xuyan summoned a dozen spider webs to catch the falling oranges, and pierced the flying walnuts with an arrow at the moment when Wang Qiuqiu lowered his head. The explosive bombs in Wang Qiuqiu's hand rolled out, constantly cleaning the gray and white weeds that spread over. Don't think these are just weeds. They can absorb the mental power of people within the range. If they stay in this environment all the time, they will all be unconscious in less than half a day. Of course, physical cleaning alone is not enough. The mermaid's singing sounded at the same time, establishing another barrier to interfere with the swallowing of mental power. In addition to the mermaid, Grea's other summoned beasts also came out in full force. Some gnawed the bark, some slapped the fruits with different effects in the air, and those that could split were responsible for dealing with those that could reproduce in large quantities, such as creepers. And he was surrounded by a layer of black and white phantoms. When the attacks of plants fell, he would dodge them if he could, and fight back if he could. If he really couldn't avoid it, and fell on this phantom, the phantom would hum and shake twice, and then take it all. But the endless war requires a lot of superpowers to support it. Even though he was not alone, the attack power of Ji Qingshan's plants was obviously higher than his. The sharp leaves of the willow branches had already given him several cuts. The roses shuttled through the forest, and were always looking for opportunities to turn people into mummies. From time to time, durians fell from the sky, which could be used as sledgehammers and were poisonous. Oleander petals would occasionally float here. However, the main opponent of Oleander was Fu Ying, and at most she would come to harass them when she was free. Blood kept flying out of Luo Yu's hands, and the blood-stained plants would temporarily lose their attack power. But this method would hardly work for long-range attacks. Fortunately, she had Jiang Yanran's help on this side. Jiang Yanran used gravity to make the long-range flying plants crash before attacking the target, which could at least reduce some of the attack pressure. Jiang Xiusu, then, the wind field disrupted the attack rhythm of all plants as much as possible, and by the way, split some thin stems into comminuted fractures. The mechanical creations were crackling with artillery fire. Although these plants were not afraid of fire, they could rely on impact alone. Madden used the vacuum environment to blow up 2 pine tree rotating cannons, and Gu Sun, with the help of Lan Ming, forced himself to the brink of death for the 5th time. Xia Yu had already flooded a large area of land with cream, and then used hot syrup to wrap small cakes to paste the stems of the melee plants. Ce controlled the earth element, but was affected by the removal of potatoes on their footholds, and the plants rooted in the land were dragged into the quagmire. Not to mention Lan Ming, she was trained by Ji Qingshan as a control position, and now she is an automatic defect complementer, and the communication work with large springs is temporarily under the control of Yuan Zhou. This does not mean that Lan Ming can relax. In this environment with limited vision, the way of spiritual communication is the most reliable, but those plants are contaminated with Ji Qingshan's spiritual power, and it is easy to transmit in time or not at all if they are far away. So Lan Ming and Yuan Zhou, through a joint method, wove a barrier that allows people to communicate smoothly. The other link in this barrier is Murong Yin and Mo Yue. The two of them teleported and exchanged positions. Once there was a plant that was really unbearable, they were responsible for getting Yuano and Su Yan to save the situation. At least they withstood the first wave of pressure. The weeds that spread everywhere were cleared, and the vines were cut off by the roots. Taking advantage of the clear vision, everyone saw the man sitting on the dandelion watching everything indifferently. Several people looked at each other. Regardless of whether Ji Qingshan was conscious or not, those plants had been attacking their vital points from before. If they didn't use all their strength, they would really die. Jiang Xiusu rolled up a gust of wind to send Qi Nihei up, and Xia Yu raised the huge sprayer, and the trinity of chocolate cream and syrup rushed into the air. Seeing that the 3 liquids submerged Ji Qingshan's figure, a huge rock fell from the sky and hit Ji Qingshan. Fu Ying and Mai joined forces to seal off the space. Wang Qiuqiu's bomb was blown into the space by Jiang Xiusu with another wind force. Everyone started with a killing move. However, it was useless. All attacks were half eliminated the moment Epiphyllum appeared. Ji Qingshan was still sitting on the dandelion in that position, and the nut wall surrounding him blocked the rest. Ji Qingshan just raised his eyelids, and his right hand suddenly made a lifting motion. Hundreds of bamboos sprang out of the soil. Fortunately, Jiang Xiusu and Ce were quick-witted and quick-handed. The wind blades and earth walls cut off and bent these bamboos, so that those who could not dodge in time were not pierced through. A new wave of offensive started again, and the plants finally showed their ferocious fangs. Huge mushrooms exploded one after another, and tiny spores filled the air along with the indescribable stench. These spores would quickly invade the skin through the pores when they fell on people, blocking the release of superpowers. The waterspout expanded outward from Lan Ming's body, barely blocking the invasion of spores, but the next moment, the seaweed grew with the water and strangled Lan Ming's neck. Fortunately, the wind blade arrived in time to prevent the tragedy from happening. In the sky, the corn missiles rotated at high speed, throwing out skulls one after another, bombing the corners of the entire planet in all directions. The shield cracked after resisting again and again. On the way that the corn missile must pass again, the shield was erected, but who knew that the corn did not break into pieces, but blasted over as a whole. Boom! The shield shattered with a sound, and the huge corn's momentum did not decrease. Fortunately, Luca opened the black hole in time and sent away the corn missile. Suddenly, I felt my feet shaking, and the potatoes pushed up countless bulges on the ground, and then quickly disappeared. The huge ups and downs caused the crust of the entire planet to collapse rapidly, almost burying a group of people. However, even if they broke free, the creepers that appeared quietly would hold them tightly. Jiang Shusu's wind field cut off the creepers, and Ce stabilized the ground depression. But it is always not easy to stabilize such a large area of land. Ce could not be distracted for a while, and saw the huge tumbleweeds enlarged in Ce's eyes with the wind field. Fortunately, the rabbit came out in time to take away the balls, and Jiang Yanran took time to stabilize the terrain with Ce. But the roses and willow branches in the sky had already hit several people hard, and the flytraps where they flew out were waiting. On the other side, eggplants with pumpkins fell from the sky, tightly blocking the escape route. The leaves of the mimosa trembled slightly, disrupting the energy at the moment when the superpowers of the counterattack were accumulated. The offensive wave was higher than the other, and only a few could support themselves. If this led to them having to divide some of their energy to those who could not resist the offensive of the plants, once the plants in other directions dealt with the people who resisted and freed up branches, their pressure would only be heavier. Until the muzzles that were aimed at the zombies in the past turned to themselves, everyone was able to see the horror of Ji Qingshan's strength. Those plants were like the various systems of a person with a unified mind, and the coordination between them was flawless, and the accuracy of the attack was astonishing. The most desperate thing was that they did not feel tired at all. No one knew how much mental power Ji Qingshan had, but in the original 710, she had already led 1,000 people to operate supernatural powers, and in the past 3 months, it must have been more than that. Now their mana bars are almost at the bottom, but after such a high-intensity battle, the plant's attacks have increased instead of decreased. The gap between the two sides is too big. Even if it is 49-1, there is no chance of winning. If they continue like this, they will either exhaust themselves to death due to exhaustion of mental strength, or be cut to death by the plants. And when the gray-white epiphyllum blooms with peppers, everyone is sure that they are more likely to die in the second way. The moment the huge epiphyllum blooms, the whole world seems like a painting engulfed by fire, turning into ashes from one corner. Seeing that the fire is about to spread to where they are, someone suddenly shouted, "Do it!" A breeze blew by. Ji Qingshan was surprised to find that a rope under her quickly climbed up her limbs. The rope seemed to weigh thousands of pounds, and she was pulled to the ground. On her path was the swirling wind blade, with dense bombs sticking to the fine silk thread, and sticky hot syrup and chocolate bubbling. It goes without saying how many attacks are hidden in it. When she wanted to mobilize her mental power to resist, she suddenly found that the connection between mental power and cards was cut off. A long spear quickly enlarged in front of her. "Wait for me here." The first sentence Ji Qingshan said was mechanical, but somehow everyone heard a hint of appreciation. This was the attack that everyone started planning when the first wave of attacks appeared. The killing move before that was a feint to let Ji Qingshan relax his vigilance. No one expected such an obvious attack to hurt Ji Qingshan. They just took advantage of the time when Xiaoyu's ability blocked Ji Qingshan's vision to prepare for the current situation. For example, Qin Yihei was blown away by Jiang Shusu, and Xia Shuyan quietly wove a web and another mechanical creation. After that, Su Yan was responsible for concealing these arrangements and not exposing the actions of Qin or Bai and others. Of course, it is not enough to just block the line of sight. Once Ji Qingshan's mental power expands, all their plans will be ruined. So Yuan Zhou, Lan Ming and Grea's mermaid pulled up a mental interference line together. While resisting the offensive of plants, everyone squeezed out energy to lay out this big chess game. In fact, it will be completed earlier, but everyone understands that if they fail this time, their blue bars will be completely exhausted, and there will be only one way to go. No one knows whether this thing can be accomplished, and those who are not afraid of death are in the minority. Some people hesitated and dragged it until now. The planet is about to be lost. If they continue like this, they will die. Isn't the courage to gamble everything here? Bang, rumble, sizzle. Various attacks fell on Ji Qingchen one after another. The release of superpowers was restricted, and it was not easy for her to avoid all these attacks. Especially when her body was blocked. Qin Yi's gun had already stabbed in front of her. Puff, although he avoided the vital point, his shoulder was inevitably pierced by the tip of the gun, and blood flowed out uncontrollably, staining the left collar of Ji Qingchen red. Sure enough, mages shouldn't engage in close combat. Someone sighed in his heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the superpowers of others rushed forward, and there was another crackling. When the smoke and dust dissipated, someone with sharp eyes saw the blood on Ji Qingchen's lips wiped by his right hand. The night-blooming Sirius did not continue to bloom, and the burning scroll was frozen at this moment. The dandelion disappeared at some point. Ji Qingchen sat on a chair made of willows, his face visibly pale. What's going on? Arifin questioned from behind. He was a little confused when this planet was ignited. The fire was extinguished in a blink of an eye, but why did his chess piece suddenly seem to be at a disadvantage? However, no one paid attention to him. Ji Qingchen's eyes were indifferent, and she just calmed her breath, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. The others were concentrating on her every move. According to tactics, they should take her life while she was sick. But the person present was not snatched back from the hands of the god of death by Ms. Ji, and now he really didn't have the courage to do it. There were only two people who even took action. Sister Ji Qingchen. Lan Ming and Yuanzhou went to Ji Qingchen at the same time. Their purpose was even the same. They wanted to make Ji Qingchen wake up. Lan Ming's ability has a certain purification effect, and Yuanzhou is the person who knows the pollution structure best. When Arifin questioned them, they had already arrived in front of Miss Ji. Seeing this, Arifin's eyelids twitched. His intuition told him that it would not be a good thing to let these two people contact Ji Qingchen, and he moved his body and rushed towards Ji Qingchen. Gray air flow overflowed from his hand, first grabbing the card in Ji Qingchen's hand, and then stabbing Ji Qingchen's neck. This is not all. As if the situation was not chaotic enough, the planet that had just stopped collapsing quickly dissipated at this moment. Particles flew like dust, and before Arifin arrived, the huge planet was reduced to ashes in an instant. And Ji Qingchen, who was in the focus, also moved at this time. The numbness on her face disappeared in an instant, and the corners of her mouth raised a happy arc. With a flip of her wrist, a stack of gray cards was slapped into the body of Tixcheng, who followed Arifin. That's right, it was inserted. The moment the card touched Tixcheng, it merged into her body without any hesitation. Chapter 191. All this happened so fast that no one reacted except for a certain planner. The breeze with the fragrance of plants blew the hem of a person's clothes, and the black hairpin was hooked down by slender fingers, and the black skirt and the long brown hair passed by everyone's eyes. Puff, it was the sound of a sharp blade piercing the flesh, and a touch of green appeared in her hand holding the hairpin, and blood flowed down along the lines of the hairpin, adding countless fears to Arifin's expression. You? Arifin trembled and stared at the woman in front of him. Before he said a word, the blood had already smeared his throat, making the following words unclear. I gave you the hairpin. How could you hurt me with it? But the severe pain from his body clearly told him that the injury was real. The hairpin that pierced his body took root and sprouted, and the roots that grew were deeply embedded in his meridians. How is it possible? This is the breath of life. What did you do? No matter what you did, even life cannot resist my ability. This power will only belong to me. You will all die. All of you. The power around Arifin surged wildly. As if sensing the injury of his body, the black, almost solid fog spread wildly with Arifin as the center. The chains flashing with cold light intertwined and wrapped around the attacker. In the blink of an eye, Tixcheng's skin turned gray when it touched the black fog, and the iron chain was about to pierce into her flesh. The severe pain made Tixcheng's brows twisted deeply. She was not a person who could endure pain. All these years of disguise only made her expression unchanged. However, just before the chain was about to pierce her wrist, Su Bai's hand easily grasped the chain. Starting from her hand, the white light spread, and the black air disappeared wherever it went. How is it possible? Arifin obviously discovered his supernatural state. Now the black fog was so thin that he could clearly see the appearance of the person opposite. He looked at the two people in the fog with resentment, and his eyes were full of resentment. There was black climbing up his pupils, which was the spiritual source of Arafin or the source of supernatural power. The successive setbacks had made him confused, and he wanted to kill the person in front of him completely at all costs. However, the dark pupils met Miss G's eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Silent, distant, as if an entire universe died in her eyes. Arafin's mind was blank, as if his past and present lives were cut into pieces and displayed in front of thousands of living beings. Those mean, cruel, cowardly, stupid. Everything came back at him at this moment. He saw the self who was bullied, despised, and spurned by everyone, and no matter how much he paid, he would be driven away as a dirty thing. No, this is not him. He is obviously about to succeed. He will unify the Alliance, expel the aliens, and let all humans be liberated and bow down to him. He will be admired by everyone, and what he does will be regarded as a criterion by these mindless worker ants. He arranged everything. He will succeed. No one can stop him. However, what was reflected in his eyes was another picture. That insignificant self, the failed self, the self who was forced into a dead end by the woman in front of him. After trying again and again, he failed again, and all the ways out were blocked by Ji Qingchen in advance. 1,110 times in the end, he was just wandering around in the trap set by Ji Qingchen, unable to break through it all. Lu Er, what a pity, in the end you still achieved nothing. Ji Qingchen's face still had her iconic cunning smile, and her tone was even a little bit obedient, but it sounded like the most vicious curse to Arafin. No, it won't be like this. Arafin mobilized the last bit of mental power to try to convince himself. However, the cracks in his soul did not decrease but increased, and the black in his pupils disappeared inch by inch. Everything told him that there was no chance. All the arrangements and preparations, in the current situation, there is no possibility of a comeback, and he failed. The name that he had desperately suppressed in his heart saw the light of day again. This is the cruelest confrontation in the spiritual system. The confrontation of the origin is a life and death struggle. Once the winner is decided, the loser will only have one life left, and there is no possibility of making a comeback. He had intended to kill Ji Qingchen with this method, but he didn't expect that he would be the one who had no chance of turning over in the end. Obviously, he was the first person in the spiritual department of the Alliance, and Ji Qingchen's ability was life. Even because of incomplete inheritance, he had to release it through cards. There is still a chance. There must be a chance. Yes, his zombie army. They are almost killing those unprepared guys in the Alliance. If they delay for a while, as long as they occupy the Alliance, even if he dies, Ji Qingchen will have no choice but to die in the face of zombies all over the world. It's not a bad idea to go to hell together. However, his plan failed again. I hurried over when I saw you put this guy's ugly appearance into the live broadcast system. How about I'm not late? A voice came from the sky. The people who had to float in the universe because of the disappearance of the planet suddenly found that they were not unable to survive due to lack of oxygen and vacuum environment. Except for the lack of real land, they were no different from before. A string of codes slowly emerged in the air, countless particles gathered, and in the blink of an eye, a new and bright world enveloped them. Duguyun still had his colorful hair, but his clothes were still decent. It was just that he was holding a person in his hand that made this guy have a bit of a bully aura. It's not too late. It just means that in a while, I have to choose between killing Arafin alone and suffocating those people. What do you mean? Someone behind whispered, why are we suffocating? You really? Didn't you see that the planet was gone just now, and we were floating in the universe? Ah? Then why are we still here? Ouch. From the sound, it can be known that the one who asked the question was hit. However, his companions only half understood the answer, and finally a voice in the sky with a suffocating and irritable voice answered the question. How can it not be maintained? I gave you the source code of the world, okay. I haven't told you that you ruined the territory I worked hard to build by playing the planet elimination game. Damn Dugwian, let me go. You are disrespectful. Don't you know how to call me brother? You guys. Arafin almost fainted after hearing this. Others don't understand, but he can't help but understand what this means. A long time ago, he was dissatisfied with the speed of producing high-quality zombies in the real world, and began to build experimental bases based on planets. This doomsday is not a real planet, but a product constructed by a set of operating rules and various superpowers. As long as you master the core rules of this world, you can change the operation of this world at will, and that's how those copies come from. The creator of this set of rules is called Vashik, who is now held in Duguyun's hands, Duguyun's half-brother. Of course, there is nothing bloody about their family. Duguyun and his brother are more than 50 years apart. The process is also very simple. His father's original wife died in a star war. 10 years later, Duguxing met Duguxin's mother at a cocktail party, and then he was born after a lot of twists and turns. Everything is legal and compliant, and it has something to do with feelings and interests. There is nothing to be picky about. At that time, Duguxin had already become a disciple to learn skills. He was not interested in his father's emotional life. He only showed up once at his father and Aunt Sue's wedding. It's not strange to go home and see a 5 or 6-year-old child who looks like his father. At first, he wanted to get along peacefully with the kid. After all, his father had the freedom to fall in love, and Su Qing was not bad in character. She was considerate and polite to him, and it was too tasteless for him to argue with a little kid. But he couldn't stand the kid's argument. I don't know where the 5 or 6-year-old kid got his sense of competition from. Obviously, Duguxing and Su Qing were not competitive, but they gave birth to such a stubborn kid who wanted to defeat him all day long. The 5-year-old child tried to harm Duguxin with his lies that could be seen through at a glance, but was beaten by his parents after being seen through by Duguxin. Su Qing avoided him for several days because of this. But Duguxin did not stop because of this. Instead, he became more and more concerned about Duguxin because of this incident. From then on, he began to compete with Duguxin in everything. This competitive consciousness reached its peak when Duguxin and his brother awakened similar types of superpowers. The superpowers of the two brothers were also signal-based. However, Duguxin mostly used signals directly, while Duguxin liked to use signals to build entities. But no matter what, these superpowers can be regarded as having the same origin. Now, Duguxin was thinking about how to surpass his brother all the time. Although Duguxin's image to the outside world was that of a playboy, he had done many earth-shaking things. Su Qing was careful to maintain an equal attitude, so she would inevitably be more biased towards Duguxin. Duguxing, who was away from home all year round, would only be exhausted when his eldest son did something. Duguxing was already a senior member of the alliance at that time, and Su Qing was already a famous actress. Their careers took up most of their energy, and the remaining energy was only given to Duguxin, who was designated as the heir, because he was becoming increasingly unreliable. As for Duguxin, everyone agreed that he only needed to be a free young master. They would provide him with all the financial support permitted by law to ensure that Duguxin could do whatever he wanted. They had no expectations of him, so they would not blame him. They would occasionally come back to see if their youngest son was still alive. The rest of the time, he was left to fend for himself. So Duguxin grew up in this world without parental attention. Although he was taken care of by servants, he was not cared for at all. When he found that no matter how hard he tried to be obedient, he could not change his parents' view of him and make them focus on him. At most, he would give him a perfunctory compliment as if he were a pet. He was still no match for his brother. Every time he tried to plot against his brother to destroy his image in his parents' eyes, he would be easily exposed by his brother. Under the imbalance accumulated over time, Duguxin had an idea in his mind. If he also did something big, would his parents pay more attention to him? The child himself did not have a strong sense of right and wrong, good and evil, and his cognition gradually deviated under the distortion of desire. At the beginning, he was not very capable, and could not do any big monsters. His family only thought it was hereditary, and after a lesson, they did not take it seriously. Who would have thought that such an attitude would further arouse Duguxin's distortion? By the time his family realized that something was wrong, this dead child who wanted to do something big had been kidnapped by Arifin and embarked on a road of no return. At that time, he only said that he could help me create a world that could help human evolution. As long as he accomplished this, he would definitely be able to surpass you. How could I know? How could I know that I was actually abducted into a pyramid scheme? And how could I know that I was going to kill people and destroy the world? What's more, the woman named Tisching next to Arifin is so similar to his brother. They always unconsciously take away the attention of everyone around them, but they don't care about it. No, compared to his brother, this woman is more annoying. She is cold, arrogant, and superior. She is not polite to anyone except Arifin. This further stimulated Duguxin's desire to win. At that time, he was full of thoughts and eyes to do something big, replace them, and occupy everyone's attention. Arifin said that those people came voluntarily for testing, and he could use them at will. However, Duguxin had long been overwhelmed by his obsession, and had lost even the most basic judgment ability. He did not notice that there was something wrong with Arifin's words. When he reacted, it was too late. The scorched earth of a planet, the wailing of countless wronged souls, Duguxin heard their curses before death in a trance. Didn't you say that you just created a world? Didn't you help them develop superpowers? How could they die? I never said they wouldn't die. Creation is always accompanied by death. How can those games be dangerous without death? That's because you told me that doing this would only speed up their progress in getting familiar with superpowers, so I... Dugujin was eager to refute, but Arafin's devilish whisper rang in his ears. Yes, I just told you that you can do that. But I also said that there are certain risks in doing so. It was you who chose to launch those more dangerous games. They trusted you with joy and thought you would bring them new life, but you failed. You killed them. No, it's not like that. He just wanted to prove himself and didn't want to hurt anyone. Dugujin's heart was clamoring, but the tragedy that had already happened, the blood on his hands that could not be washed away, and the bones piled up around him turned into chains that trapped him tightly. He heard a voice saying every day, "Give up, you can't go back to the past. If you let go now, you will get nothing except the wrong souls. But if you build a new era with him, all the ordinary people who awaken their superpowers because of their exploration will be grateful to them forever. He can be famous for thousands of years, and his family will be proud of him. Just sacrifice some insignificant people. He can achieve everything he wants. Besides, evolution requires sacrifice." Chapter 192. He farted. Someone broke in, interrupting the voice that was circling in Dugujin's mind. Do you think those people have evolved at all? Dugujin subconsciously looked in the direction where the voice came from. He saw Tisching standing at the door. Dugujin was in a mess, and subconsciously chose the first thought that came to his mind. Will he not hear you if you are so loud? The woman in black raised a white jade-like stone in her hand. The whole room was covered with a layer of white mist at some point. Here. This little cutie gave it to me. It can only be used once. It's a bargain for you. She stepped into the room and stared into Dugujin's confused eyes. The expressionless face in the past was now smiling. It was a very relaxed smile. Dugujin thought, it turns out that this guy can also smile, and his smile is so friendly, completely different from the person who seemed to be able to split up with people if he disagreed with them in the past. You really believe his lies? How can you be sure that he will succeed? Tizixing sat beside him, her tone helpless, as if coaxing a child. I don't know, but do I have a choice? Dugujin was dejected. He had actually figured it out. Everything before was a trap set by Arifin. From the moment he was deliberately led to play a high-risk game to kill those so-called volunteers, he was tied to Arifin's pirate ship. Whether it was because he didn't want to be ignored or because he had been involved in the karma of human life, he didn't want to choose, and he had no choice. There is more than one way to get attention. Besides, Arifin's plan may not succeed, and the attention you want can't be a bad name. Of course, bad names are not wanted, but even so, how can he turn to that sunny road? Of course there is a way, and it's very simple. As if seeing through Dugujin's inner thoughts, Tisching said, Do you know there is a word called double agent? Although it's not good to be a fence-sitter, it's better than going all the way to the end. Dugujin was stunned for a moment, and the other side had already analyzed it. Good birds choose trees to live in. Arifin's plan has great benefits and risks. In this case, it's okay for us to follow the wind. From now on, try to dig into the functions of your superpowers as much as possible, and take the initiative of the design program in your own hands. Collect evidence of Arifin's crimes at the same time, and go to whichever side is more powerful with your letter of allegiance. In this way, no matter which side wins, you will be a hero, and you will get more attention, right? As long as your parents are still alive, they will look at you with new eyes as the one who let them survive? It seems that this is indeed the truth. Dugujin suddenly thought of something. So you are also. Since this person can come up with this method, it is hard not to think that she is doing the same thing. However, Tisching shook her head. No, my goal is very clear, that is to kill Arifin. I can do anything to kill Arifin. Well, it's getting late now, go to bed early, and remember to think about my advice to you before going to bed. As for those people, their death actually has nothing to do with you. From the moment they were targeted by Arifin, they were destined to die. You were just fooled by Arifin into choosing the way to die for them. They are all going to die anyway, and your method is much gentler than Arifin's other plans. Finally, Tizixing turned around and walked out the door after she cut off the topic. The stone in her hand shattered a little bit as she left, and the white mist focused on Dugujin's body. Everything returned to normal in a few breaths, including Dugujin's memory. The conversation with Tizixing just now was removed from Dugujin's mind without a trace, as if there had never been another figure in his room tonight. It was just that the previous frustration was swept away. From now on, every minute and every second that Dugujin spent with Arifin, He was thinking about how to be a successful fence-sitter. Never showed Arifin. He had never shown the limit of his ability. He had not shown Arifin the core controllers of these worlds. He was preparing like this, and on a dark and windy night, when Arifin was worried about the failure of his test product on another planet, he waited for Ji Qingshan's familiar yet unfamiliar face. Dugu Jin knew at a glance that this was his second wall. Whether in terms of strength or identity, she was the one who was most likely to compete with Arifin. So when Ji Qingshan proposed cooperation, he agreed very happily. Anyway, I have done a lot of things for him in secret over the years. He said that to Ji Qingshan, and seeing the other party's expression of as expected, he continued, "Tell me, what do you want me to do? It's very simple. If one day you find that I have entered a world you created, I want the permission of a core program." That's it? The man's request was so simple that Dugu Jin was amazed. That's it, that's enough. In exchange, this is a one-way communication device that can contact Dugu Yun. I think you will need it. Ji Qingshan put down his things and left, leaving Dugu Jin alone with mixed feelings. No longer in the mood to think about why Ji Qingshan knew what he had hidden in the deepest part of his heart, he looked at the one-way device, and his hand stayed in the air for half an hour. In the years of working for Arifin, he finally gradually understood what his brother did. He had to admit that this guy pretended to be careless, and actually did nothing he should do. Rectify the Alliance's atmosphere, disclose those things that dare not be seen in the light, and bring Arifin 180 troubles. At the worst time, Arifin did not dare to close his eyes for 10 days, before he barely saved his calculations. There is no doubt that his brother is also a tough guy who can compete with Arifin. Damn, why did this guy have to be his brother? If it was any random passerby, he would have already negotiated cooperation. But it doesn't matter. It's been more than 10 years. At most, he can treat them as strangers. After all, the desire overcame the previous disgust, and Dugu Jin took the initiative to contact the other party. It went smoothly. Dugu Yun was completely businesslike and didn't ask anything else. It was not until the end that he said, "Take care of yourself and be careful not to send it." If he knew that he would be severely punished by Dugu Yun afterwards, he would never be moved by it. Dugu Jin said so. And 2 months later, as Ji Qingshan predicted, she was sent to a world. Dugu Jin also smoothly opened the controller to Ji Qingshan. The subsequent development is what we see now. Ji Qingshan played the apocalypse very well, and Dugu Jin told his brother what Arifin was going to do in an ambiguous way. Why is it ambiguous? Perhaps he didn't want to see his brother live too comfortably. Anyway, this vagueness was not difficult for Dugu Yun to find out, and Dugu Jin had the confidence. The fact was just as he expected. Dugu Jin had completely decoded what Arifin had placed on each planet, and also infiltrated a lot into the apocalypse, moving away the energy of an entire sea of zombies. And Ji Qingshan was so happy to smash the core, precisely because she had already infiltrated her spiritual power into this world. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know that I analyzed most of the pollution you caused as soon as I infiltrated the system of this world. What do you mean? Arifin vomited blood again in the distance, and the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. What I mean is that part of the awakening of those people's superpowers, and the subsequent stimulation is my credit. Otherwise, why do you think those pollutions can be removed so easily? You think you use superpowers to seal my cards, but in fact, I don't have the mental strength to maintain superpowers when I want to analyze this world, so I just pretend. As he said that, Ji Qingshan snapped his fingers, and a bunch of weapons suddenly appeared in front of everyone. They were all those that could be exchanged for energy cores before. Some people took them up and fired. Almost knocked down a bunch of trees. Miss Ji glared at him, and put down the things embarrassedly. Obviously, the shelter and the central tower were gone, and even the world was changed, but these things were still usable. It's enough to explain a lot of problems. Dugu Yun's intercom lighted up at some point. He turned on the intercom, and when the projection showed a group of zombies pierced by Chu Ji, and the various races that killed the zombies together with humans. In the picture, a fiery red sword was particularly eye-catching. Lila held the handle of the sword and swung out a huge circle, and the charred corpses were thrown out one by one. After cleaning up the surroundings, she shouted to a group of shivering people, "Why are you standing there? Let's go!" Like an AI that received an order, people rolled and crawled onto the starship that was escorting ordinary people to retreat. Seeing that there were no vulnerable ordinary people in this area, Lila finally spoke to the people on the intercom. "Hey, Ma, let me tell you that the devices that produce zombies are almost destroyed. The live broadcast content has also been replaced by the bad things Lu'er did. However, the zombies broke out suddenly, dragging a large number of ordinary people into the water, and now they are rampaging throughout the alliance. You can see that the losses are quite heavy, and there is a serious shortage of manpower. It can't be solved in a short time. As she spoke, she picked up a living but frightened person from the pile of corpses, and threw him into the gap before the starship door was closed tightly. Turning her head, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Ji Qingshan in the crowd. "Oh my god, boss, you really learned the art of clones. We were almost scared to death when we saw you disappear before." "Don't exaggerate, Lila. If you don't react in 3 seconds, go and change groups tomorrow." "TSK, boss, you are still so cold and ruthless. But then again, what's the situation with that Ji Yang? Why can she use your cards, and use them so well?" However, Ji Qingshan did not answer this question directly. She pointed at the zombies that were about to surround her and said to Lila, "We can talk about gossip anytime, so first solve the problem in front of you. As for manpower, tell Xingyan that I have more than 40 people here and send them to him immediately. Let him train them and take up the job quickly." At this point in the video, Lila probably had something to do again, so she hung up in a hurry. "More than 40 people? You don't mean us, do you?" CE pointed at himself blankly, hoping to hear a negative answer from Ji Qingshan. But it was obvious that his wish was unrealistic. "Can we find another 40 people here?" Ji Qingshan glanced at him, then turned to Dugyun and said, "Hurry up and take the people away. We don't need so many people here." Yes. "Let's go, guys, or your Miss Ji will beat someone up." Dugyun responded and began to build a transmission channel. "Oh right, leave your brother behind. He needs to communicate with Lu Er." "Okay," CE said angrily, "I knew you were pretending to test us before." Amid the shouting, a group of people were taken away by Dugyun. After all, compared with the lonely and seriously injured Arifin in front of them, the zombie army outside lacked more manpower to resist. Everyone knew this matter well, and at most they would complain before leaving. As for the safety of these people, Ji Qingshan was not worried at all. The word CE shouted completely hit Miss Ji's intention. The plant battle that seemed to be controlled by Arifin before was to test whether these people in front of her could be used. Although she only had half of the cards left, she did not hold back at all in that battle. Being able to hurt her in this situation proved that they had no problem protecting themselves in the zombie pile. "Alright Lu Er, everyone else has left, it's time to settle the accounts." The moment the space-time gate disappeared, Ji Qingshan turned and looked at Arifin, who had a gloomy face. Chapter 193. "Ji Yang, don't think you will definitely win. That nightmare is your worst past. I don't believe you will not be affected at all." "My worst past? Are you saying that you spread the pollution source in private in order to seize the life power, tricked ordinary people into boarding the pirate ship and turn them into a ghost, and finally caused the destruction of a planet? Now you come to bite me back?" Ji Qingshan looked at Arifin, his eyes full of ridicule. "The destruction of Fengyu Star was because you didn't want this life-bearing superpower, who might restrain you to become stronger. What's more, the Ji family was connected with some races at that time, and knew a lot of inside stories about the destruction of the mermaids. You were worried that the matter would be exposed and wanted to silence them, so you did those things. Are you planning to put all this on me now? How is it possible? How could this happen?" Arifin never thought that Ji Qingshan could know his details so clearly. The look in his eyes, when he looked at Ji Qingshan, was full of disbelief. The things that happened on Fengyu Star were only described as sudden natural disasters in the records of the Alliance. And he had put a lot of thought into capturing the person with life power. The mockery in Ji Qingshan's eyes became even stronger. "Lu Er, have you ever thought about why I can control the power of life? You have been experimenting with the method of power transfer a long time ago. Have you succeeded in letting an ordinary person take on all the abilities of a natural power person?" Arifin was choked by this question. He had indeed experimented countless times, but no matter what method he used, the ordinary limit was to obtain a single ability of a certain power. If they had more, they would either explode and die or become demented. The reason is very simple. The pitiful mental power of ordinary people cannot carry too many superpowers. Even if it is developed to the limit, it can only support a B-level superpower at most, and it will disappear at the touch. But with Ji Qingshan's successful precedent, he really doesn't want to give up. But now hearing the other party say this, Arifin only feels that something he has ignored has come back. Yes, he has done tens of thousands of similar experiments, but there has never been a successful case. What makes you think that this experiment has the possibility of success, rather than the conditions being wrong from the beginning? Ji Qingshan's voice and his thoughts appeared at the same time. The answer is simple, but Arifin doesn't want to admit that Ji Qingshan's mental power can carry god-level superpowers. How ridiculous. For so many years, he has never doubted that the experiment itself cannot be realized because of Ji Qingshan's success. Now he is told that his experiment has been replicated wrong from the material. Arafan's eyes are a little dark. In a trance, he looked at the two girls in the distance, who looked 70% similar. Ji Qingshan's hand tightly grasped Tixchang's wrist, the joints were a little white due to tension, and the other hand patted Miss Ji's back of the hand soothingly. Suddenly, some details that had been ignored flashed through Arafan's mind. The past scenes flashed back in his mind, the last nightmare, the person who seemed to be crushed, her anger and fear, although she only had them when facing Ji Shuang, but that was not the embarrassment that a person should have when seeing his buried secrets being made public, it was more like some kind of anger at the distortion of the facts. He remembered the little girl who was caught in front of him and cried, and said that her sister had abandoned her, and took away her supernatural powers. She came to him with a dead aura all over her body. With just one glance, Arafan was sure that this ability was a great gift from God to help him accomplish his great cause. That pure breath of destruction was much stronger than the pollution he could release. So Arafan accepted her, pried into her memory, and learned about Ji Shuang's past. But now, his spiritual origin was at a disadvantage when it collided with Ji Qingshan. He had no intention of merging into the life ability of Tixchang's body and infiltrating into the world to modify the energy core. He had not discovered any clues. All of this revealed another terrible truth. From the very beginning, he had made a mistake. The green leaves turned into gray residue at Ji Qingshan's fingertips. Ji Qingshan's indifferent pupils were filled with the same dead aura as him. You are the one with the destructive ability. Bingo, you got it right. In Ji Qingshan's laughter, Arafan felt cold all over. He suddenly dug out memories, from a few months ago, from the corners of his memory. He heard Ji Qingshan's first self-introduction to Lan Ming. She said her name was Ji Shuang. And that little girl was the only character he didn't put next to Ji Qingshan. Originally, Arafan had made very detailed arrangements for what would happen to Ji Qingshan after she landed. But somehow, when she passed through the apocalypse, her positioning was deviated and she landed somewhere else. But Ji Qingshan was in a coma at that time, and logically could not control her landing point. Who arranged that little girl, and the name she gave to the transformed sunflower? She called her Ji Yang. Something was missing and finally filled in. All the clues were connected at this moment. Arafan heard his own voice change. It's wrong, it was wrong from the beginning. The Ji family has never had a young lady without superpowers. There is only a little daughter who can destroy everything. Since the little girl who said she was backstabbed and ran to him for help. Or maybe even earlier, since the Ji family learned that he had wiped out the mermaids and had the ambition to swallow up the alliance, and saw their two newly born children, this plan began to be secretly arranged. Then you think too much. In the distance, Ji Qingshan said with disgust. It is not theirs to decide what kind of child to give birth to, but they would rather give birth to a waste than a devilish child. But Ji Qingshan was so gifted. Other children could only test their mental power at the age of 7, but she could control objects with her mind at the age of 3. Before her superpowers awakened, she was the pride of everyone in the Ji family. She grew up surrounded by stars, hoping that the Ji family would have a rare genius. When her superpowers awakened, it was too late to cover it up. Fortunately, the Ji family could awaken their superpowers themselves, so the truth about Ji Qingshan's superpowers was not known to others. In order to confuse the truth and prevent the world from knowing Ji Qingshan's superpowers, the Ji family changed the identities of the two. They made Ji Qingshan the firstborn child, and ordered her not to use her superpowers to create a false peace. And Ji Yang took her place. Fortunately, she was also very motivated. The law-based superpower of awakening life was enough to suppress all gossip. But from then on, Ji Qingshan's life was not so easy. To be precise, Ji Qingshan's superpowers were a mixture of mental and destructive. That was why she was detected with super strong mental fluctuations at the age of 3. But awakening the spiritual system in advance is not a good thing for a child. Because she could hear the extremely dirty thoughts of everyone around her since she was a child. In fact, later, the old senior who accepted Miss Ji as a student told her the truth. Her destructive ability was not innate, but she had received too much malice over the years, and her own spiritual power overflowed, which differentiated into a second ability. But no one told him the truth at that time. It was also because she kept hearing other people's voices that Ji Qingshan was silent and gloomy since she was a child. When she was a child, she was known as a child prodigy. Everyone thought that this was caused by her high talent. But when the ability was detected, they learned about her deadly ability, fear, disgust, and spit. Everyone, including her biological parents, showed her the ugliest side. And Ji Qingshan, because she received too much malice, lost control on the spot, and almost destroyed the manner used by the Ji family to train psychics. This made her more terrifying. After that, no one treated her well anymore. Those who didn't know the truth mocked, belittled, suppressed, ignored her. After learning that she was a waste, all the negative emotions in the world rushed towards her. That time, Ji Qingshan was only a layer of window paper away from collapse. But someone found her first. Ji Yang ran out of the banquet that she was not qualified to attend, found her huddled in the corner, and stuffed a handful of buttermelon seeds into her mouth. Want a small cake? At that time, Ji Qingshan had just finished chewing the melon seeds and wanted to say no, but the other party had already stuffed a spoonful into her mouth as soon as she opened her mouth. She could only be forced to swallow it, and then there were fruits, vegetables, and various very delicate birds and beasts. Ji Yang stopped feeding until he had finished all the food he brought. You are too thin. It is better not to attend the banquet. You can eat more. This person talked to himself while feeding. Under the influence of those malicious people, Ji Qingshan is usually not so energetic. She has been like that since she was born. When Ji Yang was sent to his parents, his mouth was smiling, but she had no expression at all, as if she was in a coma. Forget it. Even if I ask you to eat well, you will definitely not want to. Then I will feed you in the future. You are the heir now. You won't have so much free time. Ji Qingshan said coldly. But this is her best attitude. The kind that Ji Yang has only. I don't know if this sister, who was born half a quarter earlier than her, is stupid. She is sunny and cheerful to an excessive degree. Since Ji Qingshan showed her talent at the age of 3, all the resources in the family have been tilted towards her. But this person is not angry. Instead, every time she gets angry and asks for her sister's things, Ji Yang will give them up in a good mood. The most important thing is that Ji Qingshan can't hear any noise from Ji Yang's heart. Her voice and behavior are surprisingly consistent. She actually foolishly believes that as a sister, she should give up the things her sister likes, and take care of her sister more. All Ji Qingshan's unreasonable demands will be answered by Ji Yang with a good temper. She wants her bowl, her skirt, and falsely accuses her of stealing her candy. She even doubted whether she really did it. Playing with a person of equal strength is a battle of wits, but bullying someone who has no intentions is meaningless. Everyone around looked at Ji Qingshan with greed and desire. Only Ji Yang, this guy, was good to her just because he wanted to be good to her. What she showed from beginning to end was exactly the same as what she thought. When she was robbed of things, framed, and robbed of her parents' favor, Ji Yang always smiled and said it was okay. She was still young and it was normal to have a little temper. When she lost everything and everyone wanted to step on her, this person's mind was all about how to make her eat well, sleep well, and not be sad every day. She argued with reason against her parents' injustice, even though she had always brushed aside the grievances she had suffered in the past. She was like a person holding a lamp, breaking into the dark castle of ghosts, grabbing the lonely and desperate ghost huddled in the corner, holding her face and saying seriously, "The weather outside is very good, you go out for a walk with me." The ghost was unwilling, so he shrank back and locked the door, trying to drive this person away. However, this guy climbed up the water pipe, covered the bag on his head, and lay on the window and said, "I found a very cute kitten. Do you want to come and see it?" The ghost sealed the window, and she drilled into the chimney pipe with a dark face. The ghost sealed the chimney, and she climbed the vent, leaving a big cut on the back of her hand. Finally, she couldn't get anywhere, so she knocked on the ghost's door every day. Finally one day, the annoyed ghost gritted her teeth and opened the door, and in front of her was a bunch of blooming flowers. "Want to go out for a walk?" She still asked like that. So the ghost left her castle and walked forward with the lamp. Xiao Shuang Shuang, you have to believe that you are a good person, and you will meet good people. It's their fault that they treat you badly, but you will definitely meet someone who treats you well. No need to wait, I meet someone now, Ji Shuang thought. At that time, she could already control her superpowers well, and not leak them out. She knew that the Ji family had been secretly giving her medicine to try to really get rid of her superpowers, but in fact it was useless. It was just that she didn't want to see Ji Yang caught between her and the family. So she quickly found a way to converge her superpowers and make it impossible for the machine to detect it. The Ji family thought that she had completely lost the possibility of embarrassing them, so they didn't care. After that, Ji Qingshan would secretly integrate her spiritual power into Ji Yang's consciousness to help Ji Yang improve her abilities more quickly, and would also use her spiritual power to teach her a lesson when she was wronged. If life continued like this, Ji Qingshan would only be a free-spirited rich lady for the rest of her life. But the thing called fate would never let her go. Chapter 194. Arifin knew about the fact that the G family had a young lady without any special abilities when he was making trouble, but many people in the G family served in the Alliance's senior management and were well-known naturalists. In addition, the second young lady was extremely talented and was the designated heir. It was the right thing for the G family to give up training this young lady. After all, the G family would not be unable to feed a mouth. If he rashly approached, he would easily dig a hole for himself. So Arifin did not choose to start with Ji Shuang, but chose to throw the pollution source among ordinary people and avoid people with special abilities as much as possible. But some things are just so coincidental. A project of the Ji family landed in those days, just in the area where Arifin was conducting experiments. It was originally a very routine project. In order to train Ji Yang, the Ji family directly handed over the power to her. No one expected that this trip would go wrong. Pollution first corrodes people's spirit and will infinitely magnify people's evil thoughts and negative emotions. Perhaps it was because of a word of displeasure. Someone rushed in and cursed at each other, and then they started fighting, and finally it turned into a battle of superpowers. Originally they came to discuss business, and the Ji family and other people who came didn't expect that everyone here had superpowers, and they didn't bring many people. Seeing that his plan might be exposed to the eyes of the Alliance's top leaders, Arifin simply went all out and ordered to kill the people who came. The two sides fought fiercely. Although the number gap was huge, ordinary people who had just obtained superpowers could not compare with well-trained natural superpowers, and the fight became more and more intense. Ji Yang, this fool, picked up a seriously injured Ji family member in the east and a dying ordinary person in the west when the two sides were killing each other. Although she had been in danger many times, she still tried to reduce the casualties on both sides by herself with the healing ability brought by her life power. The energy in these people's bodies is weird. They are being used as guns. Don't hurt people blindly. She tried to explain to everyone. In Ji Shuang's words at the time, this guy has been like this since he was a child, and can't stand the suffering of the world. When he saw an earthworm broken into two pieces, he wanted to go up and connect it. But her superpower is suitable for this. For example, now, after confirming that her superpower can dispel the energy that controls these people, Ji Yang didn't care that he was injured and mentally exhausted, and he had to restore everyone to normal. With a large amount of superpowers consumed, Ji Yang's attention was all focused on dispersing the pollution, and he didn't notice that there was a person approaching quietly behind him. Bang! Ji Yang was stunned when the bullet passed through his body, but someone else was not. Because Ji Yang protected her, Ji Qingshan was no longer bullied at home at that time, and everyone just subconsciously ignored her. But whenever Ji Yang was free, he would definitely take his sister with him. Ji's father and mother had tried to persuade him many times, but Ji Yang was very determined. Seeing that Ji Qingshan didn't do anything weird again, they turned a blind eye. However, Ji Qingshan was not happy about this kind of outing at first. Every time she went out, if she wasn't careful, she would hear a lot of noises that would make her head explode. But if she didn't go out, Ji Yang would have to bother her. Xiao Shuang Shuang, there's a new buffet in the south. Let's go eat there. Will we go to the biggest amusement park here to watch the fireworks show together? There are a few more cute kittens in the cat cafe in the downtown business district. There's a Starship Expo today. I found a place that's perfect for taking photos. Can you come with me? There are so many things like this, which are even more of a headache for her than her inner voice. Especially Ji Yang always looks at her with a pitiful expression, as if she won't have anyone to accompany her if she doesn't go. In fact, anyone who wants to curry favor with Ji Yang can go around the Ji family manor 3 times. But Ji Qingshan just loves this. Every time she is looked at pitifully by Ji Yang, she starts to waver, and then she is half-heartedly pulled out by Ji Yang. Ji Qingshan tried to make it clear to Ji Yang that she didn't want to move because she would hear a lot of annoying noises every time she went out. However, when Ji Yang heard this, his expression became even more exaggerated. What? You listen to what others say when you're with me. No love, you don't even pay attention to me. After saying this, she even put on a sheezy holding her heart gesture. Ji Qingshan, She surrendered. This guy always had a way to disrupt her rhythm beyond her expectations. Can't you just listen to what I say? Whether it's my inner voice or something else. Are my words not frequent enough? This seemed a bit unreasonable, but Ji Qingshan couldn't stand Ji Yang's nagging, and was afraid that she would really chatter in her ears, so she had to agree. Strangely enough, when Ji Qingshan was forced to answer such stupid questions as what she was thinking about just now according to Ji Yang's request, she was surprised to find that the messy inner voices from the outside world would be much smaller without her deliberate control. Over time, Ji Qingchen also developed a habit of looking at what Ji Yang was thinking when she had nothing to do. Usually, she would see some delicious food and beautiful scenery, and her own weird outfit, such as cake skirts, bows, and various macaron colors. Occasionally, she would see Ji Yang's love for poor animals, including humans, and his improvement measures for some bad world. Ji Yang's inner activities are always rich, except for sleeping. But just now, she couldn't hear Ji Yang's voice at all. In order not to expose her special ability, Ji Qingchen only planned to stay aside and help Ji Yang take care of the people she rescued. She used her mental power to cover herself with a shell to ensure that people on both sides would ignore her. Occasionally, she would help a little when Ji Yang couldn't get him. However, she got the person who was almost bitten off an arm by a half-zombie person that Ji Yang asked her to get back, but in the blink of an eye, something happened to the person she put on the top of her heart. The moment Ji Yang's heart sound was blank, Ji Qingchen felt that all the malice that she had ignored in the past flooded into her mind. Especially under the stimulation of pollution, people's malice was infinitely magnified. Ji Qingchen used her last bit of rationality to control her destructive power, and tried not to release it, but her out-of-control mental power was already raging wildly. The people closest to her didn't say a word and fell into coma in a second with blood flowing from their 7 orifices. Shuang shuang, shuang shuang, wake up, open your eyes and look at me, I'm really fine. When she came to her senses, she heard Ji Yang's voice that was about to cry. Ji Qingchen opened her eyes with difficulty and saw the mess around her. All the buildings were gone, leaving a bare pit in the entire city. Ji Qingchen knew that this was the result of her not being able to fully control her supernatural power. But after a closer look, although this place was so tragic, most of the people lying on the ground were still alive. What's going on? She looked at the only person who could answer her in confusion. The rest were all in a deep coma. Hee. Ji Yang smiled and showed her the wound she had just been shot with. There was only a faint mark left there. Look, it heals quickly. Don't worry, if you don't even treat this little wound, what kind of god-level supernatural power is it? As for those around, thanks to your mercy, I saved their lives, and you broke everything and reorganized them to completely eliminate the bad energy in their bodies. It's really good. I didn't have the confidence to eliminate it so thoroughly. It's a pity that these buildings are dead, otherwise they can be restored together. Now it's a little unclear. Ji Yang muttered to herself, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Yes, how could I forget it? As she spoke, strange plants grew out of the ruins, rushing around and destroying the surrounding buildings again. Okay, it won't be strange now. Ji Yang smiled and hugged Ji Qingchen, his tone full of pride. So, Xiao Shuang Shuang, don't be afraid of your supernatural power causing trouble in the future. I can already clean up the mess for you. Yes, on paper, this incident was just a sudden riot, and the daughter of the Ji family solved the trouble very well. For a time, both the society and the Ji family recognized her more and more. Ji Yang minimized Ji Qingchen's involvement in the incident, and put herself at the center of the storm. She refuted all the comments within the Ji family that suspected that this incident was related to Ji Qingchen's supernatural power being out of control, and only declared to the outside world that this was a conflict caused by a conflict of interests. It was she who stopped the tragedy in time with her supernatural power. If this was a riot caused by normal reasons, it would not matter. But it was not. This was deliberately planned by Arifin in coincidence. In fact, Arifin did not intend to use this to cause trouble for the Ji family. He planned to take it slowly. After all, the seeds were not planted enough at this time, and it was obviously unwise to have a conflict with them brashly. That's why he chose to let those zombies kill the malice of the people from the Ji family, just to prevent his actions from being discovered by those people in the alliance. Unexpectedly, the people he wanted to kill did not die, but someone cracked the root that he could rely on. Before this, Arifin believed that the source of pollution could not be eradicated, especially those who had already begun to become zombies. The only way to remove zombies was death. But that day, he saw another possibility. A possibility that could cause a devastating blow to his grand plan. Since Ji Yang exposed that she could purify pollution, she had only 2 ways in Arifin's eyes, surrender or death. Arifin decisively gave up his plan of slow progress, and from that day on, he began to let the pollution source flow into Fengyu Star regardless of the consequences. He even began to secretly let people contact Ji Qingchen, the person who was most likely to make a breakthrough in the Ji family. According to the rumors from the outside world, Ji Qingchen, as a loser who was ostracized by everyone in the family, must have a lot of negative emotions in his heart. Once all of them were triggered, Ji Qingchen would become a mine buried in the Ji family that could explode at any time. You mean, all this was premeditated, and those who lost their minds were deliberately created? Someone is spreading something that can erode people's sanity. Ji Yang was busy with this matter for half a month, and finally took the time to see his sister, but was told such news by the other party. Why? Although Mother and her friends did find out that the strange behavior of those people came from the energy in a special crystal, no one can prove whether this crystal is naturally produced or artificial. Because someone gave me this thing, and attached instructions for use. Also, at the scene that day, I heard a voice saying that this thing has been circulated among the people. It is all thanks to it that these poor people without superpowers have a chance to turn over. Ji Qingchen's voice was as steady as ever, and he put the two crystals in front of Ji Yang. I think they classified me as a poor person without superpowers. Chapter 195. I tell my mother about this. Ji Yang immediately stood up, took the things and was about to go out. Ji Qingchen called her. Ji Yang, the crystal and my superpowers are of the same origin. Do you think they will believe what I said, or use it as an excuse for me not wanting to be an ordinary person? You should have also discovered that the last incident has aroused their suspicion. If you hadn't suppressed the limelight, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sit here and talk to you now. There is nothing wrong with this statement. Even if Ji Yang always treats others with the greatest kindness, he has to admit that in the Ji family, feelings basically do not exist. For those who threaten the family's face, blood ties are not worth mentioning. And Ji Qingchen has been disliked by the Ji family for a long time because of her superpowers. As she said, the crystal and her superpowers are highly overlapped. With the Ji family's style of doing things, once the news spreads from her, Ji Qingchen will never be able to come out of the laboratory for the rest of her life. What should we do? We can't just let this thing continue to spread. It's fine if ordinary people have abilities that don't belong to them, but this thing can affect the human mind. Although there have been few cases in the Alliance in recent years, from ancient times to the present, once mental pollution appears, it can destroy a city or even the world. Maybe we can do it ourselves? Ji Qingchen smiled cunningly at that time. Since he wants to plant a time bomb in the Ji family through me, then I will let this bomb kill him. Oh my god, boss, you can be so irrational sometimes. Ci's sigh came to his mind. Ji Qingchen's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that his cards were gone, but the chat group still existed. It was built by Xiao Lanning. But don't worry, there are only a few of us and your little mermaid boyfriend. And except for me, they don't talk much. By the way, boss, you are not nice enough. You didn't even tell us that you had a wife. Get lost. Ji Qingchen rolled his eyes with his mind. You know you talk too much. But why don't you control yourself? Zombies are easy to deal with, right? You still have the mind to complain here. I don't know about others, at least my side is okay. And I have enough manpower here. And the pressure is not great at all. Yes, there are of course enough manpower. There are many capable superpowers among those resurrected guys in the zombie sea before. The reason why Ji Qingchen asked Duge Yun to take away the entire zombie sea is to reverse the ratio between zombies and defenders. After all, the loss of fighting alone is enough once. However, although they are not short of manpower to fight zombies at present, these things are still much more difficult to deal with in the low-profile version they encountered in the end of the world. Especially most of the time, they need to fight in space. The environmental parameters of space are completely different from those of the end of the world. Relying on starships and mechas as transit stations is a big challenge for people without experience. It was only because of the shift change that CE had time to come here. After a break, the group chat maintained by Lan Ming was a little intermittent. It seems that another wave of zombies has arrived. However, Ji Qingchen noticed that the sound of waves coming from the group chat did not stop. Why? Do you have anything else to say? Or do you regret it? It doesn't matter. I said before that before you get to know the real me, you have a chance to regret it. She said this to the people who had not left yet. No, it's not. Yu Wanzhou's muffled voice came from the other end after a long silence. I thought you were luckier than me. Yu Wanzhou always felt that if it wasn't for a past full of light and hope, how could such a flamboyant person grow up? Clear flowers can't bloom in the mud, and there are no bright colors under the dark clouds. But now, Ji Qingchen's past is not much different from his. Not only did he break the barrier that he didn't even dare to touch, but he also directly pulled those people out of the quagmire. So it's not that he can't do it, but he has never done it. Ji Qingchen said that he would give him a chance to regret before he understood the real her, but Yu Wanzhou felt that the more he understood this person, the less he dared to let her accept his feelings. She didn't like him because, after all, compared to her, he was really despicable. You think too much. I never got out of this by myself. Ji Qingchen's voice suddenly sounded, With a kind of helplessness, I never got through it by myself. I have the ability to love people only because I have been loved by others. If not, that child would be either a villain or cannon fodder, and his end would not be better than everyone else's. If there were no interference from others. What Ji Qingqian would do at that time would definitely not be as simple as a fantasy. She has learned a lot from the voices of the Ji family over the years, including the destruction of the mermaids, and the huge turmoil in some remote areas every few years. Summarizing all kinds of information, Miss Ji came to a conclusion that those things were done by the same person, and this time he targeted them. When you are young, you are always a bit naive and stubborn, even for someone like her who has seen the other side of the world a long time ago. She wanted to make the man who tried to control everything run around by herself, but she forgot that disputes throughout the ages were never just a contest between a single person. There is no doubt that Ji Qingqian used his mental power and supernatural powers to package himself, creating a false impression, and perfectly disguised himself as a lurker who was extremely eager for power and extremely disgusted with the Ji family and the supernatural powers around him. Arifan was very satisfied with this, and had been trying to set up anchor points in the Ji family through Ji Qingqian, especially in the matter of getting rid of Ji Yang. He tried countless times to arouse Ji Qingqian's disgust for Ji Yang and let her hurt Ji Yang. But every time it was just a matter of time. But when Ji Qingqian ordered himself to take action against Ji Yang for the first time, he deduced from Arifan's fear of Ji Yang that Ji Yang's supernatural power had a strong inhibitory effect on the thing he made. However, just like Arifan misjudged Ji Qingqian's situation, Ji Qingqian misjudged the scale of Arifan's plan. That was not something she could solve alone, but she kept everything she found out a secret. After Ji Yang's ability was exposed, Arifan quickly accelerated his pace. This kind of crystal had a fixed audience before, and with a strong promotion, almost all ordinary people without abilities were tempted. In a month, the number of people contaminated increased exponentially. As for these families with abilities, they have always been high and mighty, and looked down on ordinary people. Arifan also tried to find trouble in the territories of the Ji family and other families, as much as possible to constantly distract their attention. By the time the truth of some things was revealed, it was too late. The outbreak came suddenly, and at first, it was just a mutant biting people madly on the street. However, in just half a day, all the people who had used the crystal stones in large quantities had mutated. They had no sense of pain and fear. Unless they could not move a muscle in their body, they would kill normal people around them regardless of everything. This was simply an indiscriminate massacre. The number of zombies increased exponentially during the massacre. In just one day, zombies were all over the Fengyu Star. There were bloody corpses everywhere, and the sight of all living things was devastating. At that time, Ji Qingqian received an invitation from Arifan, and thought that he could go to the routine tonight to see what he was going to do. When he looked up, the sky fell. The familiar face of the past turned into a dead and biting monster, and everything he saw was dark red. How could it be? He just asked me to inject you with a pollution source and mess up the Ji family's industrial chain. How could it become like this? How could it be? At that time, Ji Qingqian's posture when he rushed into the house was actually not much better than that of a zombie. At home, it was not much better than outside. The same collapsed buildings, large areas of blood and supernatural remnants, and those cold corpses. Fortunately, she also saw Ji Shining with a big hole in her chest. The zombies around her piled up into a small hill, which showed that the previous battle was tragic. Probably because she heard some movement behind her, Ji Shining turned around. Her beautiful but cold face was covered with blood, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. Ji Shuang, you are back. The voice was still as emotionless as before. Have you found out the situation of that person? You know, I am neither blind nor deaf. I guessed before that you were doing something privately, and now I know it completely. So do you know? His name is Arifan. Pollution is one of his abilities, which can affect human emotions. He wants to use this to infiltrate and develop this place into his puppet empire, and his target may not even be this planet. Ji Shining has always been like this, talking to everyone as if he were reporting on work, and even in this situation, it is still the same. Not bad, but it's too late. If you had used the power of the family earlier, it wouldn't have happened. Remember one thing, no matter how something hurt you before, you should still use it. It's the most stupid thing to make a child's temper just for a little bit of anger. Just like now, you could obviously find out earlier, and use us to help you eliminate the danger. Really? You will also let me pave the way for myself with the honor of the family. Ji Qingqian suddenly showed a sarcastic smile to Ji Shining, and his originally mixed heart was only resentful at this moment. Of course not. Whether you can use it or not is your ability. But there is no problem in telling. But your impulsiveness made you miss a good way. The little information your sister has is not enough to eliminate the danger. Remember next time, don't be emotional in big things. You are still the same as always. Master Ji. But now the Ji family is gone. Ji Qingshan's voice was not smooth because of anger. She looked at Ji Shining, and the hatred in her eyes was about to turn into substance. But looking at that still calm face, Ji Qingshan felt for the countless times since she was a child that if she continued to talk, she would become that unreasonable clown. It was like this again. In front of Ji Shining, all emotions were childish and unnecessary. A breath stuck in his heart, almost choking Ji Qingshan to death. So let's go. I've contacted someone to pick you and your sister up. Leave here. What Arifin did cannot be erased. You need to exist as evidence, and you need to live as my children. The Ji family only needs an heir, but Ji Shining needs a daughter. What? Ji Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Ji Shining, whose face was already very pale, in disbelief. Even so, her aura was still not weakened at all. Ji Shining did not answer Ji Shuang's doubts, but continued, Ji Shuang, live. The Ji family does not need you. But since you have lived as yourself for so many years, you yourself need you to live. After saying this, Ji Shining's head drooped weakly. How could this be? Ji Shining, the Ji family, and Ji Shining should be the thing she hates the most. Everything she encountered since she was 7 years old was because she was born here, but she could only bring trouble to them. She should obviously hate them. But now, they are dead, but she just feels that everything should not be like this. Various emotions intertwined in Ji Qingshan's heart, and with the influence of the surrounding crystal fragments, Ji Qingshan could feel that his ability was on the verge of losing control. Let it go if it can kill Arifin. She thought so, and was about to do it, but there were footsteps behind her, and someone hugged her tightly, saying in a choked voice, Don't I go for you? Chapter 196. Ji Yang, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? Do you know who that guy is? Are you going there to die? Ji Qingshan froze for a moment, then her face was filled with disbelief. She broke away from Ji Yang, but she didn't control the strength of her hands well, and she pushed him against the wall. It's no wonder that Ji Qingshan was nervous. She had been hinting at Arifin for a long time, and through his actions, and the voices of the people around him, she was completely certain that this family was inhumane and profit-oriented, and that they were pulling her in just to be a one-time bomb. You mean you can go and die? We are different. Your ability restrains him. Isn't the original intention of his making such a big drama to take your life so that no one can stop him in the future? He has the intention of using me anyway. Even if I am a cannon fodder, I will not die right away. My ability is dangerous? Ji Shuang, when did you make up lies, and why are you so unrefined? You are a person who can counter the source of his ability. Will he have less killing intention towards you than towards me? How do you know? Ji Qingshan's expression froze. I was next to you when you analyzed the crystal last time. Anyone who is not blind can find it, right? Xiushuang, you know it yourself. Your ability can counter him. If you want to kill him, you are the better choice. And my ability can eliminate the interference of that kind of pollution, and I will not be controlled by his mind. I will go undercover. Ji Yang's words are well reasoned. If Ji Qingshan could still think clearly in the past, she would definitely agree with this statement. However, what just happened has infinitely worn away her rationality. If she hadn't been selfish, she would have sought cooperation earlier, or she would have realized from the beginning that this could not be accomplished alone. Then she would not foolishly deal with Arifin alone, causing the world to fall into an irreparable and hopeless situation. Ji Yang, I don't need you to pay for my mistakes. I will pay my own debts. She shook off Ji Yang's hand and headed for the place she had agreed with Arifin, but she didn't notice that something green had already spread around. The vines entangled her body. Ji Qingshan was caught off guard, and was wrapped into a big green cocoon. Ji Yang, let go. Ji Shining has already found someone. You can leave here immediately. How stupid do you have to be to die? You must have lost your mind from saving people. Who do you think you are? You pretend to be compassionate. Isn't it just to make the family look up to you as a latecomer, and completely consolidate the position of heir that does not belong to you? Now everything you want is gone, and you still have to interfere in other people's lives by wishful thinking. Why do you have the right? People may even prefer to live like this. This is probably the first time in Ji Qingshan's life that she has said such vicious words to Ji Yang. She said a long string without taking a breath, as if she had already stirred up this hatred in her heart countless times. She saw the flash of heartache in Ji Yang's eyes, but she put on an even worse look. She originally wanted to take advantage of Ji Yang's distraction to knock Ji Yang out with her supernatural power. However, she also knew how bad her mood was. If she rashly used her supernatural power, it would probably get out of control and severely damage Ji Yang's spirit. The sequelae that would be caused at that time would not be a joke. Ji Qingchen hesitated, but it was this moment of hesitation that made her feel the warm embrace and the cold object in her hand. The smell of blood spread in her nose, and when Ji Qingchen came back to her senses, she only felt the wetness on her palm. "Sorry. I won't do it again." In such gentle words, Ji Qingchen lowered her head stiffly and looked at her red palm. Something flowed into her body through the cold blade. In just a moment, she saw her plan from Ji Yang's inner voice. "Ji Yang, are you crazy?" Obviously, the vines could not restrict her much because of the transfer of supernatural power, but Ji Qingchen still stayed where she was. "I'm not crazy. Shuang, you know very well that you can't even die with him with your current self. If you rush over like this, you will just give him another head. Your two abilities are the superior substitutes of that person, and my ability prevents me from being controlled by him. From this point of view, as long as you grow up, you are fully capable of killing him, and I am the best candidate to be the nail in his heart. You know it too, but you just don't want to admit it. You are lying, how could I? Are you sure you want to refute me? In a sense, we are the most similar people. Do you think that in this case, his words that he doesn't even want to admit can convince me?" Ji Yang looked into Ji Qingchen's eyes. Obviously, on weekdays, her sister was a silly and cute little girl, and she was always infinitely tolerant of her unreasonable behavior. But now that Ji Qingchen was stared at by her like this, he relaxed his momentum for no reason. "It was me who made the deal with him, not you. If I go back on my word, do you think he won't investigate? It would just be one more life lost. No, he just wants to use your hatred. But what if someone with purer hatred appears? Compared to the transparent person, who has been used to being looked down upon by others since childhood, the hatred contained in a person, who has been kind since childhood, but was stabbed in the back, and suddenly fell from the clouds to the dust is more extreme. He will like this kind of endless hatred. What's more, this will also become an indelible handle in the heart of the person, who stabbed her in the back. Once it is torn open, he may do the craziest thing. Kill two birds with one stone, isn't it?" Ji Yang said, the most cruel words in the most gentle tone. At that moment, Ji Qingchen almost felt that he saw the same kind. But there was still compassion in her eyes. Without any selfish desire, she just analyzed all the conditions to find the best solution to prevent more people from being harmed. "But I also said that Arifin will not let your superpowers exist. As long as you go, he will definitely kill you." Ji Qingchen tried to make a final struggle. "So I gave you my superpower." Ji Yang smiled and ruffled her hair. "I have been looking for a way to let you use my superpower, so that you don't have to be an ordinary person in front of others. Guess what? I really found it. The method says that as long as I am seriously injured and the person who inherits the superpower is stronger than me in mental strength, he can temporarily take over my superpower. At the same time, I can also obtain some of her abilities. This is the first time that Ji Qingchen feels what it feels like to be angry to death." She stared at Ji Yang and almost broke her teeth. But the other party was still smiling, with a face whiter than paper. "This is very suitable for us. It is also suitable for this matter. Shuang, live with your life, and wait until the day when we are able to kill him," Ji Yang said and hugged Ji Qingchen tightly again. Shuang, I can only watch all your tragedies from childhood to adulthood. Now I, as a sister, must do something for you. Even if it is to make up for it." Then, she let go of Ji Qingchen and resolutely went to the place where Ji Qingchen and Arifin agreed. Ji Qingchen's reason finally returned at this time. She wanted to tell the person who had disappeared from her sight. No need. She never blamed her for those things, and never thought of asking her to make up for anything. From beginning to end, she only hated herself for overestimating herself. But things have come to this point. Not following Ji Yang's arrangement will only make things worse. Before the zombies arrived, Ji Qingchen hurried to the place where Ji Shining had said someone would come to meet. There were many zombies, and there were also many people sent by Arifin. Ji Qingchen hid almost all the time, and tried every possible way to fight her way out of the black world. Finally, at dawn, she saw the hand that dug her out of the pile of corpses. On the other side, Ji Yang told Arifin the whole process of Ji Qingchen backstabbing her, and inadvertently revealed her immense hatred for Ji Qingchen, the culprit, and her own abilities derived from being deprived of her superpowers. As she guessed, Arifin believed it, and after seeing her superpowers, he did not hesitate to list her as a key training target, allowing Ji Yang to step closer to Arifin's plan to rule the alliance. As for Ji Qingchen, she was still Ji Shuang at that time, and was taken away by her current master. At that time, you were mixed in the pile of zombies, not crying or making a fuss, and your body was still stiff. It made me, and the master confirmed 3 times whether you were still alive. For this, he punished you with a week of schoolwork. Someone else interrupted. Duguyun looked quite comfortable. Although he was injured a lot, his expression had relaxed. It seemed that the situation outside had basically stabilized. Who can you blame for your failure to learn the skills? The master's surname was Xiao, and his name was Yi. He was a very lively old man. Although he was more than 200 years old at that time, he still had a face of more than 20 years old. He wore a fairy-like white robe every day. He seemed to be a hermit, but in fact, he was exposed as soon as he opened his mouth. The most favorite thing to do on weekdays was to chase Duguyun, who had done something bad all over the mountain. The most common state was missing. Although he was a respected existence in the alliance, Xiao Yi especially liked to hide in the deep mountains and old forests. The whole mountain was planted with vegetables, and there were a group of cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and 2 lawless children, and they were not from a legitimate background. Duguyun did a lot of big things during his rebellious period, which touched the interests of the old guys in the alliance. Although he was a genius at that time, he was still young after all, and the Dugu family was still a new noble in the alliance. He couldn't bear to see the old guys unite to bully a child, so he took them back. Thus began the chaotic life of raising children. But to be honest, old Xiao was good at teaching people, but he was really bad at raising children. Fortunately, Duguyun was an adult at that time, with a clear mind and able to take care of himself. He just needed to learn skills. But when Ji Shuang was brought back by him, she was still a half-grown child. The little old lady was worried about this for a while, and found that the child didn't cry or make a fuss, but just studied hard every day. The king of rolls is not good, but such a cute baby. The little old lady's heart was almost broken. What's even worse is that Ji Qingchen's superpowers haven't improved at all in the 6 months since Xiao Yi picked her up, and she's almost autistic. Ji Shuang knew very well what she was facing, and she worked like that desperate man every day. But the superpowers seemed to be playing tricks on her, and there was no movement at all. She could clearly feel that there was no problem with the combination of superpowers in her, but why couldn't she even completely control it? And if she couldn't even take this first step, how could she continue with the plans afterwards? Wouldn't she let everyone die in vain? What's the point of her living like this? When she was most desperate, Ji Qingchen even planned to find a ravine to leave. She almost jumped down. To be precise, when she was standing on the edge of the cliff, the rocks below suddenly loosened. Ji Qingchen was caught by a net with an expressionless face. Chapter 197. What's the matter? Do you really want to use my cabbage as fertilizer? Xiao Yi picked up Ji Qingchen from the net and brought him back to the courtyard. Seeing Ji Qingchen's expression without any regrets, he said helplessly, "Okay, stop reading my mind. Your mental power is not even an adult yet. You will break my defense if I don't pay attention. You loosen the soil and set the net. I just followed your wishes." Ji Qingchen's voice was unusually calm. "Stop it. If I really want to threaten you, I won't use this method." Xiao Yi frowned at the little girl. "If I say you have such a strong mental power, but you are still frowning every day, what do you want others to do? What if you have a strong mental power? You can't even control your superpowers?" She didn't hide the loneliness in her eyes. The old man saw that this person was about to shrink into a ball and become an autistic hamster who refused to communicate. I was immediately angry and amused. "You have learned the theory of psychic power, right? Theoretically, as long as the mental power is strong enough, you can control any superpower. This is also the reason why mental behavior is the strongest level in the Alliance's superpower assessment. But it is not the case now. I can't control life, even if my mental power can accept it." A chaotic green mass emerged from the fingertips. Although this thing was made by Ji Qingchen, anyone can see that this thing has no practical value. In addition to objective existence, it has no other attributes. This is the superpower life that Ji Yang exchanged for Ji Qingchen, but no matter what Ji Qingchen did, it was just a mass of initial energy. Xiao Yi didn't look at the thing she summoned, and still stared at Ji Qingchen himself. "Is it really because you can't control this ability?" He stared at Ji Qingchen like this, and said word by word, or in other words, "Have you really accepted it?" The girl's gray-purple pupil shrank suddenly when she heard Xiao Yi's second sentence. But Xiao Yi did not stop questioning. "Don't you think of the person who walked into the abyss for you every time you see this kind of energy? It was you who should have gone into the dragon's den and the tiger's den, and it was not you who had such a wonderful ability. All of this was stolen by you. If not, you don't deserve it at all. You..." Ji Qingqian choked, her face flushed a little. In the past, she was the only one who used other people's thoughts to stab them, but unexpectedly, this time it was Tiangang who was guessed, and her thoughts were guessed through. So in fact, you have been refusing to use this ability from the beginning. Your subconscious refuses to let it be used by you, so you can only get a ball of energy that has no use. Really? Ji Qingqian gritted her teeth. She didn't want to admit it, but what Xiao Yi said was the fact. This guy obviously sees through everything, but he pretends to be innocent. It's really disgusting. If that's the case, doesn't it prove that I can't use this ability at all? There's no point in keeping it. Or do you think there's a way to change my consciousness? Excuse me. Consciousness change is at the cognitive level, and it can't be solved by simply talking about a few principles and doing a few things. In addition to using overwhelming mental power to forcibly modify cognition, the remaining methods are mainly to let everything go. But without exception, I need to proceed step by step, which can be as short as a few years or as long as a lifetime. If I don't pay attention for a while, it's easy to make the previous efforts go to waste. Ji Qingqian said this to choke Xiao Yi's next words. Why should I change your cognition? If you think you can't use it directly, why not find a medium? What? Ji Qingqian's sarcastic expression froze on his face and turned into astonishment. Xiao Yi continued to output. The person who gave you the superpower originally recognized your ability. You would never want to live up to this trust. It's just that you feel that if you accept this ability, the past Ji Yang will no longer be your sustenance. You fundamentally believe that you can't be her, and you shouldn't replace her. Yes, I can't be her, I can't meet her expectations, and naturally I am not qualified to use her things. Xiao Yi finished speaking, and after a while, Ji Qingqian sighed helplessly. But you have a common goal, don't you? No matter what the path is, no matter how huge the personality gap is, the ending is the same. In this case, why not create another person? Not you, not her, but a person who is born again with your common hope. Ji Qingqian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the first time someone told her that if she didn't want to live as a shadow, she could create another person for success. Another person who contained their expectations and carried their joint efforts. Creation. What about superpowers? How should it be used? She asked eagerly. Perhaps you have heard of card masters? A long journey began. So, the truth you saw from the beginning was false. Ji Qingqian is not Ji Yang, let alone Ji Shuang. She is the person we expect to tear through the fog. Oh my god, boss, are you so completely schizophrenic? Another sigh came from the group chat, and this time the tone was extremely relaxed. It seems that the situation outside has been completely stabilized. I'm afraid it's not just Miss Ji Shuang who is schizophrenic. Jiang Shusu got in at some point. That undercover misdestruction is probably a masterpiece created by another person for this. It seems like you have something to say, right? Where's De Yun? Tell me about the situation. 2 seconds later, a face popped out over there. It's pretty good. As you can see, although the casualties are not small, the zombies and the zombie-making things have also cleared out the connections buried everywhere by Arafin, a group of extreme humanists, and those idle parasites. Now the entire alliance is much quieter. That's great, so you don't have to go back and argue. You can solve the finishing work by the way, you are still good at arguing. Hee hee. After 2 sneers, De Yun disappeared from the screen. I've heard it all. How about it? Are you satisfied with this ending? Ji Qingqian turned his head to look at Arafin. This guy's face was a little gray. At first glance, it seemed that he didn't have much time left. But this can't be blamed on him. This guy didn't give up before. He tried many times to send his spiritual essence away so that he could possess someone and fight for a glimmer of life. However, since Ji Qingqian has taken over this planet, how could she give him a chance? This is the victory they won with great difficulty. She simply set up a spiritual barrier on the entire planet. Once touched, he would see the past that he least wanted to see. Arafin saw his past that was despised and bullied by everyone, that shameful name without any dignity, countless failures in setting up the game, and all the fatal details that he ignored in this design that he thought was perfect and that he never paid attention to. The girl who was not arranged by him, and who looked very similar to Ji Yang, the special way to pass the dungeon, the lost relics, that should not have been released, the mirror in the exchange shop. Now looking back, it was clearly a code for others to confirm the situation. It was ridiculous that he was complacent and thought he was safe. Arafin was almost driven crazy. However, at this point, he also knew that he had no chance of turning the tables. At most, he would roar at Ji Qingqian and Ji Yang in anger. Don't worry, you won't meet the King of Hell so soon. After all, How can the mastermind be treated the same as a pawn? Congratulations, Elder Liu, you will have a VIP luxury seat in the next trial court. Ji Qingchen smiled, but to Arifin, the smile was like a needle. His face twisted for a moment, and suddenly he showed madness. Ji Qingchen, don't think you've won. Why do you think I dared to come here alone? In his sinister voice, a dark aura suddenly emanated from Tisqing or Ji Yang. She has been by my side for so many years, how could I not be prepared at all? I originally wanted you to be my puppet completely, and now it is worth my efforts to drag you to hell together. No one can judge me, you all have to accompany me. The hysterical laughter stopped abruptly, because he saw Ji Yang's slowly dissipating body. The laughter changed its tone, and turned into the most unbelievable horror. How is it possible? Using life in exchange for the permanent imprisonment of another person's soul, how could this forbidden technique have a solution? There is no solution to this forbidden technique, but you have never completely taken my life. Ji Yang slowly shattered the last glimmer of hope for Arifin. My life was incomplete from the beginning. How else did that sunflower come from? You should still remember the knife that stabbed me in the heart to protect you 50 years ago. A month later, the Alliance had the youngest S-level plant card master. The standard for an S-level card master is to have a God-level card. And that sunflower was the first God-level card that Shuang had never shown to outsiders. It was drawn with half of my life and all of her mental power. For this, she was willing to sleep for half a year to make the twin flowers on the other side that were used for warming. And what you thought was used to steal Shuang's superpowers was actually her own card. Puff. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of Arifin's mouth. These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ji Yang grabbed Ji Qingchen's trembling hand and said slowly, no matter what the reason is, it is wrong to take someone's life, so Tisqing must die. This is her karma. Shuang, or now it should be called Qingchen. No. Ji Qingchen subconsciously rejected the changed name. She wanted to say that it was not her, but just a stopgap measure for victory. However, Ji Yang gently covered her mouth. Xiao Qingchen, you can feel it yourself. You are no longer the Ji Shuang. The world is always shaping us, whether you like it or not. Staying in the past is the most irrational thing to do, isn't it? The breeze blew over the place where Ji Yang stood, and the last trace of her was also taken away. Ji Qingchen staggered for a moment, but finally stabilized. She looked up into the air and took out a scepter with intricate patterns. With a stroke, a crack appeared instantly, and Dugayun appeared with a group of well-trained men and horses, first tied up Arifin and took him away. Little bastard, let's go. Dugayun said a few words to the commander and walked towards Dugajin. Do you regret it? Ji Qingchen suddenly asked on the side. Of course. But I would have to make the same choice again. I know that you and my brother have collected a lot of evidence for me to dismantle the Arifin platform. But as she said, there are some things I owe them, and there must be an explanation. Dugajin smiled calmly. Dugayun had already walked close to them. Naturally, he also heard these words. He looked at this brother, who had been causing trouble for him since he was a child, sighed, and finally took him away without saying anything. But before leaving, she left a message for Ji Qingchen. Some people said they would come to see you. Now they are almost here. You should pack up quickly, and don't let your boyfriend wait anxiously. Boyfriend? Ji Qingchen's breathing stagnated. Yes, or the kind who will not marry you and swear to stick to you for life. Oh, by the way, Ji Yang is here too. Let's see how you explain it to her. Arifin left angrily after saying that. Just 2 seconds later, Ce shouted loudly, Boss, you are not kind. You only told Xiao Lanming your name. Adults don't have the right to know, right? Ce, Sister Shuang is her name no matter what it is. How long are you going to be entangled? Xiao Lanming, you say this because you know everything, okay? I am the one who is kept in the dark, and it's miserable. Ce, shut up. Seeing that Ce was about to find someone to have a meaningless verbal fight, Ji Qingchen immediately stopped him. But a figure flew over, and looked at Ji Qingchen with watery eyes. Sister, I miss you so much. Miss Ji froze for a moment, and then changed her expression. Now that you know the truth, are you sure you don't regret it or still want to make that choice? Sister, is there anything I did wrong? You misunderstood me. Ji Qingchen, It's only been a few days since we last met. Who did this kid learn this from? But the voice in Yuanzhou's heart was so clear that it expressed love, just like the girl who found her and handed her a small cake. Although, the content is not quite the same. Then give it a try. The seed slowly sprouted in her heart. She hugged Yuanzhou back, and suddenly felt a breeze blowing. Looking up, The girl's voice came from the wind. Xiao Qingchen, don't you want to introduce your new friend to your beloved sister? Yes, boss, you don't seem to have introduced the boss's wife to us. Sister Ji, judging from Mr. Yu's appearance, you have to start preparing for your wedding. Master said that he would come to see the person after he was done and help you check. In the midst of a commotion, the Qingchuang circled and stopped in front of everyone. Let's go up first and talk later. Ji Qingchen finally found an opportunity to quiet these people down. Separate the people and put them on the starship, leaving only Ji Yang and Yuan Shou who was clinging to her. Ji Yang, since you arranged Lan Ming, was her brother's death an accident? After a moment of silence, Ji Qingchen finally asked this question. She discovered Lan Ming's situation very early, but she could not determine what happened to Lan Hai's death anyway, and she didn't want to or dare to. Yes and no. Lan Ming's brother died the day before you met her because of a zombie attack. I used my authority to let him live a few more days. At that time, you had not yet completely taken over the authority, so you could not feel the abnormality. But even if you felt it, what had already happened could not be stopped. Xiaochun, this is not your fault. Yeah. Ji Qingchen closed her eyes. This result was not surprising. It's just that she may have been imitating Ji Yang for a long time, always thinking that she could save as many people as possible and save everyone's life as much as possible. However, there are always regrets in the world, no matter what kind. For example, 5 minutes later, Ji Yang coaxed her to call her sister. Ji Qingchen closed her mouth, turned her face away, and said nothing. There are not so many perfect things in the world. There must be some regrets for Ji Yang, right? Maybe one day, those gaps that cannot be filled will become a piece of driftwood that carries you to the other side. Just like the brilliance brought by the starship when it leaves the universe, it will always guide the direction for those who come later. So far, the game is over. Chapter 198. As we all know, the administrative efficiency of the Alliance has always been low. On weekdays, there are a lot of social elites. If something really happens, it is either an internal ghost or an intellectually disabled person who does nothing but argue. Therefore, it was not until half a year after the Century War that the finishing work was gradually completed. This was the result of Duguyin cleaning up the undercovers and Ji Qingchen going around various administrative departments with a cold face every few days. A lot of people, especially those who were on the shaky side in the war, were nervous. At that time, they almost turned against the party after seeing the evidence released by Arifin. After the truth was revealed and they saw Ji Qingchen's almost perverted ability, they were afraid of being liquidated. This panic reached its peak when they learned that Ji Qingchen had resigned from his position. He was no longer an official, so what else could he be liquidated? For a time, countless people begged for help and spent thousands of gold just for a piece of news that might get close to Miss Ji. But he has no mother and no children, and he looks disgusted with the opposite sex, and his only relative just died. His preferences are even harder to guess. Finally, someone said that Ji Qingchen seemed to be familiar with the eldest son of the Dugu family, and they seemed to be senior brothers and sisters. You have a good plan, deliberately stirring up trouble, right? After receiving gifts from who knows how many people, and hearing who knows how many people say that they will unconditionally support him at the next Supreme Council meeting, and that he must be the next head of the council, Duguyin couldn't bear it anymore and called Miss Ji, who was traveling around the universe with her sister. Why, they are all begging you to do things. Isn't it good to give you so many favors for free? When the video was connected, Ji Qingchen was half closed his eyes, and lazily nestled in someone's arms. They lay on a ball of cotton, with a sapphire-like lake behind them and mountains in the distance. Ji Yang liked this kind of natural scenery the most, so Ji Qingchen searched for many places, and after threatening people, she took Ji Yang to play missing. Of course, so many guys who were threatened by her had to find an after-sales service, so... Hasn't your family always had this idea? Isn't it good to create conditions for you? Duguyin is different from her. This guy's family has long planned to let him enter the top of the alliance, but he has always been dissatisfied with some things, so he makes that damn noise all day long. Now, most of the demons have been dealt with by taking this opportunity, and Duguyin has completely established himself in the alliance. Ji Qingchen just gave him a handful of firewood so that he can get out of it. Duguyin knew Ji Qingchen's intention. Hearing this, he sighed and said, "You really don't plan to come back. You know my purpose. Now that everything is settled, why would I come back?" Yes, from the beginning, there was only one reason to support Ji Qingchen to live, to kill Arifin and get back the debt he owed. That's why Arifin died so easily. Ji Qingchen and Duguyin watched it personally. 1 month after the war, all the evidence about his crimes was collected. Any one of them would be a capital crime. According to Ji Qingshan's words, it's a pity that he only has one life and can't die so many times. In order to prevent accidents, the Alliance let her, who also reached the pinnacle of the spiritual system, write Arafan's ending. The moment his soul vanished, all the past was gone. Then Ji Qingshan decisively resigned and regained her freedom amid the voices of congratulating her on her promotion. The process was naturally not very smooth. After all, her strength was there, and fear and flattery would follow. Ji Qingshan had expected this situation. She had many ways to make those guys, who tried to put her in a high position, cry and beg her to leave. I just don't want to do it anymore. It's not like I don't want to stay in the Alliance. There have been so many foreign aids throughout the ages, and everything will be easy if the money is in place. Besides, illegal and disorderly things. People with too much work pressure do much more than those who are bored. I can also register as a consultant with that guy. If you are still not at ease, I can let you rest assured forever now. As he spoke, the silver-white silk thread was already coiled around Ji Qingshan. Everyone present except Dugu Jin. No, General Ji. No, Ms. Ji, what are you thinking? You have contributed so much to the Alliance, eliminated potential life threats for ordinary people, and maintained the order of this universe. Your glorious deeds deserve to be remembered by all of us. How can we not agree to this request? One person spoke up, and the others hurriedly followed suit. After all, no one wants to die. No need to remember. Hurry up and bring your resignation certificate. By the way, how is your brother's business? In order to avoid Dugu Yun from arguing about things like, she secretly increased his workload, letting those who don't want to offend her get close to Dugu Yun, taking advantage of the title, nominal consultant. Ji Qingshan decisively changed the subject. Very good. Eat when you need to eat, and sleep when you need to sleep. At other times, help the Alliance repair the system and develop new things. What Dugu Jin did was anti-human in the most sense, but in the most sense, it was just a young and ignorant child who was deceived by an unscrupulous and black-hearted adult, and was forced to work to save his life. What's more, after realizing the evil intentions of the unscrupulous boss, this child used his wisdom to protect innocent people and pass on information to the outside world, becoming a crucial link in the victory of justice. It can be regarded as making up for the past. In addition, everyone knows that he is from the Dugu family, and his brother has been in the limelight recently, so naturally no one will really take it seriously. Even if Dugu Jin hadn't asked for it himself, he wouldn't have to be sent in. For this matter, some people intentionally or unintentionally asked Dugu Yun whether he wanted to just pretend to let him go. Dugu Yun looked at him with a half-smile. Remedies are remedies, and consequences are consequences. The two cannot be compared. He did it. No matter what the reason was, he must bear the consequences. You say he is innocent. Why, Mr. Zhang, do you think those who died are not human beings? Or do you think the laws of the Alliance are invalid for us? The last sentence alone made the people who tried to please Dugu Yun break out in a cold sweat, admit their mistakes, shut up and walk away in one go. The result of Dugu Jin's trial came out on a sunny afternoon, which was almost the same as they expected. The little guy himself had accepted it a long time ago. But Dugu Yun caught a bunch of good-for-nothings who only knew how to flatter. The civil servant review of the Alliance this year should be easy. You are only talking about us. Don't you want to know how those people you pulled out are doing now? They were abducted by Arafan, with their families, and instilled with new memories. Now they have returned to the Alliance, and not only have no relatives, but also are out of touch with society. Don't you worry about their survival? If you can survive in the apocalypse, there's no reason why you can't survive here. Rather than this, you might as well worry about opening up the ability stimulation to ordinary people in the future. Because of those who came back from the apocalypse, ordinary people saw the possibilities in themselves. This is one of the few excellent contributions that Arafan made to the Alliance. The method he came up with to stimulate people without supernatural talents to forcibly awaken some special abilities was transformed by Ji Qingshan, Ji Yang, Dugu Jin, and others, and became harmless. Of course, it is impossible to stimulate people's potential without any harm. What Ji Qingshan and others did was just to try their best to prevent the awakeners from being backlashed. Accordingly, the awakened special abilities will not be too strong. But it's better to have them than not. What's more, this is a probability problem. There are still a few people who can get quite good abilities. This project quickly became popular in the Alliance, and Dugu Yun's workload increased again. Fortunately, someone can help him. You really don't want to know how they are doing now. Dugu Yun was still asking persistently. Another voice was heard next to Ji Qingshan. Xiao Chen, let's go! The Elves' Triennial All-Spirit Festival is about to begin. It was also because of the turmoil in the alliance that many creatures of other races helped humans to overcome difficulties, and the voices that races should live in peace became louder and louder. With the support of the high-level change of water, Dugayuan, Ji Qingshan and someone in the Elders' Council, who went to other creatures' territories every day, the new peace bill was quickly approved. It stipulates that all races have equal rights, equal scope of activities, voluntary and free intermarriage, and joint participation in alliance management and lawmaking. While respecting the customs of various races, those who cross the red line will also be sanctioned. And more races will be allowed to serve in the alliance's senior positions. The proportion must be at least 1/3. The customs and festivals of various creatures will also be included in the alliance's holiday considerations. All relevant laws related to biological equality are being updated. In fact, this matter was mentioned a long time ago, and related plans were also involved. When Ji Qingshan left, a group of people in the council rushed to work hard and finally drafted the preliminary terms. In order to make a statement, 10 planets where humans are not densely populated began to try to allow humans and various races to live together. Of course, this is not an easy task. The direct gap between humans and other races has been around for a long time. Even if Ji Qingshan and others have been constantly weakening the contradictions before, it is quite difficult for some people to accept these creatures that are different from themselves to live together at first glance. In particular, the appearance of some races really does not meet their aesthetics. As for other creatures, they have been more or less harmed by humans before. It is unlikely that they will immediately coexist peacefully with humans. The top leaders of both sides knew this. After all, it was a new form, and they couldn't adapt in a hurry. So the first attempt started with those kindred races. The elves were one of them. In recent years, with Ji Qingshan's deliberate promotion, they had a lot of contact with humans on some planets. Many of the local human neighbors might be elves. Occasionally, a few human girls fell in love with the beautiful androgynous elves, both male and female, and the parents of both sides couldn't separate them, so they just let them go. At present, it seems that the peaceful coexistence between the two sides has achieved initial results. As for the others, there is still a lot of time to improve them slowly. Okay, I log off first. You have to work hard, senior brother. Back to Ji Qingshan. Miss Ji smiled, simply hung up the video, scratched her hair and ran towards Ji Yang. The person on the other side gritted his teeth and denounced Miss Ji for being a hands-off shopkeeper. However, in a place he couldn't see, a bunch of dodder flowers in Miss Ji's hand were slowly blooming.